Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. We are on week 6. Today, I'm joined by Sloth, and we have some good matches coming up today. Bang Bang versus Bozo Bunch. This is going to be a good one.
Most definitely. Obviously, Bozo Bunch has had a better start into the season so far than Bang Bang, but I feel like still going to be an interesting series to be going into to see how they're going to be playing it out. And to add to that, we've already had a pretty interesting match draft so far as well. Any thoughts on it from your side, looking at what they've picked?
Yeah, I think definitely pretty standard picks overall, right? You have Night Market, you have Atlas's Lab, which are some of the very familiar maps that both these teams know and love. But Night Market, we've seen these players on the Mako. We'll have to see if someone decides to pick for that. Or a map where we've seen a ton of Rune recently, I think will be very interesting.
Yeah, most definitely. Rune holds a lot of hidden value, right? That those pillars can be so game changing in terms of how it can control the field. So it's going to be interesting to see how that character would translate on there as well. Sadly, or not so sadly, there's also been an Alton ban, but I feel like that surprises no one.
Yeah, fair enough. That one barrier is definitely very flimsy, and we see these teams scoring very, very, very quick goals, especially off kickoff. Uh, so we'll have to see what these two teams decide to pick in terms of strikers as we actually get into map number 1, which is Night Market.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see. I'm seeing a lot of characters that just hold base value, right? That could be picked. But looking at the characters that have been picked, there is the Rune that he mentioned. There's also the Now on the side of Bozo Bunch coming through. More interestingly as well, the Finny goalie for the side of Bang Bang is definitely going to hold a lot of damage threat as well, considering it's a Deadeye start, which could be really, really scary to play in.
Yeah, Deadeye, obviously a huge defining awakening. And speaking of that, the only player opting for Deadeye is Fudgy Waffles on the Finny. So something to look out for is that card flying across the map and just slamming into one of the members of Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt really bad, but the thing is, with everyone else having Fight or Flight at their disposal, they're not gonna be easy to hit as the kickoff is now commenced. And Gret already down to half HP, no evades.
That's right, one barrier down already. We do see this offense from Bang Bang working wonders. I want to see if the sort of double defense ends up working out. We see Grimella using those midfield magnetized souls, but instead sort of being forced to play in the net to help out Fudgy Waffles.
Yeah, a lot of force just coming through from Dropletto and Gret there with that Kai Asher pick. Really being oppressive with the abilities in front of the net as they're taking another barrier as well. Dropletto even can find a goal here maybe. No, flip goes out, but it doesn't translate.
Yeah, nice unstable anomaly there from Grimella. And the shot from Gret just makes it into the bottom. This is going to be very difficult for Fudgy to hold this down, especially as this character is more of a projectile and creation goalie and might not be able to stop the melee and just offensive pressure coming out from this Asher.
Yeah, most definitely. You kind of need to start looking interrupting the core as early as in the midfield, right? Because if the core is getting too close to your side, there's not really much you can do anymore if you're that Finny. Fudgy does have a flip to his name though, so he can use that if it comes down to it, but it's not really looking like they even need to play on the defensive end as they're being very aggressive with their positioning and keeping core on enemy half for a very long time.
That's right. Another thing to mention too is this Now goalie from Obscure Breads able to heal up the forwards and midfielders as they push through.
The heals are going to be helping out a ton. The question is it going to be enough or not? Because Dropletto again down to half HP, and those Now mines are limited. Those Now ultimates are limited as well. So not quite sure if it's going to be quite enough, especially if the Finny can maybe even find more awakenings later on and scale even harder for damage.
That's right, a scary situation now for Obscure Bread, stuck in the corner against all 3 members of Bang Bang. They're pushing up, but Dropletto is just winning every strike war, able to get the core past. And although Bang Bang has both barriers, the threat is looming from Bozo Bunch. They have the opportunity to break through if Fudgy makes one wrong move and commits a little bit too far up. But right now, the defense from Bozo Bunch holding strong.
They're holding on to it for sure, and not only that, they also find a nice kill on Drew there. They have a power play going. Gret now trying to take a barrier, gets the first one. Dropletto there to cover the core, but it goes right past him. As now they're on the defensive end again. Are they going to be able to get another attack going? No, Drew is back on the field. We're on an even game state again. As Gret though finds a nice barrage and a flip here into a beautiful primary from Obscure Breads. What a goal.
Wow, that sentry drone just in the right place. You know, we don't often see goalies scoring, but in this case, the strike shot helping out with that 35% extra range, able to just sit in the net and pose a threat. So Fudgy Waffles and Obscure Breads, take a look for their ults and their primaries, because they are going to potentially catch each other off guard.
They're going to be incredibly impactful if placed properly, that is for sure. The core is now bouncing back and forth, though. The side of Bozobunch now getting another barrier, as now both teams are on one barrier left. Dropletto, though, needs to be careful not to die, but Obscure Breads is here to help out with that ultimate.
Yeah, and a nice find there from Gret, getting that top of the barrier, just looking for anything now. Fudgy in a scary situation. Drew does manage to take that second barrier, though, so both nets are open. That ult coming out, not doing too much. There's the core again. Gret dribbling it with the barrage, trying to keep it away from Drew. Drew has the opportunity to score here. The Obscure Breads does have the flip, might be forced to use it soon, but somehow finds a beautiful clear, and the stun comes through from Drew. Obscure Breads opting not to use that core flip and punished for it a little bit, because now the set's 2-1.
Punished for it for sure, although it is kind of passable still, right? That is the first goal that the side of Bang Bang has been able to find so far. So maybe holding that flip for another offensive play for Obscure Breads might be worth it, but another barrier has dropped as they need to defend as 3 people. Grimella with a nice pillar there, though, holding on to that core to make sure that the side of Bang Bang isn't going to be losing a barrier for free. Flip coming out from Drew, but really well executed from the side of Bozobunch to hold on to that barrier. 3-man defense is not something you're just casually walking through.
No, that's right. Obviously, amazing coordination and communication from these teams, able to strike at the correct timing. It's often difficult when there's so many people in the net. It seems like they're making it work. And not to mention this Bang Bang defense. I love the way Grimella is just playing at the midfield with these magnetized souls, really making that awakening work perfectly. Fudgy now defending against the airship, gets out of it. Dropletto somehow, some way, not able to take those barriers.
By almost, it seems like a miracle that barrier hasn't dropped yet, but it does bounce right past Grimella there on accident, as one barrier has dropped now, but the side of Bang Bang is looking to get another attack going. Gets shut down by Dropletto pretty swiftly. Fudgy with a nice clear, though, sets another attack going as a big banish on Gret comes down as well. Obscure Breads has to use the flip to defend this, but the core is just going to go right back to the side of Bozobunch.
Yeah, now it's scary for Bozobunch. They're looking for something. Dropletto misses the strike. Fudgy somehow gets it around that primary ability. And we're just sitting in the top side of this. Obscure Breads has no flip, and neither does Fudgy. Both these defenses seem like they're strongly impacted as Drew now getting close to flip. Might be able to get the self-pass. The flip into the top corner. Obscure Breads not able to find that one, and things are tied up now, 2-2.
2-2, one more goal decides his first draft, and I feel like the first draft is going to hold so much value as well, right? A lot of characters in this game have so many priority awakenings that could be going their way. So definitely happy if you're the side of Bang Bang here, as they find a lot of damage on the side of Bozobunch. And they also do have a flip available to them on Grimella if they do need to use it.
Yeah, that was a lot of creations used, though. They're going to have to stall things out as this defense comes out. Now a 3-man defense from Bang Bang. Not able to find the second barrier. Grimella for the clear up at the top. The creations coming out from Fudgy, but not quite finding their mark. Gret now stuck in this bottom corner. The ult comes out, but Dropletto just strikes it through. Trying to find that bottom angle, but Grimella does have the core flip.
He does have the core flip. Is he going to be able to make it a barrier with it, though, or not? A banish comes out, but only hits Dropletto there, as the core is going to bounce back and forth. But now Primary now sending it forward, but again, Fudgy just really in the right position, just sending it back immediately as Grimella uses a flip but doesn't get it past Dropletto. And now Bozobunch has 2 flips to their name, but they're not quite able to use them as Grimella teleports on top of the core to secure the first set for Bang Bang.
Yeah, beautiful usage. Obscure Breads there, just not respecting the teleport. Got caught out of position as it went into close to overtime. But that core speed is no joke, especially when you're not fast enough early off in the game. Opting for strike shot instead of momentum boots, those little trade-offs can make a big difference. And now Bozobunch has the opportunity to try to draft, and Bang Bang gets first pick.
Bang Bang does obviously opt for that knife's edge. More speed for Drew, more KO threat on the edge, and team player also dropping all the way down to Fudgy, which is really going to help accelerate the play for Bang Bang. So they're definitely very happy with that pickup. Grimella also being able to pick up some Stagger Swagger survivability. So good awakenings going their way. The side of Bozobunch, I feel like, also get good awakenings still. Cast the Last for now is definitely a strong awakening, and the stacks, the spark stacking for Dropletto is also something that you would like to see early on.
That's right, and those unstable anomalies almost not working out there. Dropletto finally KO'd off the backside of Bang Bang's net, and it's a power play now for Bang Bang. They just have to get it past Obscure Breads, who's doing such a good job at locking this down. Sure enough, they stall out the entire read slow on timer for Dropletto to come back, and that's just the great defense you can expect out of this top tier team.
Yeah, and the defense itself isn't already enough as they're not trying to get an attack going. Grimella and Drew trying their best to get it over to the side of Bozobunch, but just not able to find the hit through just yet. As Gret now walks up, gets caught off guard by Drew on the edge there. Another power play for the side of Bang Bang. Are they going to be able to find a barrier this time around, though? They find the first one at the bottom. Obscure Brett's not quite able to hold on to it. Fudgy Waffles also being really aggressive here, walking up, using that Finny ultimate almost perfectly to secure the second barrier as well, as they are now trying to secure the goal, but Dropletto in the right position at the right time, controlling the core just right to just slot it into the side of the goal.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, coming out from Bang Bang, Fudgy Waffles does pick up the team player, which is going to help with the forward pressure a lot. We've seen Fudgy getting active at the midfield, oftentimes out of the goal box, more often than not. So I expect to see the core on Bozobunch's side a lot more, but a huge core flip KO coming out from Dropletto will mean there is a power play. And we'll have to see if Bang Bang is able to lock it down as well as Bozobunch did.
They will try to do their best. They dropped one barrier, but they're still holding on to the second one, and we all know the second barrier is the much more important one. So Bang Bang probably pretty satisfied with this. As Drew using that knife's edge together with the death touch, finding a KO there. Dropletto also no evades, getting rather low. So they have a lot of room to play here. They find one barrier. Are they going to be able to get a second one? No. Obscure Breads with a beautifully timed flip, holding on to the second barrier for now.
Yeah, that's huge. And now Drew's in a scary spot. Dropletto almost KOs Fudgy off the back as the second barrier falls. Dropletto doing a good job cutting off these passes. Grimella now with that unstable anomaly, not even needed as Drew just finds the top corner. Obscure Breads now dealing with a lot of pressure and making great saves, but still these shots are just slotted in the corner every time.
Yeah, you can really just see the value from the knife's edge from Drew there, right? Having found 2 KOs this set already, and also together with Night Market having that middle sector, he's just able to continuously make use of that knife's edge speed, being at the right place at the right time almost always. As another attack is now going, the side of Bozobunch will be able to hold on to the barrier here. Lose 1, lose 2, never mind, Caster cursed it away, as Fudgy Waffles also tries to be more aggressive, maybe tries to use the flip as well.
Oh man, and the strike timing is so scary right now for Bozobunch. These unstable anomalies can pop up at any second. And there's another one this time to save things. Dropletto reads the mind game and gets the double barrier, but it's such low HP now with no energy. Has the potential to be KO'd by Drew, but Grimella is looking for the pass up. One to Drew, but Gret is there to block it away, almost taken out by the pendulum swing. Now Dropletto banished, surely taken off the map, this time by Fudgy Waffles, and Drew with the Strike War win. Just uses the ability to stuff that core through, and 1 point away from being up 2-0 in this series.
Really good patience being displayed from Drew there, not using that secondary too early, waiting until Obscure Breads tries to hit the core away, just to immediately interrupt it. As the kickoff now commences, the barrier drops on the side of Bozobunch. But they do have some offensive capabilities left. Gret running up, finding one of the barriers. Obscure Bread now also holding a pretty offensive line here. Still has a flip as well if they do need to use it on the defensive end.
And Drew really has just been playing this entire game perfectly. I mean, we see, of course, the fight or flight mixed with the knife's edge used to just take so much space, and it looks like Quick Strike is back in the game whenever I watch Drew play this Rasmus. It is ridiculous how much value he's able to get off this speed and Strike Wars, and Gret is almost taken off the map. The flip burned away though, and Grimella burns a flip too. Fudgy the last one with it. We'll have to see if it's necessary on this defense or not.
It might be needed, but never mind. Bang Bang, Grimella, and Drew both getting the core up, getting a barrier as well. They have no evades to their name right now, but maybe they can set up an attack that doesn't need a flip as the core bounces around the unstable anomalies and the grand finishes. core now on the half of Bang Bang, though. Dropletto and Gret doing a really good job just taking up space, not allowing any safe clears. Fudgy Waffles also forced to use the flip there to get it out, but the core again just kind of bounces back as it almost bounces right past Fudgy, but he's ready for it. But a nice passing play between Gret and Dropletto sets up a nice strike and ability usage to get this goal.
I mean, I thought surely off the airship that core was going in, but Fudgy somehow in the right place at the right time, despite not necessarily having so much speed as these other characters. And this time instead, Drew taken off the pitch. Not gonna be able to find his mark, but a nice double banish from Grimella will stall out a lot of time for Drew to be able to come back with almost 0 barriers lost. Or in this case, both of them.
Risky clear attempt from Fudgy, high risk, high reward. If it works, you get out scot-free, but if it doesn't, you lose both of these barriers. Now open goal situation, and Fudgy Waffles can't really stand where he wants to. Too low of HP to really be comfortably defending this, but doesn't matter. Grimella is holding up really well for him, as the core is roughly staying on the, almost in the goalie arc almost, from the side of Bang Bang, but it's just not finding its way into the net, as they're doing a really good job holding on defense here.
Wow, this defense is ridiculous. These unstable anomalies are helping out so much. There's yet another one. Grimella has the flip up to Drew, but they just can't get it past. Obscure Breads has the strike shot, has that primary, able to do so much to block this net. And they just are winning strike wars over and over and over again. Obscure Breads now has built up enough for the flip. Try not to get taken out by Drew. Thankfully, that ward comes back. The core is moving so fast. The barrage almost finding its mark. And Dropletto with the flip will secure the second set, but this one was a lot closer. Dropletto surely getting MVP off this set.
Yeah, and Dropletto here looking for quite a few awakenings. Already going to be able to find the ones that they want, though. You do have size, you do have perfect form, maybe even another spark, as Dropletto has started the sparking already. Could be that this is going to be a Spark of Agility pickup. No, it's going to go for the size, which is just consistent strong value for the Asher.
Yeah, definitely expecting a Catalyst pickup off one of these players, and Fudgy will be the one to pick that up. That's going to be very important. We've seen how often the core is in the goal box, so for Fudgy to be able to get that is a big deal. It's an extra 15% energy per hit. So very big.
Most definitely. Gret also definitely very happy about this Egoist pickup, giving a little bit more energy to work with. Kai not necessarily being known for being the most tanky striker in the roster. Dropletto is probably a little bit sad though, because that draft did have 2 sparks, which means making use of that spark of focus is going to be a lot more difficult for him now in the future.
That's right. And look at that. Drew just using the speed, almost finding the Death's Touch to secure the stun. And now Drew staggered, low HP, stuck on this side of the pitch. Probably not wanting to go up too far. Will he be punished for the orb? Nope, opposite. From the energy instead, and Dropletto burns all of his abilities to try to catch him.
Not quite able to find the KO in the end though, so it's just the abilities that haven't really gone into anything, and the side of Bang Bang will now try to make use of that, try to hold on to this core and get an attack going. Gret though switches sides and uses the flip here. Dropletto intercepts a shot almost perfectly as well, as it's now an open net. Gret in front of the net,
wow.
But Fudgy Waffles with a beautiful save is going to be able to hold on to this point, and now it's on Drew and Grimella to try to keep this core on enemy half until Fudgy Waffles is back.
Gret with the silent VM too, as you know, Fudgy can't see it, but the stream sure can. Use energy burst. I believe that's the second time a goal has gone in where Fudgy has the core flip at the net, but that's what's scary, right? We've seen Dropletto just win strike war after strike war. This time doesn't even need the energy burst to get that in the top corner. A beautiful use of the airship there. And Dropletto is just sitting in this net cherry picking, trying to stop Grimella from using these unstable anomalies, because if you touch it before it pops, it will not fully place in the world. So very, very, very important. And we see Dropletto just being an absolute nuisance on the offensive half.
Yeah, and being this aggressive as well is going to make Fudgy's life a lot more difficult, because Finny doesn't like having the enemy forwards on top of her. She likes having some space to use her range with. So Dropletto definitely doing a really good job on the positioning end there, as both barriers have dropped on the side of Bozo Bunch now. 2 flips on the side of Bang Bang. One comes out from Grimella, but Dropletto again interrupting almost perfectly. An unstable anomaly from Grimella, though, holding on to the point as Fudgy Waffles also uses the flip here. The point is still alive. Are they going to be able to translate it? Drew with a beautiful pendulum swing will be able to find that point, and it feels like Bang Bang kind of pulled that point out of the grave already and just kind of made it work.
Yeah, that was a beautiful sequence somehow. Drew just gets rewarded by just right-clicking. I mean, that is, as you mentioned, you know, Finny doesn't like to have these strikers directly on top of her, but neither does Now. I mean, we've seen Drew just sort of beating up Obscure Breads in the goal box over and over. And this time, Drew is the one to take a little bit of damage himself. Fudge now trying to clear this out, and a huge KO on Dropletto. But Drew is low, has to watch out for the Giga Blast that's surely coming his way in just a second.
He's down to what seems like almost 10 HP now. Also goes into Stagger now, but still there, very much oppressive on the front end. As the side of Bozobunch will not be able to find the KO just yet, but Drew is in no clear water just yet. The core just bouncing into that barrage there. Very unfortunate for Gret. KO still not happened just yet, but they do find the barrier with nice offensive positioning. And a lovely pass from Gret finds Dropletto as they secure the second goal of the set.
Yeah, Grimella's Unstable Anomaly just popping a frame too late as we saw it instead get boosted towards the net. But Fudgy does almost have flip here. We'll have to see how he uses it. But Gret with that Giga Blast almost takes out Grimella, and now that's a lot of damage on the Dropletto.
A lot of damage and a lot of positional pressure as well. You can see how offensively the side of Bang Bang is currently standing. Again, Fudgy on that halfway line. Barrier also dropping, the second barrier also dropping for Bozobunch now, but they do find one in return. Demolitionist almost coming into play, but not quite enough for Dropletto to take the second one as the flip comes out. Gret now has a flip, has that Egoist speed boost, together with that fight or flight and peak performance base speed. Maybe he can do something as he finds the second barrier.
Oh, and that was scary there. Just getting him past that anomaly. As Dropletto, oh, there's the double banish coming out though. That's a lot of damage onto this Asher. He'll get healed up by the now primary, or now secondary rather. It's Gret now missing the Giga Blast, but stalling things out. Dropletto is just sitting here, but that's a lot of pressure onto Obscure Breads. One wrong read and that is over. But we honestly see the team player not getting as much use as it could because of the offensive pressure coming out from Bozobunch.
Yeah, Dropletto's really not allowing Fudgy Waffles to make use of that team player as Gret reads the clear correctly and interrupts it to find a set win. But yeah, as you mentioned, the positioning from Bozobunch is just so oppressive that Fudgy Waffles can't really find those clean angles to team player to his teammates to. So definitely something that Bozobunch is successfully shutting down. Draft now going. Chrono Boost coming out for the Kai. Definitely something that allows Gret to be even more of a threat, more consistent on the board, and even more size going to Dropletto as well. That's going to be a bit scary. Now you're dealing with a double size Asher. You already had difficulties getting the core to the enemy half. It's not going to get a lot easier now. Hot Drop pickup for Obscure Breads is also going to help with those cooldowns and help with that oppressive force even more for the side of Bozobunch.
I do love the unstoppable pickup for Fudgy though. I think we see Dropletto just in the net over and over and over again. And to at least be able to evade one Asher primary, I think is a huge deal when it comes to winning these strike wars. Although I'm sure we'll see a lot more ult usage out of Dropletto, and this big fish is just so massive. Look at the size of Asher on the pitch right now.
He is absolutely massive, but what's even bigger is that KO that the side of Bang Bang found. And they have a power play going, not quite able to translate it into a goal just yet, as Gret immediately off of the respawn runs up, takes a barrier, and with a Giga Blast finds a kill even. Power play for the side of Bozobunch now.
Yeah, Drew just has to stall things out for a little bit. Fudgy does have the flip, and look at these players so aggressive, even at the detriment of a player. And look at this, Gret is just KO'd off the map. And another one, a huge power play. Obscure Breads, the last one standing. You just have to get it past them. Grimella looking for the pass up to Fudgy, but Gret comes back with the Giga and scores off of respawn. Fudgy not happy about that one. Bozobunch somehow steals a point away yet again.
Just getting back on the map in time, and Gret beautifully noticing that Fudgy was being a little bit too close to core there, taking advantage of it almost immediately. As the side of Bang Bang now have another attack going. Drew has a flip if he wishes to use that. He could probably try to trade it at the very least for one of Obscure Breads. Not quite able to use it just yet though, as again the course being so oppressively shoved back and forth. The mine placement bit off there as Obscure Breads does drop the second barrier. Drew now low though, needs to be careful to not use this flip for nothing. Tries to position himself in a way where he can make use of it, does get it out in the end. but Obscure Bread's finding the angles to his teammates pretty consistently.
Yeah, and Dropletto already a champion of just winning strike wars over and over again. This size is helping out so much. We saw there, able to strike the core from completely behind him. And I feel like the only way to win a strike war against Dropletto is just to take him off the pitch. It's Fudgy with a beautiful save, avoiding that barrage, but all the abilities in the world are not enough against Dropletto, who finds yet another shot into the bottom corner. And 1 point away from going up 1-0 in this series.
Fudgy not really having any abilities there to help with that defense, and if you're a Finny without abilities on an open net, there's not much you can do. We're going into a kickoff though of what could be potentially the last point of this series, as Bang Bang is trying to find an offense here, but the core does just go past the defensive end from them right now. Flip comes out from Grimella, but a beautiful airship will deny any kind of clear. It's a second barrier drops as well. Brett tries to set himself up to get an attack going, but Drew, being the oppressive force that he's been so far, finds one barrier. Are they going to be able to find a second one, though?
We'll have to see. We see some good strike wars coming out, but these unstable anomalies not able to reach their full potential. Fudgy using the flip as it just creeps right past them. Dropletto, though, with the dribble. The barrage not coming out. Fudgy does have the ult to deal with it, but the banish in this case almost detrimental as somehow Drew finds that barrier off the night market angles. And Gret and Obscure Breads, they have to defend this net. Grimella trying to get it past, but the midfield pressure is so much. Dropletto's flip blocked away by Fudgy Waffle's primary. This anomaly coming out. Drew looking to get it past. You have to do it. But the forwards are just not quick enough compared to Bozo Bunch. They have so much speed, and Gret looking for it. Not even able to find it as Dropletto secures that goal. And sure enough, Bozo Bunch take map number 1.
The Finny ultimate not being able to be detonated fast enough makes it so Fudgy cannot hold on to that point. Bozo Bunch finding a pretty deserving first game win here. I feel like they've had more control of the series more consistently than the side of Bang Bang. And you can kind of see that as well in the stats, in the redirects, in all of it, right? So a good showing for Bozo Bunch, but definitely no signs of weakness from the side of Bang Bang either so far.
That's right, Dropletto there with 7 goals in that series. And of course, we see Gret with 307 redirects. Absolutely ridiculous coming out. We saw the midfield control and honestly the speed boost coming not only from Night Market, but also Fight or Flight, plus all of the other awakenings that these characters picked up, means that Bozo Bunch just had full control of the midfield. And although Grimella was helping out Fudgy and doing a great job on the defense, yeah, that speed and size was just too much to handle.
Yeah, eventually just outscaled, and at that point there's not much more you can do, right? You just have to try your best to hold on to those points, find those KOs, and the KOs they did find, but they just weren't quite enough. But that was only game 1. We have some more games obviously coming up. Bozo Bunch does take the lead in this one. And that was also Bang Bang's map choice, because next we're going to go into the map choice from Bozo Bunch, being that Atlab.
Yeah, Atlab, a very common pick. I know both of these teams obviously very familiar with this. And, you know, don't count Bang Bang out just yet. I mean, we saw a lot of those points, or a lot of sets rather, went 3-2. I mean, somehow Bang Bang was able to claw their way back through the first set, essentially reverse sweeping that one. I mean, the scaling ultimately was just too much, and maybe Fight or Flight was a huge detriment to the side of Bang Bang. You know, it was their map pick, but obviously they don't get to pick the starting awakenings. So that their goal was likely to KO. And, you know, even though it happened, it just was not enough when all that speed is in play.
Yeah, just so difficult to hit those Finny abilities consistently if you do have everyone running around at what feels like Mach 5 at times, right? That Fight or Flight can speed up the game so much, and it doesn't help that Gret also was able to pick up so many speed awakenings as a baseline. But that issue with KOing is going to be a little bit of a less of an issue on that Atlab game, unless we have like a stagger start, of course.
True. And, you know, even if Fudgy did manage to find those Finny abilities, all it did was just make the enemy team quicker. as soon as you take a little bit of damage, you just get a speed boost. So it's almost a detriment to hit people, especially on that map. So, I think Atlab is going to be the refresher. We just need to see Bang Bang sort of clear their mind, lock in, maybe ban Asher or ban someone that Dropletto likes. I mean, surely we see an X on Atlas's lab, right? I mean, Dropletto clearly someone who just loves abusing strike wars and strike resets. So we'll have to see if one of those can come out during this next match. What do you think, Sloth?
Honestly, I would be all for an X. I feel like that character has gotten really strong in recent times as well. Has always been pretty strong as a baseline as well. So combining that obviously with a kill heavy map is going to do a lot of great work for you. But we do have the Strikers draft in front of us now, and it's a team player start. So anything about a slow game that might be kill heavy has immediately been tossed out the window.
Yeah, I mean, surely none of these players opt for the spark of cooldown, right? I mean, it has to be 6-man team player, right? I mean, Alice's Lab, a map notoriously known for the core just moving extremely quick and, sometimes sad boysing, sometimes finding its mark around these circular gates. We'll have to see if this happens again, because I'm sure a lot of emotes will be spammed. We clearly saw Gret having some fun in that first game.
Most definitely. I do feel like there is room for maybe the brawlers to pick up the Spark of Focus just to have that opportunity to spark stack. But that is yet to be seen. And so it's going to depend on the picks. Bans have progressed now, though. And the Rasmus being taken out by Bang Bang, not allowing that pickup for the side of Bozobunch. And the Rune being eliminated from Bozobunch, not really having had fun dealing with that Grimella Rune, just rather want to take it out.
Yeah, fair enough. Grimella, one of those players, able to pilot the Rune Striker incredibly well. And also, we're hearing from the analyst desk that Drew has scored 191 goals so far in the NASL. So all we need is for him to score every single goal this game, and he'll break 200.
Just make it a quick 9-0. Have him do everything, and we can we can end that game specifically on 200 goals. Definitely something to watch out for. Would be kind of insane if Drew is going to be able to find it's a 200th goal. But to top that off, talking about goals, Dropletto has scored his 300th goal in game 1. So a lot of milestones being hit today.
Yeah, congratulations, Dropletto. We'll have your cake waiting for you in the break room with the 300 engraved on the top. 300 goals in Nassel is ridiculous. I mean, that's 300 goals. Need I say more? I don't think so.
Most definitely. It just kind of shows the skill and the longevity of some players in this league as well. But we are going to look at the draft again. A lot of picks have dropped in, and as you kind of wished for it, there is a X pick going to the side of Bozobunch here. So Dropletto gonna be enjoying himself a little bit of X gameplay on Atlab.
That's right. And of course, we do have Bang Bang's entire roster now. We have the Aimee, the Juno, and the Kai. That sounds not fun to play against if you are now in net. Obscure Breads has his work cut out for him this match. And we do see the final one come through. Am I reading that right? Is that an Octavia?
I do believe you have that right. It's a surprise. It's not a pick I would be expecting from an Atlab game, but it kind of makes sense, right? If it's gonna be control heavy, it's not gonna be very damage heavy. So there's a good chance Octavia is going to be able to stay on the field here. And it's also going to be able to keep up with the core, it being basically constant red core with that team player start.
Man, wow. That is not a striker I've seen that much of in NASL. I'd be interested to see if we do have the stats for how many times Octavia has been picked this season. Could this be the first? I'm not a ball knower. I'm sure some people in chat can help me out, all you loyal fans who watch every single game, but hopefully we will be getting into this soon and see what Gret is going to be able to do on this Octavia. With team player, probably a lot.
Probably a lot. I don't think it was the first game of Octavia so far, but it's like you said, it's not definitely a common pick. But if you're ever picking it, it's gonna be playing into no brawlers, right? Into just more control. I do feel like, though, the side of Bang Bang has a strong win con here, and that it's just going to be overtime. Aimee, Juno, both in overtime, together with team player. at that point, you're not going to be catching up to core anytime soon.
That's very true. And word came in, I am incredibly wrong. I'm not the they are not the first player to pick Octavia. Fair enough. It was an uneducated guess, but thankfully we have the ball knowers or core knowers here. All those loyal Nassel fans. But yeah, we have this draft now all the way. I think Juno is going to pose a huge problem. Grimella, I believe, the one piloting that striker. And, now, like Finny, doesn't have a lot of abilities that are able to stop the core when you just get in her face. So with those Juno blobs, especially if we see a hot shot come up with team player, that is going to be a serious problem for the Bozo Bunch defense.
A hotshot team player Juno does not sound fun to play against. So just for the sake of Bozo Bunch, I'm hoping that's not going to happen, but it is yet to be seen. Now, obviously, way back when she was still able to stun the opposition with her mine, was having a little bit of an easier time defending when someone's on top of you. Not the case anymore, though. Now you're just hitting the core away. The enemy brawler will just strike it right back at you. So, going to be interesting to see how well the side of Bozo Bunch is going to be able to make use of that now. And honestly, I'm just excited to see an Octavia game. Those could always be fun.
Oh, 100%. If there is a striker to look out for, it's going to be Octavia. Even the early game scaling on the striker is just so strong, right? That speed is just a huge nuisance. And team player as a starting awakening always makes for a fun game. Team player, one of my personal favorite awakenings. I kind of wish I had it every game, but it doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah, but surprisingly enough, the side of Bozo Bunch have opted to go triple Spark of Focus. They're really hammering down their win con here, right? With the X, with the Octavia. They're saying, we're not really looking for an immediate kind of danger or threat that we can put on the board. We're just going to scale. We're just going to purely outscale you. Octavia's going to scale great into late game. So is X. You have now to hold you over to the kind of part as well, but not to mention now on her own already has a really strong scaling to her name as well. So this seems like a game that the side of Bang need to win within the first 3 sets. Otherwise, you're in deep, deep trouble.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge problem. And we see the problem manifesting already as Dropletto able to just strike reset and score a very easy goal in that bottom corner there. And this is something to look out for from Dropletto. These very fast goals and fast barriers taken are going to be very hard. I mean, we have Fudgy and Grimella are going to be able to use that team player to get it up to Drew, but if Drew doesn't have that barrage and Juno doesn't have the blobs, really what can Bang Bang do?
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, there's a lot of damage output from the side of Bozo Bunch as well. Drew being taken down to stagger, has to use the flip there to even stay alive, as Dropletto sets up beautifully as well to get a core into that barrier. Flip being forced out from Fudgy Waffles, but Fudgy Waffles being forced out of the map as a power play now starts for the size of Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, Drew has to clear these out perfectly. Grimella looking for that strike war win with the Blobbo, able to find it. But now the ult coming out from Gret. There's still one barrier left on the side of Bozo Bunch. And sure enough, Gret able to find that angle. Just a beautiful pass from Dropletto. Able to get the top of the net. And this is what's really scary is you sit in the wrong place as Aimee, as Juno, and you just get scored on right away.
Yeah, if the core's too far away from you, there's nothing you can do. Maybe if you're lucky, you have an ability to cover it, but it's still very difficult to time that correctly then. So positioning being punished for sure, as a now sentry will be able to find a double barrier here. Bozo Bunch just playing it so oppressively right now, and it kind of feels like Bang Bang is just looking for something, but not quite able to find it just yet, as Gret, with a primary, secures his first set for Bozo Bunch. And it's been a pretty convincing set so far for the team comp that shouldn't necessarily be the one to win early sets.
That's right, and we do see one Spark coming on the scene. Spark of Resilience will mean Dropletto is going to be even more annoying. Can you believe it?
Who would have guessed? Even more annoying, even more scaling with those sparks coming out. Castellass being denied off of Gret, but Gret happily being able to pick up a peak performance, helping with survivability and the speed. Monumentalist finding his way onto Obscure Breads, though, could be a bit scary, because that's going to have so much more... It's just going to be so much more oppressive to play against now. with all of these abilities being so massive, and to top it off as well, being able to maybe speed boost both Dropletto and Gret as one barrier drops on the side of Bang Bang already.
That's right, and this core speed not really playing a pivotal factor yet. It's more the stuff ability coming out from Bozobunch as they find yet another barrier. Drew here doing a good job just soloing this net right now. Grimella is there with the blobs, but isn't quick enough. Fudgy now using that eject button to get into the fray, but Dropletto consistently popping the center, and it deals so much damage to Grimella as Fudgy is just too slow to get to the core.
Gret just noticing the error in positioning in the turret there, just taking advantage of it almost immediately. And I kind of feel like we're seeing something similar to what we've seen in Night Market from the side of Bozobunch, right? Because they are going up against team players when they don't have them themselves. But that itself doesn't really matter if you're just positioning perfectly to deny any kind of passing play. But what he can't deny is a KO, as Drew finds that beautiful Giga Blast there to take Gret off the map. Open net now. Are they going to be able to find a goal here or not? They hold core control, but not quite able to get it past Dropletto and Obscure Bets just yet.
Yeah, beautiful barrage and a little back pass to keep control of that core. We do see Dropletto with the flip, and Grimella has to just sprint away from this as they're taking so much damage. Dropletto now dashing in, but that turret is going to help out for a few seconds. Once it's gone, things are getting scary. Dropletto just able to punch it. Doesn't even need an ability to take that, and the power play sort of, or pushing forward with Fudgy isn't enough just yet. Drew now doesn't have the barrage, trying to find something, just desperately trying to keep control of this core, as Dropletto and Gret are just posing a total issue and a total threat to this net, and Dropletto just punches it through. Fudgy Waffles missing the strike there. Just very unfortunate. Things are snowballing in favor of Bozobunch right now.
They are snowballing in their favor for sure, and that's just really difficult to deal with, right? Because they will be scaling even harder. So even if you do find some set wins here or some goals, the job further down the line is going to be much more difficult. As Drew, though, with a nice positioning and nice flip, will find a KO on Gret. Now power play in favor of Bang Bang. Are they going to be able to find anything with it, though? Oh. Sad Boy's angle with like 5 abilities forces the core through, though, as they're now actually in a player deficit, as Gret makes great use of that Octavia ultimate to find a KO.
That's devastating for Bang Bang. It is not what you want to see. Thankfully, they're able to use that team player to pass it back and forth and stall time a little bit. But Drew, unfortunately, not coming up soon enough. Able to get that second barrier with the barrage, but Dropletto does have the flip, and Drew is very low right now. The flip coming out from Dropletto, looking to pass it up to Gret. Able to get it through. Dropletto not quite large enough to find that strike, and the ult comes through and is not needed. Gret strikes it through, and Bozobunch, 2 sets up right now, 1 away from closing out this series.
And I do believe that's been 2 sets of 3-0s as well. So very, very oppressive. And going into this draft, we have a few awakenings that are going to be interesting. The Stagger Swagger might be a pickup for Octavia to make sure that she's not going to be KO'd. Maybe she's even going to opt for something else, like the Perfect Form, allowing her to have more abilities more often. So we'll see how this is going to go. Hotshot not finding his way all the way down to Juno. To be expected, though.
Yeah, that is not a striker you want to give Hotshot. Instead, forced to take a Knife's Edge. Maybe a little bit more survivability just off of the fact that Dropletto will take some more damage, but you know, obviously with that Spark of Resilience, having 2 sparks already, Dropletto is tanky. Those are a lot of ticks on the health bar.
He's not gonna be taken off the map anytime soon. Rather, the barriers of the side of Bang Bang will be taken off, though. Gret taking a lot of damage, but being healed up almost immediately by Obscure there, using that extra strong heal off of Monumentalist as Drop finds a KO. Power play now for the side of Bozobunch. Are they going to be able to find the goal just yet, though?
Not quite. Gret slightly missing that angle. Is very close, but not enough. Drew with a great strike war win, able to take that second barrier. Perhaps Bang Bang is going to be able to get on the board during the set, but look at the core flips. Dropletto and Gret both have it. Obscure Bread's a tick away from getting it, and you don't even need it per se, but surely the Juno Blob saving that one, and Fudgy Waffles with an unfortunate own goal, just trying to save it. knows that the core is moving too quick for that glitch pop to get behind it.
And more importantly on that KO as well on Drew, that has reset his stacks, which means he's going to have to start again from 0. Definitely not something you want to be dealing with, as a barrier drops though from the side of Bozobunch. Are they going to be able to find a return attack though? Grimella setting up nicely, not quite able to find it though, and Dropletto just dumping so much damage. The flip to confirm the KO as well from Obscure Breads.
But a beautiful double barrier off the back of that core flip. Dropletto secures the second one, and now Gret has that speed boost, looking to push it through, gets the reset after hitting them. And sure enough, 2-0 right now in favor of Bozobunch. Is there anything that Bang Bang can do to keep themselves in this game?
It almost seems like there isn't. They're just being out-controlled as it stands right now. Barrier does get dropped, but again, it's a second one that's a difficult one. The second one that you need to find is Grimella's trying to set up to find just that, but the nice clear angle from Obscure Breads will shut that down, and Dropletto with those ultimates, with that Exa Maximus, just being such an oppressive force to deal with. Drew finding the second barrier there, maybe going to be able to make use of his strikes to get it past Obscure Breads, but not quite able to find it just yet. Maybe trying to run up with a barrage. It should be up soon again, but he actually needs to be a lot more careful to not be taken off of the map by this dangerous X right now. But a nice blob will catch the core before it goes to Gret, and the first goal for the side of Bang Bang has been found.
We'll have to see if that's enough, but Bozobunch trying to find the dagger in this match, as we see Gret immediately using the speed boost, almost KOing themselves off the top to get it. Drew's barrage not quite finding its mark, as Gret doing a good job sticking in that corner, and now is fully healed up like nothing has ever happened. I mean, this is so dominant from Bozobunch.
There's just not much you can do. If you're trying to take out the Octavia, you can't really, because you have a Now right behind it. And not to mention, while you're trying to do anything about the Octavia, you just have an X that's pummeling you, as another KO is found for the side of Bozobunch. They find a second barrier here as well. Obscure Breads does have a flip if he wants to speed up the play, but not quite able to do that just yet. X Maximus coming up from Dropletto, trying to force the core through, not able to find the goal, but again, Drew down to like 200 HP. Does have a Stagger Swagger to his name though, so that's going to help quite a bit with surviving.
That's right, the core flip though from Obscure Breads makes this offense much more difficult than it may appear. So we see Drew now forced to stay back. This core flip coming out potentially from Dropletto. We see all three players. There's the flip. Will it go down? It will, but Fudgy's able to get it. The angle not quite good enough from Dropletto. Leaves an opportunity for Bang Bang. We see Fudgy to pass up to Grimella, going up to the top, and a good glitch pop. But now left with very minimal abilities. All that's left is the cyber swipe, and that one's burned away. The flip in the bottom corner. Bang Bang keeping themselves alive in this game. Potentially 1 point away from staying in the game. But this is golden goal right now for Bozobunch.
Obscure Breads secondary, they're not being down quite in time to hold on to the goal there. We're now in a it's in a goal 5 situation though, and the barrier has dropped on the side of Bang Bang. So it's not looking that strong for them right now, but they immediately trade it back. Actually, never mind, as the core now holds on the half of Bang Bang. It's gonna jump back and forth a bit, but seems like Bozobunch is trying to set up. They do find a flip play in front of the barrier. Now open net. Fudgy Waffles not quite able to find the glitch pop there to angle it out. And a dominating game 2 win and 2-0 series win for the side of Bozobunch.
That's right. That was a very commanding victory coming out of Bozobunch. Of course, GG's to both of these teams, but when you look at the stats, I mean, you can clearly tell that Bozobunch was in control of that game. I mean, we see 137 redirects coming off the goalie of Obscure Breads, whereas Fudgy was only able to get 107, and Drew, unfortunately, the core just kept away from him as he was just taking so much damage from Dropletto.
Yeah, it is just been a dominant showing, and it feels like the game hasn't lasted that long. It was a 13 minutes game, right? But Dropletto has almost 30k damage being pumped out from that X. So here you can again see that even that KO and damage force that pick has on this map, definitely a lot of value for the side of Bozobunch right there.
That's right, and unfortunately, you know, from Bang Bang, a little bit too late to start scoring those goals. Although the Awakenings truly were not in their favor, you know, Fudgy being on the Imi. Castellas isn't necessarily the first pick that you want when you're playing Imi, but of course having to deny the Octavia, who has so many Awakenings in the game right now that are just terrifying, definitely mixes up how you approach draft, and just making things even that much harder for Bang Bang. So Bozo Bunch right now doing it very well in NASL. Of course, now I believe after that win, they are up to, is it 4-2 or is it 5-2 now? I think 4-2.
I think it's 4-2. We're sitting in week 6, so it should be 4-2. Unless there's been some games that we don't know about, but definitely a strong start to the season, right? 4-2 is a good spot to be in if you're looking to make that playoff. So nothing standing in Bozo Bunch's way right there. Bang Bang though now sitting at a 1-5, definitely not an easy spot to be in.
No, definitely not. But you know, speaking of other teams, up next, we're going to have Cosmic Calamity versus Showtime. That is going to be a match you don't want to miss. So we will be right back, and we'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. We have an incredible match coming up today. Cosmic Calamities versus Showtime. And just look at the map draft, Sloth. You gotta enjoy this one.
I'm just so happy because I'm seeing an Inky's pick for game 2. We have to go through a Clarion game first. There has to be some kind of normality to it. But Inky's obviously always a great map to spectate, to see. Maybe not to play. Not sure if I enjoy playing it myself, but it's great to see other people play it.
That's right. We get to commentate the torture and watch these players and their inner turmoil as they go into that map. But as you mentioned, got to get through Clarion first. And another thing to mention, Xianzhu will actually be starting in this game. We are so back with this main roster. So definitely something to look out for. Cosmic Calamity is trying to keep an undefeated run in the NASL right now, which hasn't happened since, I believe, Season 2, Saya mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it would be insane if they can find a way to replicate that. But so far, they have been through half the season. They've had some really impressive wins, but they need to keep up that performance. And I feel like to go for a record like that, or for a flawless season in a way, you have to. Today's going to be a check for them, right? With Xianzhu coming back for Showtime, it's definitely not going to be an easy match for them to find a win in. So, well, it's going to be interesting to see how well they're going to be able to match up against them, if they're going to be able to continue that streak. Personally, I hope so, because narrative, it's great. But outside of that, we'll see how it's going to be played out today, especially on that Clarion game.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, Clarion is the pick of Showtime. So is there a home court advantage? Will Showtime take map number 1? I'm just happy Inky's is map number 2, because everyone is going to have to suffer through that. Although apparently Cosmic Calamities are very comfortable on that map, of course, being the team that did pick it. So maybe there's some new tech I don't know about.
Who knows? It is yet to be seen. I feel like at this point I need to be careful that I'm not talking too much about Inky's, because we do have the Clarion game coming up. And going into the Clarion game, looking at the teams, are you looking out for any specific picks actually that could be brought out?
Well, speaking of picks, they're up right now. We do see the Deadeye start as well of Spark of Cooldown, a very familiar awakening, which we saw last game in the last series. We do see the Luna and Atlas ban coming out. Of course, Luna Deadeye is just the problem. Fair enough to ban that away. Looking at these two teams, Sloth, is there one that you think has the better comp?
I feel like it's going to depend on execution, because I personally really like the team comp from Cosmic Calamities here. Being able to go Deadeye on Amy and Estelle here is going to actually be quite a strong damage output from their side, which means they could just take out the side of Showtime consistently, not allow them to play the game. But that is to be seen if they're going to be able to execute that, because if they're not able to find those KOs against that now, you're having a more rough time to execute, as the Awakenings have gone the way I would have expected it. Deadeye going to Cardbox and Natty. Everyone else picking up that Spark of Focus, so scaling is definitely on the plan, but Xianzhu's almost immediately taken out of the map, still able to hold on to dear life for now, as both teams drop one barrier.
That's right, and you know, as we talk a little bit more about the Strikers, I love the Mako pick, especially with Xianzhu on the forward. Just if there's anything I can do to make that player, make their life a little bit easier, whether that be speed, whether that be power, I think Xianzhu is one of the people I'm definitely going to pick. And this time using Jedi Mind Control to make Natty just throw it into the top corner of the net, if I'm not mistaken there.
That pesky little corner on the goal has gotten everyone so far. This time it happened to get Natty, as the core does go in. Joker does have a flip to his name. Is he going to be able to use it? One barrier drops, probably opting to use it for the second one, but no. He uses it, it misses the core, but gets plenty of damage on the board for the side of Showtime.
Yeah, this time Xianzhu has the opportunity to KO someone. Instead, just flipping, shooting in top corner. Cardbox now stuck in the net with low HP. Sentry not helping to heal themselves up quite yet, but a KO is found, a double KO now, and Natty is the last one to pass up to Joker into a essentially completely open net. Showtime, it's looking pretty powerful right now.
Showtime, surprisingly enough, finding more KOs than the side of Cosmic Calamities so far as well. Even though they do have two Deadeyes to their name, they're just able to find that damage while contesting the core as well. Xianzu now taken down to half HP, so is Joker. Threezy trying to maybe look for a positional play here, trying to punish someone, but not quite able to do that just yet. As one barrier is down on the side of Showtime, both still up for Cosmic Calamities. But the question is for how long? Because again, damage is being dropped into Threezy here. He's not necessarily having an easy time having to go back to take up that orb. Being able to recover most of his HP so far, though.
That's right, and there's another KO found by the Joker. Asher is just such a problem. Use that primary right when someone's up at the edge of the blast zone, and more often than not, it's a KO. Threezy is slightly under-leveled because of it compared to the side of Showtime. Now the Joker gets a 1v1 versus Natty. He has the flip now. Opts not to use it quite yet, instead saved away by their own ultimate. Very unfortunate ability usage there, as now Cardbox has the sentry, tries to get it through, and Threezy wins the strike war. The flip ends up being buffered a little bit too late, and although Xianzu's staggered, that flip can do wonders.
It can definitely do wonders, but what I can also do wonders is finding a KO on Joker there. Power play in favor of Cosmic Calamities. Are they going to be able to find the goal here, though? Barcode having to use the flip here to hold on to the core, stalling some time as well. Xianzu being able to get the core just past Cardbox consistently as well, as the flip comes out from Xianzu now, trying to get an angle going, but unfortunately gets caught by the Mako ultimate. Or bounces back and forth, though, not finding the barrier from Natty just yet. But Joker, again, just being so oppressive with that damage output. Cardbox being on 0 HP, not able to find that flip connect either.
No, and that's big. Threezy's very out of position now. Xianzu and the Joker have an opportunity to do something, and I take it back. Only Xianzu has the opportunity to do something now. Natty's looking for this pass up, not quite predicting it right, and Xianzu with the read from seconds away, able to predict the up clear. Takes the set 3-0 for Showtime, and Cosmic Calamity has to be careful here if they want to keep their 5-0 record.
Yeah, Xianzu almost being inside of Natty's head perfectly there, predicting it up clear and then immediately interrupting that. There's also some great awakenings to be picked up from Xianzu here. I wonder what they're going to opt for. They go for the Stagger Swagger to make sure they're not going to be taken out with all of that damage threat that the side of Cosmic Calamities will be able to put down. Team player going into the hands of Cardbox, maybe being able to get some speed up play going as Natty denies a spark away from Joker. Joker, though, still being very happy with a nice edge pick.
Yeah, I'm almost a little bit surprised that Xianzu opted not to take the Monumentalist that actually was passed up on, but maybe it's a little overrated. Xianzu just wants the speed to go absolutely bully Natty in the net. Of course, Estelle, another one of those characters that it's difficult when you have someone like Xianzu who just has so many abilities and so much core control to keep that core in the defensive half for the side of Cosmic Calamities. And Threezy and Cardbox looking to get something. Some good clears by Barcode means that both barriers will stay alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, the Monumentalist also obviously would have had a lot of value for Xianzu, but I feel like the thought process of that is going to be with Stagger Swagger, you have more base speed, and you don't really need to concern yourself too much with the damage threat anymore, right? Because if Xianzu is getting too dangerous for the side of the Cosmic Calamities to deal with, they're eventually going to start trying to take him out of the map completely. And if you're going to start recovering HP just like that every 2 seconds, obviously that's going to be a lot more difficult. As Showtime does a really good job, though. Their positioning was perfect. They were so oppressive on the barriers, and Joker in the end finds a nice little strike past Natty as well to find them the first goal of the set.
Yeah, Joker just walking it down. Beautiful play. Just knowing that there's not much you can do. Estelle can only try to throw a strike shot or throw something out. And if you just sit on the core, you'll eat that ability every day of the week. So Joker clearly using that game knowledge, scoring some good goals off of it. And Xianzu forced the flip. Threezy has the flip as well. But it is a 1v2 in the net, and Barcode clears it away. Cardbox looking for something, but the Joker is just so dominant on the side of the map.
Very dominant indeed. Does take a lot of damage here, but gets healed up by Xianzu almost immediately again. Natty, though, finding the nice angles past the barrier, making it difficult for that immobile Asher to get involved properly. As now Joker needs to be careful not be taken out by Threezy. Has the evade, holds onto life, though, as a fortunate bounce will find that second barrier, but Joker finds the edge of the map as well. Power play for Cosmic Calamities. The 3Z also very low. Needs to be careful here.
Wow, what a save coming out from Barcode. Unfortunately, can only do that one time. And what a shot. That was a ridiculous point. Somehow finding its way off the center expanse in perfectly into the bottom corner. Fast Barcode. You can't really be too mad about that one.
You cannot be mad about that one. That seems like a goal that you're cooking up in a lab at in the custom lobby for a while, as they do find it in play in the league here. But a barrier drops, and again, you can just see that speed that Mako and that now provides, just really enabling Joker to just be so oppressive up front. Not making it easy for Natty on that Estelle. Estelle also being very much a fan of not having a forward in her face, as Joker is just making her life as hard as possible with that.
Oh, Natty pushing up a little bit too far, losing that second barrier, and the Joker now trying to find the KO on Cardbox. Just walks away, isn't having any of that. Xianzu now with this little speed boost. Natty able to clear it through. Barcode just trying to get it past the Joker, just sitting in that veil, looking for something to pass the Xianzu, blocked away, but finds the Joker, who yet again finds that bottom corner. The positioning from both these players and the map control make it so hard for Natty to save this goal.
So hard to almost impossible. Xianzu with that extra speed of the Now Mines, of the Mako behind him. It's just really everywhere he needs to be and everywhere he can be. As the core now bounces back and forth, Barcode uses the flip to hold on to his own barrier as Joker finds a second one on the side of Cosmic Calamities, and it's just such a strong show of force from the side of Showtime as they find a second set in this game.
Yeah, and now Xianzu gets first pick. And look at all of these awakenings, so much speed and so much energy, all immediately showing up on this, well, now third set. Love to see Xianzu opting for the peak performance. That with the stagger swagger means a lot of speed.
A lot of speed and even more survivability, just really making sure that Xianzu's never really finding that timeout from a KO. More awakenings being dropped though. Egoist and Catalyst also going into the hands of Showtime there, enabling them even more to deal with that damage output. Natty definitely happy with a prime rapid fire pickup and 2 dash awakenings as well on the side of Cardbox and 3Z as they commence the play now. 3Z finds a huge KO though, and enabling that adrenaline rush play as well. Are they going to be able to make use of it properly though?
Yeah, we'll have to see. One of the big problems that Julie's been having is with speed, especially trying to keep up with players like Xianzu who have that speed boost. But now 3Z just has all the extra dash range. Unfortunately, not for much longer as he gets KO'd off the back, and a little bit of a miscommunication there coming out from Cosmic Calamities. Trying to protect this last barrier as it finally drops. Barcode pass up to Joker, and 3Z comes back in from downtown trying to find that. Although this sentry now in the net is a threat, and somehow Joker threads the needle through all 3 players of Cosmic Calamities.
Joker catching on to the positioning from Natty there, moving a bit too far down. Cardbox not necessarily being ready to react as the first goal of the set goes in favor of Showtime again, and side of Cosmic Calamities need to kind of find a change in play style because they're not really getting any lethal attacks going on Barcode so far. It feels like the core has mainly been in their half, and Barcode has just been holding it down from a distance, but it doesn't feel like he's been challenged an insane amount so far.
Yeah, and another beautiful strike shot from Barcode. Keep that out of the net right into the corner as Xianzu healing up the Joker and KOing 3Z. Xianzu is sitting on a level 9 right now. That's 2 above the highest player for Cosmic Calamities as Natty forced to use this flip to clear things out. The core still is in their half as that Asher ult comes through. You just have to clear it away, but Xianzu is so fast. The self-pass is getting it done. A one-man army as Barcode now has to try to defend against Cardbox. Wins the strike war yet again, but there's just too many IME sentry turrets coming through.
Too many abilities in the face of Barcode, and a core flip too many as well as Barcode dies and 3ZBZ finds the goal and the KO. this could be a good momentum shift in favor of the Cosmic Calamities if they're able to find a second goal here, but it's not going to be an easy task for sure.
No, definitely not. And we've seen Asher being used so effectively today by all of these teams. We see the Joker with a beautiful catch. Xianzu just throws the core in exactly the right spot. Passing back and forth, the Joker looking for that self-pass. Xianzu wins yet another strike war. That speed is so effective. Barcode unfortunately clears it down. Will lose a barrier for that one, and Cardbox takes the second. One flip away, as now Cosmic Calamities are punished for that. A power play for the side of Showtime. Xianzu looking for the pass to the Joker. Tries to catch it. Back to Xianzu. Able to KO 3Z and an open net for the Joker. You just got to get it to him. And Showtime is looking unstoppable right now.
They're just so oppressive with their positioning. You can just see it on the attack. Joker's forcing it from one angle. Xianzu with that extra base speed from these Awakenings, from the now pick, from the Mako and net, just covers every other clear angle. It's really difficult for Natty to find a nice clear against an oppressive team comp like that, as again, you can just see it. They're just running it down, finding those angles, finding these barriers. And it's just, you just can't really do much as an Estelle. You'd almost have to be something like an Atlas to force it through an Asher like that.
Yeah, which of course makes sense for the ban. Although unfortunately, Cosmic Calamity is the one banning Asher. Maybe in this case, not working out in their favor. The Joker on the lowest HP he's been in a while, but does that actually matter? We'll have to see. 3Z does have the flip here. Trying to find that double barrier, the Super Surge, unfortunately not working out. The Joker trying to find the flick. 3Z finally gets one, but is stuck in jail for his crimes. And the Joker almost having this core flip, the pass going up, almost finding its way off these speakers. Cardbox needs to take this. It is off the map. 3Z forced the flip just to stall time, and this is not looking good.
Just not really a savable situation there. You have the airship coming in from Joker, and Xianzu just with a flip in front of net. There's really nothing you can defend at that point anymore. A really, really strong showing from Showtime, and definitely something that definitely a good showing from them, showing that Cosmic Calamities isn't going to walk away with an easy win today.
No, and I mean, just looking at, if you want to talk about impact, let's talk about Xianzu, right? 183 redirects. 3Z had 82 as the forward. I mean, almost an extra 101 on top of the forward from Cosmic Calamities. Xianzu just has so much control of the game, almost double of all the other players' redirects. And that's just a huge problem, especially on maps like Clarion, right? Where you're able to use all of the different mutations of the map effectively, and Xianzu and the Joker were clearly doing that. Barcode doing a great job saving things, and that was Showtime's map, and they took that really easily. So we'll have to see it. This next map, Inky's Splash Zone, is a Cosmic Calamity pick, and we'll have to see if 3Z, Natty, and Cardbox are going to be able to get this done.
I'm honestly just kind of excited to see what the drafting plan is going to look like for a map like Inky's, right? You have a lot of high priority characters on there for a net or for the midfield area. I feel like Estelle's always a good pickup. You have the Drakars and the Kais if they're played. Might be a bit EU biased here, but that's at least what I have. But overall, I feel like a lot of game defining picks to be considered on a map like Inky's. So I'm excited to see where the priorities are going to lie as we're heading into this Inky's game.
I definitely expect a Kazan. I feel like the other time I've seen Inky's being played, Kazan is just a huge issue. Being able to hook it in and out of both of those splashes, I think that's a huge deal on a map like this where core control is so important. And I mean, we saw it during this last match, Showtime, so much commanding pressure, especially off of those kickoffs with that Mako speed. We'll have to see how speed plays a part in this match, because if you're able to get those barriers first, that little lever popping up is very important.
That little lever is can quite often be the decider of whether a core goes in or not. And if used correctly, you can just even split entire team comps, right? If the enemy's forward is too deep and you make use of the water beam, they can't really come back to assist in any way, shape, or form. So it's definitely something to consider. I do feel like it's going to be another game where movement speed is king, which definitely favors a player like Xianzhu, right? You've seen him play this now last game. You've seen the oppressive force he was able to lay down by just basically being everywhere he needs to be. So I'm expecting similar-esque picks. Who knows? Maybe even a Joker Octavia.
Oh, and we see it again. Team player start. That is that is going to be incredibly brutal. Yet again on Inkies, I would expect no other awakenings to come through. Wow, that is devastating.
That is gonna be another fast game. There's also size awakenings though, which means characters like Rasmus and Kazan definitely are a solid choice for that forward position as well. Amy Band coming out from Showtime, the Rasmus Band coming out from Cosmic Calamities here, and the first pick being that Kai that is just really so strong in terms of defense and force forward, depending on where it's gonna be slotted in. Atlas coming in for the side of Cosmic Calamities, though, trying to hold down the barrier, lock it down. Keep in mind, Inkies is only a one barrier map, meaning if you drop that one, you're now on an open goal, and you want to hold on to that for as long as possible. So that Atlas pick is definitely going to help locking that down.
100%. And we'll have to see how many saves are we doing. Can we get a separate side wager for that? I know we have the channel points for which team is going to win, but I would love to see how many saves we see, or if it'll just be too quick. Maybe maybe one goal goes in, they use the ult one time, and then the game is just over because it's Inkies, and you never get ult again. Who knows?
It is possible. Everything's possible on Inkies. It's just such a spectacle of a map, I'd say. But very interesting team comps coming through here. Actually, the Kazan being picked up, making use of that size, and Asher being picked up as well for that defensive lockdown on the back end. And Cosmic Calamities actually being the one that picked up the Octavia here. So we do see another Octavia game. And yet again, I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long Octavia is going to be able to live on a map like this. But that being said, that core control is very important when in high pressure situations, or in this case, high water pressure situations.
Accurate, yes. Well, for sure. I feel like again, though, you can see it's another Octavia and another team player game, right? So that extra speed that they're gonna have to deal with is gonna be able to be caught up with by that Octavia. So it's gonna be fun to see this played out. This time around as well, we don't have a spark or something next to the team player. So the only players I'm really expecting to not go team player here are likely gonna be the Kazan pick, just because he really, really enjoys that extra size. But I'm kind of expecting everyone. Maybe the Julie is also built different, but I feel like both goalies and both midfielders should be opting for that team player pickup just to accelerate the play even further.
That's right. Especially trying to get around that sort of Atlas secondary is going to be a huge issue. That team player will help out a lot just in general core control to take that one barrier. I mean, the circle in the corner is pretty devastating when you can just press your win button and get out of jail free in terms of defending that net. So team player going to be a very, very, very important pickup for the side that doesn't have it.
Yeah, most definitely. But we are getting ready. We are now loading into our beloved Inkies game. So I'm ever so excited to see that being played out. I feel like we're in for a few goofs and gaffs on that water beam. Hoping to see a few KOs, even though they shouldn't happen through it, because it's just a joy to see usually.
That's right. I would love to see some 07s in the chat whenever someone gets KO'd by the Inkies blast. So make sure you get your Twitch chat fingers typing.
Yes, but as expected, that Asher is in net for Barcode. Xianzhu picking up that Kai in midfield, and Joker on that forward Kazan. Matter of fact, it's an even split in terms of awakenings. Barcode, Joker, and Threezy all opting for the size, for the build different, enabling their characters even more as the rest has gone for the team player. So there is a slight favor for the side of Cosmic Calamities in terms of core speed, as they're playing with two team players, but that might not matter if you just get overwhelmed by pure size.
That's right. You know, I looked onto the pitch and I thought this map seems a little bit smaller than usual, but I just realized that 3 out of the 6 players in this map are using build different, so that makes sense.
And the funny button has already been found, has already been in play. Xianzu is getting close to a flip as well, as Cardbox actually takes a lot of damage here. Needs to be careful not to be taken off of the map. Uses the flip, trying to stagger Xianzu, but not quite able to do so. Xianzu then again, though, being very low, not really allowed to move where he wants to.
Yeah, able to get that reset on the speed, but not for much longer. The Joker tries to find a quick shot into the corner, but 3Z with the combo flipped away by Xianzu. A beautiful save coming out, and the Joker almost finds that angle, gets the core flip burn from Natty. And now 3Z is in a fairly decent 1v1, has the flip looking for the top corner, instead just opts to keep it alive. Cardbox now with that speed, Barcode with a beautiful save, forced to use the flip as the Joker is on such low HP. Xianzu's there to help out. The amazing clear up in that top corner. Cardbox, the pass up to 3Z. This core is moving so quick in overtime, as now we see this wall coming out to relieve a little bit of pressure. The Joker might be flying in soon. Natty able to clear that away, and Xianzu, the pass just not quite enough. That core is red core. 3Z can't even strike it. It's moving so quickly.
Yeah, both defensive goalies here, not the best at defending an open net, so you can see both midfielders, Cardbox and Xianzu, usually walking back a bit to help cover that huge area. But a nice flip from Joker just finds the gap in between Cardbox and Natty there to get the first goal of this set. And overall, I feel like looking at how it's being played out, it is pretty even. And as I say that, a KO gets found onto Cardbox.
Yeah, it's a little odd now, and the Joker finding that barrier off a beautiful angle, just throws it through the Atlas barrier. Able to make that work with that strike war. It's so important. And the Joker comes up big yet again.
Joker with a nice pass down to Xianzu to enable that team player to be even faster, to be even more of a threat, so they find that angle in the end. 2 goals now in favor of Showtime. Back pass going a bit south there, but they have an attack going on the side of Cosmic Calamities here. Are they going to be able to translate it into a goal though? Water Beam coming out, and a huge Giga Blast from Xianzu will find a KO on Cardbox again, which means power play in favor of Showtime.
Yeah, that's huge. Natty here has the flip though. Opts not to use it as Cardbox finally comes back online. Joker looking for that hook just to get some stun damage off. Try to win the strike war off of knockdown alone. The pass not quite finding its mark. 3Z had the opportunity to core flip here, but of course Barcode sitting on one in net, going to make it a little bit more difficult to spawn. Xianzu now look for that pass. 3Z opts to just KO. We'll have to see if they can win the strike war against Xianzu, as now this net is completely open and it's a power play for Cosmic Calamities.
Power play for Cosmic Calamities, but a nice slam down from Joker will find the angle past Natty there, as it's now open at the open nets. The Water Beam coming out, but Joker with a clean strike, interrupting the core before it even gets to Cardbox there to find them the 3rd goal of the set and a clean 3-0 in this Inkies game. A very important Awakening draft coming up here as well, I assume, as we have some high-value Awakenings in here.
Ooh, did somebody say twin drive? I know Natty is just drooling over that right now, as we'll likely be able to get it, assuming that's what they decide to pick up. Sure enough, that's a huge, huge, huge game changer for Natty.
That is for sure, allowing for even more defensive strength. I do fear that rapid fire pickup for Cardbox also going to be able to help up with that flow state as long as possible. Sparks going into the hands of 3G as well, being a potential threat as we're going deeper into these sets. But Showtime's still very, very happy. Knife Edge allowing Xianzu to be even faster, being more of a threat along those edges. And obviously, the second size Awakenings for Joker gonna enable this Kazan so much.
Oh, absolutely. The Joker has already been a huge threat on this offensive half. And now you have a bigger crooked leverage. I think that's what everyone on the side of Showtime wants, but maybe not for the Cosmic Calamities.
Definitely not something you are happy seeing, but the core's just bouncing back and forth. Xianzu doing a good job holding control of it in the midfield there, as neither side really can set up a lethal attack on the barriers just yet. Xianzu trying to run up at the bottom though, but Cardbox with Flow State holding on to this core a little bit longer than the side of Showtime would like to. The Flow State running out now in the end. Core bounces back and forth. Threezy Breezy not quite able to find the dash punch through Barcode though, as they're holding it down on both ends.
Yeah, I think Natty may have thought they had core flip there. Not quite sure. It looks like they're just a pixel away from it. Now one set down. Looking to try to make things work. A core flip from Threezy on the barrier will secure it alongside Cardbox. That gate could not open quick enough, as finally Cosmic Calamity able to score their first goal of the series.
They were able to hold on to the core in front of the net there perfectly to just get a freebie after they've taken the barrier. Cardbox now dropping down for using the Flow State as well. Has a flip to his name. Are they going to be able to use it though or not? That is the question here, as the core now slowly goes all the way up to Joker. Joker trying to toy with it a little bit. Xianzu being in the right spot though to catch the core and keep the offense up.
And what's nice too is we see Cardbox sort of just sitting in this goalie box, and of course Natty has the team player, so all he has to do is just throw it. And most of the time the forward and midfielders coming out from Showtime just won't have enough strike cooldown. They've already struck, and you can just get a really free clear and a free barrier there, although it seemed pretty expensive. That's a very difficult angle to find. The Giga not quite timed. Xianzu almost finding that, but Breezy in the net. Barcode with an amazing goal line save there, as somehow this Showtime defense is looking unstoppable right now.
Barcode's just really covering all angles that he needs to. He's on a less mobile goalie like this Asher, but together with that size, still is able to cover all the dangerous angles that he needs to. As Joker's down onto Stagger, almost taken out. The Giga Blast from Xianzu, not quite able to score the goal there though. And we're just in perma red core. At this point, it's going to come down to reactions. Who's going to be able to keep up with this speed? Who's going to be able to do not miss this crucial strike to hold on to the goal?
That's right, and Xianzu and the Joker are in a good place to pass it back and forth to each other. Xianzu does have that team player, and a beautiful find there for that final barrier on the side of Showtime. Natty here has the core flip, will opt to hit that lever. Threezy has the opportunity to cause a lot of pressure. The flip almost hooked away by the Joker. Finds that demon angle, but not able to score just yet. Xianzu up to Joker, blocked away yet again by Natty, and this core is moving so fast.
And you can really just tell by how that the situation is extremely volatile for both sides, because both Xianzu and Cardbox barely even dare to move into the enemy half. Because with that team player, it just goes so fast, as a nice defensive angle from the side of Showtime there will still keep the ball alive, and a beautiful flip from Cosmic Calamities though will be able to find the core and find the goal in favor of them.
Yeah, Xianzu pushed a pixel up too far to get that play done with the Joker, which left that bottom corner of the net open. Barcode being a much less mobile goalie doesn't fare as well when that barrier is completely gone. Although still, we see two core flips on the side of Showtime, which leaves plenty of opportunity to take that barrier.
They do have both the flips. Are they going to be using them though? Because if you're not using them, at what point do you do? Because we are now looking at one goal away for Cosmic Calamities to find this set. One flip has been used by Barcode to hold on to the defense. It's the second one by Xianzu to take a nice barrier, playing around this Atlas almost perfectly. As now the water cannon is going to come out, finds a KO, finds two of them on the same person, as Natty's ultimate is going to be able to hold on to Cardbox just a bit, but sadly it's placed inside of the water cannon. And obviously at that point the plays already progressed so fast that it's almost impossible to save for the side of Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, ironically the fastest character in the game is the one that gets caught by the fairly stationary object. The Joker yet again finds a huge barrier, but Threezy just KOs them instead.
But a really nice timing on that water cannon there from Barcode, because it forced Natty to use the flip not to be taken out of the map. Meaning that's just a flip that's entirely gone now. Also, another flip from Threezy being used there, not able to find the barrier, but in the end, with nice passing back and forth, they do find it. Now, open goal situations, and we've been here before. Of course, going to bounce back and forth. The question is who's going to be able to get a lethal attack going first. Threezy trying his best to get a dash punch set up, but not quite able to find one. As Flip now comes out from Cardbox, but Joker with a beautiful hook denies that almost immediately and puts it into the net. We're now on a goal 5 situation for the second set.
Yeah, I'm surprised these sets are lasting as long as they are, especially with the team player, but it just goes to show how good all these goalies are in the NASL. Of course, top tier talent as Barcode looking to clear things out. Almost gets caught off guard by Cardbox. You weren't looking with that Octavia ult. It's just a surprising amount of damage if you're not expecting it.
Surprising amount of damage and surprising amount of force as well, as Threezy with a nice dash punch will find this barrier. Open net now on the side of Barcode, and a water cannon that is ready to be shot at any time. As it comes out now, delivers core all the way up to the front. Cardbox catches it, but again, Xianzu moving back to assist Barcode. Barcode, although, saving it on his own already perfectly fine. It's Expanse coming out from Natty there to hold on to the barrier as Joker's down to roughly 200 HP.
Yeah, and Xianzu with that Knife's Edge pickup and those Magnetized Souls is actually moving faster than Octavia in her flow state, which is something to note. We see Xianzu able to catch up and just keep so much core control as the Joker looking to find something instead. Taken off the pitch is Xianzu, and now you got to stick to defense. This is not where you want to be, especially on a 0.5 situation, as Cardbox just not able to find the angle. Barcode has the flip and is able to stall it. Xianzu reads the clear by Natty, who still has the core flip. But all three players are back online now. Threezy is looking for something. The flip comes out and finds the top corner. Barcode cannot dash quick enough. And somehow Cosmic Calamities claw their way back through this set.
They had a really rough time to find that goal in the power play, but in the end, they clean flip from Cardbox using that team player speed up. It's just way too fast for Barcode to react to properly. As we're now going into this draft, a lot of strong awakenings here for the Octavia. Chrono Boost being picked up for Cardbox and Fight or Flight going to the way of Kai. Both of these midfielders just really speeding up their gameplay here, finding those speed awakenings.
That's right. Threezy also gets their second Spark of Strength, and now Focus. Which means Threezy is a real threat. You got to be careful of those ultimate abilities now. And Natty picking up the Monumentalist, and of course Chrono going to Cardbox. I feel like of these two teams, you're probably the happiest if you're Cosmic Calamities, but don't get me wrong, Showtime got some amazing awakenings as well.
You're definitely more happy if you're Cosmic Calamities, especially if you find a so important KO on Barcode there, as they're now in a power play, making use of the water cannon as well, but not quite able to force the core in just yet. Never mind, Cardbox finds the strike past all three of Showtime there. And I also want to highlight that Monumentalist pickup for Natty is going to do so much work, because before, quite a few barriers have been taken from Xianzu and Joker by just playing around that Atlas Expanse, right? Because it's just not quite big enough to cover the entire barrier at once. Now that Monumentalist is just going to be able to completely negate that pass around play, at least the way it worked before, by just covering such a bigger area here. As damage is being pumped by both teams, the ultimate from Atlas has to come out to keep Cardbox alive. And Joker on no evades, no HP, trying his best to keep on to life here.
Wow, and Barcode able to survive there, potentially by those powerhouse pauldrons. And wow, I think that may have been an own goal from the Joker with that top spin.
Yeah, I think Joker just ever so slightly readjusted the path of the core there, unfortunately, so Xianzu wasn't able to strike it. And it feels like we just started the set, but we're already 2-0 up for the side of Cosmic Calamities here, as they have a flip to Threezy's name as well. Are they going to be able to use that for the barrier, though, or are they going to hold on to it for a little bit later?
That's right, and all four players just sitting in that top corner, and a beautiful barrage from Xianzu will find the barrier. They're looking for the pass now, but the core is on the wrong side. The Joker is stunned away by Natty, looking to find something here as Threezy clears it away. That core flow speed ends up aiding Barcode. But of course, Xianzu, the only one with team player on the side of Showtime. You just have to get it to the Joker from Xianzu, and the opportunity is not striking.
Yeah, Most definitely. The course bouncing back and forth though. 3Z almost being able to find that clean edge of that barrier, but not quite able to do so. As again, you can just see like there's a lot of positional play going on, right? A lot of both sides want to make use of their team players as much as possible, but both sides also doing a really good job of denying that, which means it's just going to come down to those little missteps, you know, to allow one team to get more threats on the board. As a strong offense now comes out from the side of Showtime, but Cosmic Calamity's holding on to this point for long enough so far.
Yeah, the Joker holding on for dear life almost finds that stuff through the center. And Barcode has been so patient in the net, using these abilities and striking. Always last, and what a save from Natty. Presses the win button and burns the core flip away from the Joker, and all you have to do is not get stuffed, although this core is moving so fast as we approach overtime. 3Z has to try to find something and will find a KO. On a 4 KO streak right now is Xianzhu, almost getting the job done by himself.
Uses the flip offensively there, not quite able to find it though, but Xianzhu again just holding on core control so well here. As Cartbox finds the angle to take the barrier, 3Z finds another KO, power play coming out for the side of Cosmic Calamities here. And they're trying to get the core past here, but not quite able to do so. 3Z actually being more of a threat to Xianzhu, as Xianzhu is being taken low again.
Wow, yeah, and here comes the water cannon again. Natty has almost nothing to defend, and the Joker takes advantage of that. A little self-pass off the bottom corner. Despite there being immense pressure on the Showtime half, Showtime comes away with the goal.
Showtime just really held on to that point long enough to set themselves up with that extra core speed, and it really will just always come down to those small positioning mistakes at this point. Both teams have scaled a decent bit so far. They've both found awakenings to enable them as much as possible, but so there's a lot of opportunities for both of them as well, but they're being played around properly from both of them as well, as a KO is being found from the side of Cosmic Calamities. Now Cartbox trying to make use of that flow state, trying to get around Barcode here as they force it through him successfully. Open net now as Cosmic Calamities looks to close out this set.
Open net, but does have that lever to potentially get out of jail free. As Natty and Cartbox defending here, Natty decides to step on it. The Barcode should have time to stall it. 3Z somehow finds another KO, this time on the Xianzhu, the player who's been controlling the midfield so much and the pace of the game. The Joker just has to try to stall things out while he waits for his ally to come back online. And the Joker now, look at this, able to just 1v3, get the core past the entirety of Cosmic Calamities right now as the flip comes out from 3Z. The dash through with a beautiful save by Xianzhu, finding that bottom corner and keeping them in this game. The Joker now sitting on almost core flip, but such low HP, a beautiful evade to stay alive from 3Z. And the Joker and Xianzhu are moving right now.
They are moving so much, but they're not moving quite enough, as a clean strike war from 3Z there will find that goal through Barcode, and that's a second set win for them, and it's another Octavia first pick. So there's a lot of awakenings that could be great for you here, and you're looking at stuff like stacks, you're looking at stuff like Catalyst, Super Surge, Aerials, Cast last even. So Cartbox definitely very happy with this Cast last pickup. There's also another Spark in rotation. Wonder if Joker's going to deny that off of 3Z.
Yeah, we will see, and instead 3Z gets a third Spark, plus built different. Yeah, definitely watch out for 3Z now, but you know, that being said, Xianzhu picking up stacks on stacks, yet another speed awakening. Xianzhu's been really controlling the pace of this game almost the entire time, able to essentially 1v3 on defense and sort of make up for Barcode's lack of mobility.
Makes up for it for sure, but that stacks and stacks could be both a blessing or a curse, because 3Z has been finding so many good KOs on the edge already, and having picked up an awakening like stacks just paints a target on your back, right? Because now suddenly killing you is going to give you even more than just XP, but 3Z with nice core control holds on to that core in front of the barrier there and takes it with a clean dash punch. As the water cannon gets activated, Xianzhu almost being forced in by 3Z, but not quite in the end, as 3Z runs up now, is close to flip. Cartbox holding on to core, 3Z setting himself up here Nice dash punch, doesn't get past Barcode though. Flip in front of the net will push it right through Xianzu and Barcode.
Yeah, unfortunately, 3Z not able to celebrate with Card Box as they were KO'd off the side. But, you know, that being said, this is huge right now for Cosmic Calamities. This is their map pick, and we see it coming out with some of these attempts. We see 3Z doing something creative, looking for KOs into the side of the map in this case, but also into the water cannon, which is, you know, something that you have to know about this map, and it's something that maybe players on Showtime aren't necessarily looking out for.
Yeah, and they are definitely not looking out for some of these edges as well at times, as a two-man power play was being played out there, but Barcode doing what he does best, holding down that barrier, not giving it up to the side of Cosmic Calamities, as now Xianzu and Joker are back in play. Heartbox has that flow state up though. Are they going to be able to make use of it properly, as they're trying to get the core up to 3Z, 3Z being able to take that barrier as well, as Barcode now is again stuck defending an open barrier. Heartbox trying to take Barcode out of the map. Not quite able to do it though, as 3Z is now holding a flip of their own. Maybe can try to use that to force it past the defensive end of Xianzu and Barcode.
That's right, and when we see Cardbox in that flow state, it's so scary. A beautiful save by Barcode, and another one to follow from Xianzu with the pass to the Joker, securing that final barrier. And now you have to be careful. There's the water cannon coming out. Barcode trying to get it up to the Joker. An insane back pass almost to Xianzu as he burns all of his abilities trying to find the way and the path to this goal. But we see the two players just sitting in net. You're gonna have to take a perfect shot or be in the right place. Unfortunately, Barcode there isn't, and Cosmic Calamities now are 1 point away from taking this game and maintaining their perfect record in NASL.
Yeah, you saw the positioning from 3Z there being actually really strong, because what he did, he's essentially positioned himself along Xianzu to just make sure that there's no passing play between Joker and Xianzu to enable that team player. And on top of that, consistently also threatens a KO on Xianzu if he's misstepping. But this point, again, being another statement point almost from Showtime, finding a quick KO and translating into a barrier take into a goal pretty swiftly here, as they take the first point of this set, showing that this game is very much not even close to over.
No, there's no free wins in the NASL, and Cardbox almost KO'd yet again. Natty has to drop the ultimate to try to heal them again, and we see you just press the spacebar or the shift key, and all of a sudden you guys are completely safe in the net. And of course, you know, Natty just has another one to sit on too. That secondary is so important for the defense, and with this core flip will make it that much easier to defend. But for Showtime looking to potentially close it out here,
trying to close it out, but not quite able to do that because their KO has been found again from Cosmic Calamities. 3Z just really having the eye for these edges, as Cardbox also makes use of that Octavia ultimate to get a KO on Barcode. Now, are they going to be able to find the barrier, though? Not quite, as Xianzu holds it down. Flip from 3Z missing as well. The barrier finally drops, but Barcode is back on the field.
Sure is, but Cardbox is moving quickly with this flow state, and there's a KO and yet a double. An explosive end to that game as Cosmic Calamity evens out this series 1-1. And we're heading to Atlas's lab.
07 in chat for Joker being caught by the water cannon in the end there. But you can definitely see why Cosmic Calamities picked up this map. I feel like they've had such great control throughout the entirety of this game. And 3Z in the end, being able to rack up a total of 9 KOs, just really making good use of that Julie as well. Those 3 sparks coming into play to enable them very, very much.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. Cosmic Calamities doing a great job at taking that map, and for an Inky's game to actually last 25 minutes is very impressive, so, especially one with team player nevertheless. So we're definitely in for a treat that match, and we'll have to see how these teams decide to switch things up for Atlas's lab.
Yeah, also we've just been informed as well, Cosmic Calamities picking that Inky's map not for nothing, because they've been 3-0 on Inky, so keeping up that streak of being undefeated on this map. Definitely a map to look out for in the future as well if you're playing against them. But more importantly, we're now going to be moving into the deciding map, being Atlas's lab. And in terms of execution, Atlab's going to be a very, very different map than Inky's.
That's right. Definitely more similar to Clarion Corp, which of course Showtime was more favored in, of course, taking that map #1. And will there be any specific bans? I mean, we saw the Atlas ban, I believe, coming out on map 1. You don't ban it map 2. All of a sudden, the Atlas wins. Coincidence? Probably. But we might see it again for map #3.
It's likely a coincidence, but we can start to believe it. For AtLab, I feel like though there is going to be more so looking at, if you're still opting for defensive goalies, you're probably looking more so towards the Makos. Obviously, Barcode also being a really good player on that Mako, so expecting that to be picked up. And again, AtLab is also a map. It's just really going to depend on the Awakenings, what kind of playstyle you're going to be getting. Because if you have a Deadeye on the board, you are looking to execute the enemy team as much as possible, as opposed to when you have something like maybe a Peak Performance, a Castellast, or a Stagger Swagger, when you're trying to opt a little bit more on the control end.
That's right. And, you know, Sloth, we've seen team players so many times today. What are the odds that we hit it again? I think the random seed might be broken. Will we get like a 5th game today or a 4th game today with team player? Who knows?
I personally, as much as I enjoy some team player, I feel like there's a limit. And going into this game, that limit has been reached. We are looking at Adrenaline Rush and Chrono Boost. Still really interesting awakenings because they do enable a variety of picks, right? The Adrenaline Rush enables a pure kill comp, locking in stuff like Amy, Estelle, Vice, Finnies, Lunas even, and Zentaro in that forward department. But the Chrono Boost, again, also enabling a lot of these movement speed midfieldy picks, like the Kai, like the Now, or even an Octavia. So again, it's gonna be interesting to see what people are gonna opt for. I feel like if there's gonna be a style mismatch where one team tries to play more movement speed heavy and the other team's gonna try to play more kill heavy, it's gonna come down to execution. It's gonna come down to if the kill team can actually take out the control team fast enough that they have really good cards in their hands to win the series. And if they don't, time's just going to run out.
That's right. And we already see one ban coming out from Cosmic Calamities. We see the Kai being banned, especially with that wow. It's over for me. That Icky's game melted my brain. Yeah, I mean, we see the Kai and Octavia bans, of course, 2 characters that are extremely strong with the Chrono Boost. There it is. I said it. Are you guys proud of me? I did it.
Good job. You got it out. Yeah, but the Kai obviously being a great Chrono Boost user, and so is the Octavia. Showtime showing some respect to Cardbox's Octavia that game, not wanting to run the risk of having to play into it again, takes it out almost immediately, as Cosmic Calamities will be picking up the Mako for themselves. Natty making sure to make use of that extra speed that Mako can provide, and also denying the pick off of Barcode, which is definitely a good pick as well.
Yeah, and we see the Now coming out once again. Of course, this time probably going to Shianzu yet again, right? I would imagine. But you know, a pretty good a character if you deny Kai. Now is sort of the replacement, right? You have that stuff, you have those primaries like a barrage almost in a way where you're able to just sort of gain an extra strikes. And so we do see the Now Atlas coming out. That will be a very strong defense for that side, and we'll have to see if the other team's able to break through.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see what the side of Cosmic Calamities will be picking up for their midfield option here, because like you said, that Now and that Kai, they're really the speed up midfield to just enable and their team as much as possible being everywhere at once. Other characters like that could do stuff like that. It would be something like an Era, but we're being thrown for a loop here as there's a Kazan and Erasmus pickup. Now, I'm personally not quite sure where which character goes. Do you have an idea here?
I could not tell you. I mean, I think all that's happening right now is the core controlled comp, right? I mean, we have the speed boost coming out from the Mako, and I mean, it's I don't know. It's basically 2 forwards. You kind of have midfielders, but I guess if you're fast enough, does it matter?
I don't think it does. And the thing is as well, if it is going to be a Kazan Rasmus combo for that forward department, you have a Malko behind you that's speeding you up. And in terms of forwards, Kazan and Rasmus both have a lot of core control utilities as well. So I'm very intrigued to see how this is going to play out. I feel like this could be a big hit or a big miss, because the side of Showtime is playing a much more standard, right? Lockdown goalie, speed up midfield, and force forward. So we'll see how well that matches up with each other. I feel like it can work pretty well, but I'm not fully confident on it just yet. I want to see it played out first.
Absolutely. And of course, we'll have to see which striker goes to which role. Something you cannot count out because there's definitely some synergies coming out. Of course, we do see the Mako will fall to Natty, who will be playing that on goalie. So yeah, sure enough, Cardbox and 3Z are going to be making this Rasmus Kazan sort of midfield forward combo work.
I am very excited to see this be played out, actually. I do feel like there is quite a bit that can be done here. Obviously, Rasmus also being very much an enjoyer of the Chrono Boost. Maybe that's the idea as well, to have Rasmus be that midfielding party to hold down using that speed up you get from your secondary together with that Chrono Boost. To kind of be a lesser version of the Kai in a way.
That's right. And game 3, this is the decider really for Cosmic Calamities if they're able to keep their perfect run established throughout this. And if they keep doing double barriers like that, I think they'll be able to go 6-0.
If they keep that up, that is for sure, but there's still an open net and there's still a barcode to get through as Xianzu also assists on the defensive end there. Joker getting rather low, but in turn takes the barrier. 3Z also being down to his last of 8 there, walks into the now sentry on accident, is bound being staggered as now the force is coming out from the side of Showtime, but not quite able to find the goal just yet. As Joker almost gets taken out, but not quite yet.
Yeah, both of these teams almost losing a player, but somehow no power play yet. As we start to approach overtime here, 3Z and Cardbox have a lot of pressure, but immediately relieved by the core flip. Joker, unfortunately, not able to find it past Natty's secondary there, which survives just a little bit longer than you might expect. Joker now looking for this dribble with the flick, taking so much damage from the center of the map. The healing does come out from Atlas, but the Joker is just all the way past midfield, trying to be a bother to Natty.
Yeah, if the side of Showtime is not lacking anything, it's gonna be healing together with that now an Atlas pick, right? So Joker will have some utility to stay up there, but also finds a nice little catch there to shoot it in between Natty and Cardbox. Sadly, neither of them really being able to defend that straight away as they find the first goal. Energy-wise, though, there's still a pretty strong advantage for the side of Cosmic Calamities. They do have 2 flips to their name. Are they going to be able to use them, though, to find maybe a double barrier here?
That's right. And, you know, the Joker on this Asher forward is such a problem, especially against Natty, right? We see Natty there trying to use that primary to just assist the forwards, right? To keep the core with Cardbox and 3Z. But instead, the Joker just sits in between the passing lane and makes it so you can't do anything. Although, once the core does get there, 3Z will just flip it into the top corner.
They do use both of these both of the flips for this play, so they have caught up in terms of goals. But now, obviously, they're playing in a pretty hefty energy disadvantage as Joker is getting close to having a flip, has it now, uses it in front of the barriers, almost double barriering, not quite though, has to dash into 3Z's open umbrella. Will take him out of the map. Power play in favor of Cosmic Calamities here. Are they going to be able to find it both of the barriers, or will it just stay at one?
Yeah, Barcode with a good strike shot will allow the Joker to come back. Hopefully this time not into 3Z's umbrella again, as he almost turns it around on Cardbox, taking a lot of damage from this ultimate. Natty will just try to be a problem now. The Cardbox is staggered, makes it back and secures the second barrier around the world. As now Showtime has the chance to show what they're made of in this offense. 3Z able to punch it through, almost finds it with that umbrella. Looking for something. Cardbox ends up taking the own barrier with the center. That's very unfortunate for Cosmic Calamities, as the Joker now has to pick which side, has to get it past this core flip from Natty. And Xianzu manages to do it. Cardbox caught a little bit too low, and the passing play from Showtime has been immaculate all throughout this series.
Yeah, Showtime just really showing a lot of great team play going together into this series, going through these games. Just really taking advantage of the slight missteps that happen from time to time from Cosmic Calamities, but Cosmic Calamities almost immediately punching back as they take one barrier. Flip comes out from Xianzu there, doesn't find anything though. Joker uses the flip here as well, but gets immediately caught by Natty. Xianzu now down to no evades, pretty low HP as well. Needs to be careful not to die.
That's right, and Xianzu here kind of put on the back foot, especially with Natty on this chrono boost, makes it so much harder to push up. And you know that both the forwards and midfielder can just fly back, and is somehow living, uses that ult to heal back up and teleports back to avoid the crooked leverage. Xianzu is a master of survivability.
Just not able to die, it feels like almost, as now Threezy needs to hold on to dear life. Gets taken out by Barcode. Power play in favor of Showtime. You do have a flip on Cardbox here on the defensive end. Uses it and actually finds the angle on the barrier as well. Now on top of that, holds on to core control to allow Threezy to come back into the play, as we're now in an attacking position for Showtime. But overall, it was a negative power play for the side of Showtime here.
That's right, one flip is sometimes all it takes, and Barcode is in a much worse situation. Has to flip now, looking for that angle himself, but not quite able to find it. See Cardbox in this top corner, so many players. Threezy with a good read, and another shot into the bottom corner. Barcode predicts it, but it does not move quick enough. Threezy ties this set up 2-2.
We're going into a 0.5 in this first set, and just how this overall series has been, it's again another close one, right? Both sides playing it out really well, both sides playing off of the advantage that they're able to find. Threezy with a nice hook, double barriers Barcode, not much he can do, and sets himself up with a beautiful open umbrella as well to just force it through Barcode. Threezy completely dismantling the defense of Barcode there.
Yeah, Cosmic Calamity's looking strong, able to score those 2 points in a row, and once again we have yet another insane awakening opportunity here. We see Catalyst and Ego as two huge energy awakenings popping up, but also Prime Time on that crooked leverage is going to do some work for Threezy, able to have so much more core control, especially alongside Cardbox.
Yeah, the Catalyst being picked up from Natty there as well, enabling even more of aids from the side of Barcode as well. 1-3 punch going into the hands of Cardbox, allowing to speed up the play even more so with strike secondaries from that Rasmus. And in the end, Joker also pretty happy to start sparking it up. If they do find even more, that's going to have a lot of value. As of right now, though, I feel like one single spark of agility ain't going to do the difference.
It might not, but that speed will help a little bit, at least with those magnetized souls, as Barcode barely manages to get back to that second barrier as Natty drops one of their own. Xianzu on the low HP, but we'll just heal everyone up. I feel like we see more healing coming out, but not much more. Xianzu taken off the back of the net. We'll have to see if they can capitalize on it, as there's 5 seconds on this respawn. The pass up to Cardbox, looking for that pendulum swing, not quite able to find it. Using that Death Touch on Joker, trying to see if they were close enough to the edge, but in this scenario, not quite, as we reset to neutral.
Back into neutral pay, the side of Showtime almost finds a lethal attack there, but Natty doing a really good job holding it down. Has a flip to his name as well if he needs it, and Joker now getting a bit low, needs to be careful. Flip comes out, but a nice strike shot shuts that down. Natty doesn't even have to use the flip to defend that. Still has it here, but Joker plays around him extremely well, not really allowing any defense, and again, a nice mine from Xianzu shuts down any kind of clear from Natty there.
Yeah, the Showtime offense. We'll see. See how Xianzu and Joker are right now, perfectly parallel with each other? Look for that in another 15 seconds, and that's typically how the barrier is going to fall. We see these passes just taking advantage of Natty being in the net, where you just simply can't cover the entire pitch. And that's what this team forces you to do, as Cardbox and Threezy now just trying to brute force it into this corner. Somehow Cardbox stays alive. I don't even know how that's possible.
That very much felt like it should have been taken off of the map, but we are yet proven wrong. There's a power play possibility here, as Joker's getting a bit low. You do have 2 flips on the side of Cosmic Calamities, one being brought out by Cardbox now, not quite able to get past the defense from Barcode though. But that still means there's abilities that have been used to hold on to that barrier. The abilities are going to come back though now, as Showtime holds the core on the half of the Cosmic Calamities pretty well. Xianzu has a flip to his name as well, so does Joker now. Are they going to use it though and find this barrier? No, Joker has to use it defensively to not die, but a beautiful ultimate from Asher will force Natty away from the defense there. Flip from Xianzu comes out, And with a nice combination of abilities and strikes, the side of Showtime will find their second goal of this set.
Yeah, the Joker, beautiful. That's all you need to do to get it done. It's simple. Just click second. The Joker is someone that can consistently do that, especially on this Asher character. See Barcode now. Almost survives that, but ends up losing that bottom barrier. Of course, that's okay. It's the second one that matters. As Natty looking to survive both of these. Cardbox will be in the bottom, but Breezy's taking some damage. We see such a good job of Cosmic Calamity just using that speed, especially Cardbox using that secondary to just self-clear it, as they know no members of Showtime are going to be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, that Chrono Boost just really enabling Erasmus to play something like a midfielding position as well, being able to catch up with basically anything being thrown at him as they clear the core through the bottom again, try to set themselves up for an attack, but Barcode interrupts it so early. And again, 3Z Breezy just takes a lot of damage. Needs to be careful not to be taken off of the map here, as Natty has a flip for the defensive end. We'll see if he has to use it. A nice primary from Xianzu, though, forces it right past Natty, and Natty a little bit slow on that flip as well. As there's now an open net on the side of Cosmic Calamities, so is there one on Showtime as 3Z Breezy finds the angle. Core now going back and forth, still being rather fast as we're starting to hit overtime now, but it's just bouncing around. It's just really trying to find a target, trying to find an attack here. Cardbox takes a lot of damage himself.
That's right, Cardbox in this corner. Xianzu, actually not the one getting that, but the Joker instead. Teleporting around and able to find it just right in between the middle. And Showtime takes one's evening it up again. You know, despite Cosmic Calamities being completely undefended or undefeated this season, this match seems incredibly even.
It is incredibly even. Both sides are just really putting forth their A-game so far. Xianzu holding down that midfield so well for the side of Showtime. But it gets answered by Cosmic Calamities almost immediately always, as his stacks on stacks is going to enable Xianzu even more to have that speed, to have that pressure. Another spark pickup for Joker is definitely something he likes seeing as well. On the other hand, though, extra special for Natty is going to help on the defensive end. Another Size Awakening for 3Z is going to make his life as a Kazan a lot easier. And a Cast the Last on Rasmus, just ever so slightly enabling him even more in that midfield position, so his secondary is a faster buff. As this was a 6-second point. What happened?
Yeah. Yeah, we need to bring Vine back. I mean, you could post that entire point on there. That filled up the whole 6 seconds. That is ridiculous coming out of Showtime.
That is a really well executed point there, just forcing it, and Natty just had nothing to do as a KO gets found but gets saved by Barcode there. One barrier dropping now on the side of Showtime. They are answering almost immediately for with a barrier on their own, though. Second one dropping out as well. Natty has a flip if he needs to use it here.
That's right. Looks like we'll be able to keep it alive as Xianzu teleports back to help on the defense. Easy putting those abilities in, but not making it work just yet. That prime time has so many uses. Greasy just dribbling in front of the net, and the Joker has to find the right opportunity to take this barrier, but instead Barcode is KO'd off the top, and the pass back and forth between Cardbox and 3Z will secure that first goal. This one being a little bit longer than 6 seconds.
Yeah, Xianzu has a lot of speed built up already, but not quite enough to keep up with that passing play. Stacks and Stacks is starting to scale a bit more, though, so definitely something you need to look out for as it gets more and more scary. The more speed Xianzu will be able to pick up here. The barrier drops on the side of Cosmic Calamities. Flip comes out from Joker, not really able to find what he wants there. Barrier being traded back, but again, it's Atlab. You don't really care for that first barrier loss. You want to hold down that second one, and you can very much see that in the playstyles from both Natty and Barcode so far.
Sure enough, 3Z not quite able to get it past Barcode, but all the abilities are gone now from Barcode as that core is stuck in that corner. And speaking of which, Natty with the strike shot, the ult can almost reach the goalie box there, but 3Z in the right place at the right time, able to catch that core and secure yet another goal for Cosmic Calamities. One more, and they're up 1 set against Showtime, which is clearly no easy feat as we've seen in the series.
Yeah, I just really want to point out as well the patience that 3Z had there, just to wait out that strike shot, knowing that Barcode is the one that is likely to act first there, and just immediately punishing it as soon as that strike shot came out. A lot of damage, though, now being dealt to Cardbox. Needs to be a bit wary of the edge there as the core bounces back and forth. Natty has a flip as well to use on the defensive end if they do feel like they need to use it. Core bouncing back and forth though now. Freezy with a beautiful hook will be able to find the first barrier. Are they going to be able to find the second one? Natty a bit late on the strike. Uses the flip to hold on to this point because they had to, otherwise the primary would have taken it. Second barrier now dropping as well. 2 open nets and an umbrella from Freezy will catch Barcode and the core perfectly as they take the second set. And now Cosmic Calamities is 1 set away from keeping up their unbeaten streak to go 6-0.
That's right, and the potential for Twin Drive as well coming out from 3Z would mean so many abilities. I mean, I think 8 total, right? Considering if you use the ult from Kazan. We'll have to see if that ends up getting denied away, or if instead that will fall to somebody like Cardbox. But yeah, opting for the Demolitionist on 3Z, that extra size paired with the big fish is just going to be a big problem.
That's going to be a massive problem, but I feel like an even bigger problem is allowing Xianzu to have something like the team player. We've seen how well he does use that on the Inkies game with the Kai beforehand. And also a third Spark pickup for Joker is going to make sure that with the resilience, he's not going to die anytime soon. With the agility, he's going to be able to cover basically the entire map with just base movement speed sitting at 184. And then the Strength Spark, meaning that Asher is definitely going to be a KO threat as well, as the side of Cosmic Calamities doesn't really have any sustainability for themselves.
That's right, and the sustainability will have to just be purely skill based off of movement and just getting out of the way when you see someone coming. And in this case, we see the barrier drop already. 3Z though has so many abilities. He can just 1 versus 3 almost. Not quite finding its mark this time as the strike is a little bit too late. The Joker stuffs it through. Natty, no opportunity to burn that core flip as he was in hit stun the whole time.
Nothing you can do against it, and yeah, looking back at these awakenings, like this has been such a fortunate draft for Showtime here. Being able, I didn't even notice it, but they also picked up Twin Drive for Barcode. That's gonna help you so much more in the defensive end there.
Definitely, and we see it going into play already. I don't think there's been a time this set just yet where they've lost both the barriers. Although potential caster's curse as the second one finally does fall. Xianzu stuck in this corner with low HP, but the Atlas will be healing it up, and a beautiful strike from Cardbox keeps that barrier alive for a little bit longer. As the Joker canceling out that speed boost, does not want those forwards to have any control. But still, even on low HP, Cosmic Calamities are a menace when it comes past the midfield line.
Yeah, Cardbox doing such a good job using that Rasmus to hold on to control there. Gets taken out in the end as a lot of damage is continuously dumped into them. Barcode has to use the flip here as well to defend. Joker trying to get past Natty, but Natty doing a really good job using these abilities. Being a bit late on the strike there though, unfortunately, and a nice hit from Joker will shoot that core directly into the net. As we're now 1 goal away from Showtime, forcing us into a set 5.
A potential fitting end for both of these teams who seem so evenly matched. We see now Cardbox, thankfully not punished immediately, but will be a little bit later for hitting that one back into the net. And the Joker somehow not able to take that second one as Natty saves it again and again before it finally falls. And a nice strike shot from Barcode keeps things alive a little bit longer. But Cardbox is on low HP, and the Joker has almost double the HP of Cardbox. This time, an undefined amount as he's taken off the pitch. The Joker looking for the strike through. The flip coming through from 3Z to save it. Will keep it alive for a little bit longer. There's 1 second left before Cardbox comes up, but will it be long enough? It will not. Barcode, I believe, actually getting this one. Or instead, Xianzu. There's so many assists. All these players helping out to secure this. And sure enough, we go to set number 5 on game 3.
I don't know how Cosmic Calamities held on to that point for as long as they did. If I'm thinking of something that's impossible to defend against, it's gonna be something like an Adrenaline Rush triple Spark Joker, only being beaten out by an Adrenaline Rush 4 Spark Joker. So, but definitely exciting as we're now going into this game 3 set 5, and Awakenings are dropping left and right. Fight or Flight being picked up for 3Z is going to allow to enable him even more speed going to Xianzu, a missile prop in favor of Natty, allowing that Mako to be so much stronger as well. And Barcode extremely happy to pick up something like a rapid fire, making use of these primaries even more now to hold on to this point as we're going into this final set of the series.
Yeah, 2 speed awakenings though on the side of Showtime is very scary. We've seen what they're able to do with these speed, especially players like Xianzu and the Joker, who's looking to get it through right now. 3Z on such low HP, actually able to steal that orb, I believe. Will be healed up a little bit, but not before almost being taken off the pitch by Xianzu.
I just really quick want to point out, by the way, the base movement speed from Joker is sitting at around the 300 mark, and the way he's running around that midfield line as well, making use of these Maxwells so much, he's essentially playing on 700 movement speed permanently. So that peak performance is going to do so much in terms of that movement speed. Asher being fast is not something I would really want to be dealing with, as the Atlas orb also explodes, taking out 3Z Breezy, and a clean flip from Xianzu takes the first goal of this last set.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Asher is just sliding around the map right now, and Natty, despite having incredible goal line saves, is just not able to keep that one alive. We see Showtime with the lead in this series now. But of course, we saw a 6-second goal. We can see it happen the other direction. Hardbox and 3Z now looking to burn all their abilities, and that Mako jail working out very nice to secure that. Barcode keeps that second barrier alive, but the pressure is still very much on. The flip coming out from 3Z immediately cleared away off cooldown as the core is moving so fast. The flip has to come out. The Joker gets one, and Cardbox survives, but 3Z is taken off the map right now. We see a power play yet again for the side of Showtime, and the flip actually secures the barrier. No need to shoot it, as the Joker has to find this here. 3Z looking for that last barrier, but you can't push too far, otherwise you'll get punished for it. Natty trying to clear it away again, but instead is KO'd by the Joker, and Showtime is 1 point away from ending Cosmic Calamity's reign.
This just seems so impossible to play against for Cosmic Calamities. There's so much speed coming up from Xianzu. The Joker also, with all these awakenings, is just such a huge threat. Cosmic Calamities doing everything in their power so far, getting really good attacks going, but it just gets recovered so well. And even if you get past that midfield line, you have to get past Barcode, who has a Twin Drive, a Rapid Fire, just so many abilities to use as well. They find a barrier in the end here on one attack, but the second one still needs to drop. Barcode now using the flip to get an offense going, not able to find the barrier himself there. As now Cardbox with that extra speed on that flip as well. Going to try to get something going, but not quite able to do so. Natty holding on to this barrier though really well, as the side of Showtime just is so oppressive with that speed.
And remember, every second that barrier is being defended is 1 less second on Barcode's cooldowns on your next attack. It's so hard to get it past, and we see Natty using this extra special, trying to keep the Joker away, but Xianzu has the flip. So does 3Z and Natty, and Xianzu on a low HP, able to just heal fully off of that. And 3Z's flip amounts to nothing as Barcode just uses that secondary.
And you can kind of see it as well. The side of Cosmic Calamities are trying to shut down this comp as much as possible. They're trying to take Xianzu out of the play completely, but that's where that Stagger Swagger comes in, right? It's just not it. They're just not able to find it because they have to go through a Stagger Swagger. They have to go through a Now. They have to go through an Atlas healing. As a KO is now found for the side of Showtime. A second one is found as Natty now has to hold this down somehow. Uses the flip, holds on to the point as right now. 3Z Breezy back in the play now. But Natty not able to find that clear angle as well. Joker just being incredibly annoying in Natty's face there, using those primaries, finding the angle, finding the second barrier, as now the side of Showtime will try to set up for a second and a third and last goal just to take this series home.
That's right, and they're so close. All you have to do is get that core moving quick enough, and we are in overtime. Joker has to try to find the pass to Xianzu, who's looking for it off the top corner, but 3Z wins the strike war. 3Z has to try to take this barrier. We see Barcode using the ability. Cardbox getting it out, and Natty securing that clear, but 3Z push forward. Both of those abilities are gone now. Cardbox and 3Z have the opportunity to take it, and they sure do. They're looking to try to keep themselves in this game. The flick from the Joker not quite finding its mark as we see the stun coming out from Xianzhu. And that will be all she wrote. Showtime defeating Cosmic Calamity's perfect streak in this series in taking game number 3.
It started to look like Cosmic Calamities have found their way back during that point, but ultimately it wasn't enough as the core does go in, and Showtime just puts a stop to that win streak. But it was an incredibly close series. It was so difficult to play for Cosmic Calamities in the end, and somehow they still held on to it to make it as competitive as this.
Yeah, that was an incredible showing from both of these teams, neck and neck all the way down to game 3.5. Absolutely brutal, especially with that core speed and with everyone else is moving. The Joker had an absolutely demonic build, 48,000 or 47,000 damage coming out from them alongside 5 KOs. That is so hard to deal with. And then Xianzhu just controls the core. 289 redirects on Xianzhu. Absolutely ridiculous showing from both of these teams.
Yeah, incredibly strong, and two teams that I feel like you can almost expect to see in the playoffs if they're continuing to play to this level, right? So hopefully not the last time they're going to clash against each other. But in the end today, Showtime was the team that was able to find that victory, to find that final game. And yeah, Cosmic Calamities, really strong showing. Still, like they dropped their win streak so far, but I don't think this is any series you want to be you're going to feel bad about.
That's right. And I believe if Cosmic Calamities actually win one more week, they do secure a slot in playoffs, which is ridiculous considering it's only week 6 right now total. So when we come back, you are not going to want to miss it. Demons Raw versus Bum Bum Bonanza. Sloth, is there anything you want to close us out with?
Honestly, we've just had 2 very good series today, and I'm sure the rest are going to deliver as well. So stay tuned.
We'll see you in a bit.
Hi, I'm Gumi, and I'm the captain for Demons. Hit it to me, I'm gonna score. I will never be defeated. Bomba, bomba, bomba! Huh? Nope. They call me the king of the West for a reason. Ready to lose another NASL?
Kainu gets it back into his hands, moving up. Gumi from the top rope.
Defense as well as offense. They're just back and forth right now, and Joker trying to put in, but Gumi is just always there on the sky right now.
Demons Raw, Gumi looking low, Snake looking low. What a save! What a save by Gumi again! He's holding the barrier! Hold it down, Gumi! Oh my goodness! He just keeps holding the Gigablast! Gumi! Hold it down forever!
You know about Barrage. You know about Barrage, huh?
Yeah, it's more than likely that he'll be able to put it into the net. I mean, Dudu's not so good at holding those open nets, but instead it's going to be Gumi.
Down to Gumi trying to slip up this iron wall defense.
This Gumi somehow saves it off. Both Gumi is just 1v3ing.
Judo Cloud for their hubris that they think they could score against him.
Demons Raw will pick up their Dubu Cup title.
There it is. Demons Raw are going to take out this.
It's those small little micro plays that make the world of the difference.
Joker waiting out the primary from Bells, and this looks like an unsavable goal right here.
It goes past it all.
Wait, hit it to me, I'm gonna score. Hit it to me, hit it to me. Trust me, trust me.
Welcome to a new era. Demons Raw are your North American Strikers League Season 4 champions.
Nuts! It's like, stop and trust me, bro. Stop and trust me.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. It is Season 5, Week 6, and we're about to watch Demons Raw versus the Bun Bun Bonanza. Bun Bun had a rough season up to this point so far, looking to still get some victories on the board for them, and of course, they have to do it this week versus our defending champions. My name's K-Bot, joined by Cloco today. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing fantastic. Yeah, I mean, back in Nassel, you can't go wrong with any match. And certainly Raw versus Bun is going to be a fun one. It looks like we're headed to Night Market first, which was, if I'm not mistaken, Raw's pick for the map draft. Stacks and peaks start, so lots of speed at the disposal here. I won't be surprised if many of these players will be opting for peak performance just in an effort to stay alive.
And to be clear, I'm pretty sure the no ban was just Demon's choice, okay? That was not like the TOs made them not ban. They just decided to not ban a striker, so that's on them. And of course, peak performance and stacks on stacks. We get another speed game, folks. Woohoo! Yeah, more speed. And as we get into this one here, of course, Kainu playing this Dubu midfield has been something that Demons Raw have been known to do, especially Kainu, Dubu, Gumi playing Era on Night Market in particular. We saw this last week from them. No real surprise to see it here as well. The effective ability for this Dubu to shut off one half of the map with the Tofu Fortress is not to be discounted, and of course has a decent bit of KO pressure, things of the sort there as well. At the moment, it's going to net Demons Raw at least the first two goal barriers. Liari going to come in on the Flying Phoenix, and Lilybun's going to pick up Firewall Sentry here, but no one really has the opportunity to score quite yet. Kainoob, Snake both approaching. That'll force the energy burst, but now Snake steals it right away from Scyther to claim the first goal.
Yeah, I will say, I'm pretty sure Demons probably would have run this comp regardless of what Awakenings showed up here. But certainly, if there's any start that you want to see with this Era Double Brawler comp, it's speed. I mean, immediately right out the gate, along with the help of this Era speed, they're able to just take over that top lane, and it's only through some good defense on the part of Bun that their barriers don't get taken there, but it's only a few more seconds before it goes down. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of barrier bursting like this from Demons this game.
Gumi flying in on this Era, covering the top side of the map. Demons really want to try to score here. Snake is forward and will win the strike war to take the goal. And again, there's Gumi. When you saw the video play right before we went into this match, very aggressive, very far forward, in your face in terms of playing the goalie. And you know, the Era pick, you don't think of something that's going to play super far forward, but any character that Gumi plays is going to be on the other side of the map at least some points, probably for about 20% of the game, as you see him hover over the midfield line. And Demons commanding presence here early in this first game.
Yeah, another big thing that we're seeing here is that Liari is actually having to come back on defense, which means that Bun is losing control of the speed gate as Kainoob pops the goal in right there, a 3-0 set for Demons. It's really, really tough for Bun on defense. They have to commit a lot of stuff, which just allows Gumi to take control of the speed gate. That'll be a Kainoob set MVP here. Lots of fantastic stuff on the board. In particular, I'm eyeing Catalyst and Unstoppable for this draft as kind of the big wins, but it'll actually be a Timeless Creator pickup from Kainoob, wanting to lock down those lanes even more, just like you were saying, K-Bot. More speed for Snake is never going to be a bad option, but it will be the Catalyst that falls to Scyther in the goalie position. Rest of the draft, relatively standard. More speed on Gumi is going to be big as we jump into this next kickoff.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you're Scyther here, you're thinking, all right, I might as well take away the Catalyst. There wasn't a lot that you really wanted, I'd assume. But maybe thinking if you pick up the Catalyst now, you're denying that away, and maybe you can find Egoist in a later draft. It'll be difficult to do, especially as Demons Raw start running away with the game. That'll be first priority, but KO happens here early. Kainoob taken off the pitch, so power play opportunity here. Liari finds another KO, and now it's a formality to get the goal in on the double power play. Well done. Find a couple KOs here. Maybe this is the path to victory for Bun Bun, but of course, the more that you start winning rounds against Demons, the more disciplined they will become.
Always the fear with this team, but Bun is rocking an energy advantage right here. That'll be a flip burn by Lilybun immediately for the barrier. And as long as they keep their energy economy up, there's a pretty good chance that they can take this as they get the last barrier.
Scyther now flying in. Does have the energy burst. Was looking for an offensive play. Got stunned for a moment, and the core got away from Bun Bun Bonanza. Liari saying hello to Gumi in that goal box. Scyther, nice use of the energy burst, keeping the goal barrier intact. Lilybun can't quite get it past the rollout log of Kainoob. Here's the Firewall Sentry, but the core still finds a way past it. Liari now on the dribble is going to get shrunk, but a glitch pop from Lilybun is going to be what puts the goal away, capitalizing on that clear angle from Gumi.
Yeah, very smart timing on the glitch pop as well. If Lilybun had tried to predict with that ability, Gumi almost certainly would have never gone for that clear angle, but recognizing that she was in position to just react with it, she just waited to see where Gumi struck. Very smart way of going about your offense. But in the meantime, it is Raw who are currently on the offensive.
Oh! Tofu Fortress comes up. That is a nasty one there. Will guarantee the goal barrier, and the core will find the back of the net as well. I actually thought that the core wouldn't have the opportunity to slip by it on the top side, but indeed it does, and there you find the power of this Dubu pickup, which in general, as we've seen so far, not actually a very popular striker in the league up to this point. A 5.64 pick ban presence heading into the day today. I imagine that most of those picks actually are, at least half of them are probably from Kainoob on a very similar idea here. And worth noting, of course, that the presence Kainoob has always had in the league, because made him the all-time assist leader for the North American Strikers League. Currently sits at 367 entering the day-to-day, which is 4 ahead of the next closest, who is Vaughn. Snake, beautifully done. Find the energy burst there, and will send us to a 5th goal in set 2.
Yeah, 5th goal and a reset onto the stacks on stacks of Scyther 12. Gumi, on the other hand, still rocking the full stacks. Only 1 KO. To my knowledge, there was just that 1 double KO found early on in this set from Bun. But they haven't felt like they've had the same amount of momentum yet. Like you said, you know, Demons could just turn on the switch if they really want to. But we'll see if Bun find a way to persevere in the final point of the set.
I knew so much speed out of this Dubu, especially when it's boosted up by the Flutterfly. There's the energy burst, denied away by Lily Bun. Maelstrom comes through. It'll clear the way for the goal, and now we'll take Liari off the pitch with a KO. Power play opportunity here. Kainu drops back, midfield line. Oh, Core gonna slip past. Looks like the low barrier is gonna get punished by Lily Bun, and now just buying a little bit more time. Beautiful Strike War win from Liari. Now we'll take it away from Kainu, looking to try to take this one herself even. Can't quite find it as everyone else joins the party, and Snake finds the KO. Still, the power play continues here for Demons Raw, just when you thought the Bun might have had an opportunity. But they're winning their Strike Wars up to this point. Couple of nasty clears from Scyther to get it away from this barrier. Playing incredibly well this point. Bun definitely want to try take the set away. Try to build up some momentum with some early Awakenings carousel picks, but open goal gates on both sides now. Giga Blast goes wide. Snake is there, and it bounces off the far post and in. Not exactly the angle you wanted to see if you're Scyther, but it'll mean Demons Raw is up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Scyther is putting out some seriously impressive defense, but if the core never leaves your side of the field, what are you really defending? And, I mean, that's an answer that Bun's going to have to find if they want to try to reverse sweep this game. 1-2 punch on Snake is going to make that difficult. Kainu and Snake getting so much speed and KO potential out of this draft is just going to enhance what they've already been doing this game to such a higher degree. I will say, for Bun, some nice purchase. Maybe, the extra speed on Scyther is going to give them a little bit more of a midfield presence, kind of allow them to go up and control the speed gate like Gumi's doing. You'll see him grab that on kickoff right here. So yeah, we'll see if Bun is able to kind of get out of their own goal net and really apply some pressure this set, because that's what they're going to need if they want to turn this around.
Likely going to need a little bit more control overall. Back to the fundamentals of what made this Bun team incredibly good in seasons past, back on their former roles. Was the fact that they were able to control the core so effectively, keep things tight, keep them incredibly close-knit passing play. But Kainube's Dubu poses a significant challenge to that idea, no matter how you slice it. Just with the amount of hitboxes that Dubu could just roll out for free, next thing you know, you find yourself KO'd with something janky because you just weren't expecting it at all. And so Bun really has to try to keep that one up. And I imagine that's what Scyther's thinking when he picks up the aerials. If I can pick up a little bit of extra speed, a little bit of extra, in addition to having the projectile range, maybe we'll have a larger presence on the map, but has been able to keep the core out for now. Snake closing in. Kainube comes up just shy, and everyone is there for Demons Raw. Once again, it's a party in the enemy goal box for Demons. They're 2 goals away from winning map 1.
Watching Kainube cook on this Dubu, I can't help but imagine him as just Demon's second goalie in the midfield. I mean, we're used to seeing Dubu in the goal box, right? But Kainube just does not let the core get past the midfield. And you know what? If he slips up from time to time, you got a whole other goalie waiting back there in the form of Gumi. So yeah, it does just kind of feel like a possession powerhouse game for Demons. And if things go the way they've been going, I'm sure this game won't last too much longer.
And that's the other thing that makes this Demons Raw composition incredibly strong on Night Market in particular, is if you've basically got 2 goalies, you can put one of them on the top side, one of them on the bottom side, and the core doesn't go past the midfield line unless you find a KO against this team, which Bun Bun did for, what, maybe 1 point, but hasn't been able to replicate that level of success. Liari, awkward bounce off the split barrier means the possession goes right back to Demon's Raw. Now, though, Liari finds the double. Would look to take it herself off the dribble, comes up just shy on the punch. Kainoob, though, tries to maintain possession here. Lilybun will win the strike war. Liari to herself. No, awkward bounces even still for the Bun Bun Bonanza squad. Can't capitalize on some of these breakaways thus far. Overtime now. Firewall Sentry is out. But can't find the core there. Keep it trapped on the opposite corner, and there's always a way around. Liari so close, but just off of the near post. Lilybun, once again. One more time up to Liari. No, Gumi's going to find the energy burst to take it away. And now it's Scyther needing to hold on the backside. Does have the energy burst ready here as well. There's the check from Snake. Scyther will use the energy burst, and the core continues bouncing off of the corners. Good save by Scyther there. Kainoob back up to Snake. Checks. Lilybun is there, just at the edge of her strike range. Able to keep this one away, but Kainoob on the dribbling play. There's the energy burst and the collapse on the goal. Beautifully done from Demon's Raw, and they're now on game point.
So some of y'all might be looking at that last point and be wondering, why did it take Demons so long to score? And I think I have a very good answer to that. They are waging a war of attrition right now. You have two massive hitboxes in the form of Asher and Dubu. They're both very fast, thanks to their Aragolian speed awakenings. And so they can just afford to kind of sit here and strike until there's an opportunity. So we're seeing Bun use like a lot of abilities just to try to keep the core at bay, and then Demons are able to swoop in when the opportunity presents itself, kind of getting the roll on to Liari there. Oh, and there's the goal. That's the game. Demons take match one.
Game one for Demon's Raw, to hardly anybody's surprise on Night Market here, playing this Dubu, which continued to be a massive problem for the Bun Bun side of things, and just couldn't quite find the opportunity to have a goal. Sure, there were some opportunities for Liari there in some of the points, but those were, few and far between in the grand scheme of things. And especially, the one thing about Demon's Raw is that once they're able to find an ounce of a setup, they'll be able to capitalize and find a goal when it matters most. Kainoob will add 5 assists to his all-time record in this first game, and we'll see where the rest of this one goes, because that did not look very good for Bun Bun here, who again, struggling so far this season. I imagine just hasn't quite had all of the time that they might have liked heading in, but they are on the brink of just being out of playoffs contention, especially with a loss here. It all but basically mathematically takes them out of playoffs contention. So a tough opponent to be staring down the barrel for this week 6, where you're still winless. But they're gonna have to find a way, and I don't know if you can find an answer. It'll be very much map dependent here, as we now get to go over to their map pick. It'll be Atlas's lab. We'll see what the options are here for Bun Bun, and if they've got anything prepared, because if you've got something prepared, you're on what might be your last life here. You might as well come through.
I have to imagine another big part of the stress here going up against Demons. We're about to move to AtLab, which is a completely different arrangement compared to Night Market, right? Sometimes it's kind of half closed with the black hole there, but for the most part, it's a relatively open map. So even if, you recognize your mistakes on that Night Market game as Bun Bun, and you kind of see what Raw we're playing at on Night Market, you can't really take what you just learned and apply it to the next game that we're about to go into. Everything that Bun Bun are about to cook up right now has to be made at runtime. It is an incredibly high-stress, high-pressure scenario for them, and it's going to take a lot to overcome it.
If there's any time to activate the Underbun buff, now would be the time to do it, if you still got it at your disposal. And hopefully they've got something up their sleeves. Worth noting how the rest of this one played out. Kind of interesting that I think Bun Bun elects to take away Demon Deus and then end up playing on Atlas's lab anyway. The two more damage heavy, closer maps overall. And no real surprise here either that Night Market is the eventual pick for Raw. Though I suppose maybe if Demon Deus is left open, I mean, they probably pick Night Market here regardless. I think they've been playing well on Night Market so far this season. Now I'm going to go back and look at that. Let's see. Demons Raw.
Give us the statistics. I appreciate that you've got the statistics on
I
hand,
haven't pulled up.
I haven't looked at any of them.
I haven't pulled up. A named player has been putting in a lot of work on the back end to build out the statistics offerings for the North American Strikers League. So shout outs. Anytime that you hear anybody say any stat in terms of competitive Omega Strikers, a named player probably at this point had some say in putting that up. Demons Raw is now 4-0 on Night Market. In Demon Deus, they have only played one game in which they won. They haven't picked it at all. So they've only picked Night Market. They picked Inkies once, and they picked Clarion once as well. So, yeah, I guess they've looked strongest on Night Market all season, I think. So it's not surprise to see them at all there. Start, we are almost into Striker Select here. Egoist and Timeless Creator are first on the board. Egoist right now, by the way, sits at the top, having the lowest average pick slot. So if you were to rank every Awakening based off of when they, on average, got picked over the course of an Awakenings draft, Egoist is picked average at 2.42 on that slot. So expect to be seeing a lot of energy bursts here, folks.
Yeah, it's not really a surprise to me at all that Egoist still sits so high up on the draft priority. It's good on everybody. Everybody's got the energy bar. Everybody loves a little bit of extra speed. Everybody loves a little bit of extra evasion when they can get it. So it is just a universal utility item. And even after being nerfed so many times over the course of past patches, is still just one of the best picks out there.
And yet here we are. Speed is meta. Speed is king once more. And so what better Awakening it is to have that speed in there as well. Finally, into Striker Select, it'll be Bun Bun banning away Snake's X in the Juliet ban from Demons Raw, targeting Liari in specific. Of course, Liari does have a couple of other options that she could go over to, but has been playing the Juliet for comfort in the brawler role for most of the season up to this point. And so we'll see what else happens here. And it's the Rune pick first. I didn't know anyone on this team had a Rune.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Lilybun. Actually, I've seen all three of them play Rune. I can't remember how serious those matches were when I witnessed that. So yeah, I'll be honest. Your guess is as good as mine as to who's going to be feeling that today. And I'm not surprised at all to see the Aimi show up in this draft though for Demons. Undoubtedly, either Kainoob or Gumi on that is going to be a universal threat. Might be one of the few characters that would opt for Timeless and not go for the Egoist here. That turret can apply a lot of pressure, but I mean, you just kind of can't go wrong, especially with Demons Raw, which have two of the most notable Aimi players in the league.
Aimi highest pick ban presence up to this point, but the Bun Bun composition is really what I want to focus on here, because we now see the lock-in of double midfield, and realistically, like, Juno could go to the goal box and you could put Dubu midfield, do the exact same thing that Kainoob was doing a second ago, maybe for the extra damage there too. There's a lot of flexibility in terms of this composition, and no one really in the scoring slot that can just shove the core back, maybe save for the Dubu. So it'll be interesting to see where everyone ends up going here and how this composition ends up playing out. It does provide a little bit more map presence for Bun Bun, which is something we commented on in the last one, them lacking, especially in response to Kainoob playing the Dubu. So we'll see whether or not these creation characters can be in the way and interrupt the general flow of things for Demon's Raw taking this core away.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I'm guessing that this is Liari on the Juno, and we're probably about to see a bit of Juno brawlery. And this is Lilybun hovering the Dubu. She can cook on it in the goal box. One of the most notable ice skate Dubu goalies, and still, you know, an incredibly good Dubu goalie even now. And now we're going to get to see her cook on it in the midfield. And we've got a Rune in the goal box with Scyther 12. I haven't seen Rune goalie in quite some time. It's certainly an unorthodox pick.
Somebody call up Megaverse for the Rune in the goal box. Slick kicks are the option for both brawlers. For both brawlers, I should say both midfielders between Liari and Lilybun on Bon. And Egoist obviously going to be the play for a lot of this. But I think Scyther thinking back to the ye olden days of picking a Creation Awakening with Rune on Atlas's lab, where if you just put the anomaly on, they can't get the core around the barrier. So GG, I guess, for those couple of seconds. Although, have to be careful here, as once again, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Here comes Demon's Raw, roaring right back to take the first goal.
Yeah, I will say, you know, to the point about placing pillars on the barriers, that, you know, it used to be a lot bigger threat than it is nowadays, I think, because people have just realized that you can stand wherever the Rune wants to place pillars. Yeah. And especially when you have Demon's Raw, where, I mean, Kainu and Gumi are going to get the core up there. You could probably, if the Rune pillars are really that much of a problem, just have Snake go stand on top of Scyther. But we'll see. Barriers are down once more for Bun.
Banish here against Snake. Won't find the KO as of just yet. Lilybun will commit something for it, but you try to make the KO happen, and it draws your attention away from what the other two members of doing are Demon's Raw. Kainoob and Gumi will team up for that goal. Beautiful setup there. Yeah,
Timeless turret. Always a doozy. I noted that Timeless would be one of the few ones. What a double barrier. Was that a flip from someone? I couldn't even tell you how the core managed to get there.
Yeah, great question. All I know is that it feels like Demon's Raw are playing on a different level in comparison to the Bun roster today. There's the energy burst to open up the goal barriers here again. Liari tries for the goal there with the fling, but doesn't get it. Firewall Sentry is out here as Demon's Raw attempt to create some pace on the top side of the map, but are denied, and Lilybun drops all the way back. Now looking for the passes back and forth. Back to basics here, maybe for the Bun Bonanza. And now the rollout log is going to get interrupted by Snake. Lilybun in trouble, could be taken away. Beautiful setup there from Scyther, just preventing any option from Snake, but now low on cooldowns, and that's going to be just the thing that Snake needs, and it's an easy flick for the goal.
Yeah, a big thing that is contributing to Raw's success right now, especially in this match. They've got so much damage on this Aimi and Zentaro, and I'm sure that we're about to see more of it with this draft. So many heavy hitting awakenings here. And they'll just sort of play the core to the side of whoever has the least stagger, the least evade. In that case, it was Lilybun. And she was just quickly taken out of the play, because they can just send the core in her general direction and then kit dump her. With Deadeye on Aimi, that's going to become even more of a threat now. Obviously, an incredibly high damage awakening, and that goalie can always save abilities to just dump out damage whenever they're needed. But Bun do not come back from this draft fruitless. At the very least, perfect form and some sparks heading their direction for some future scaling opportunities, as well as Scyther having a lot more defensive cooldowns. It's not going to save them from a Snake Onslaught, though, as both barriers go down very early.
You can say all you want about the creations for Bun, but the second the Demon's Raw can get set up, especially Gumi in his offensive play, with a Firewall Sentry cutting off half the map and creating basically an impossibility of a problem to get the core around, it's looking pretty doomed. The pace, again, that Demon's Raw is playing with, often taking both barriers away in the blink of an eye. Something to be quite astonished by. Snake in trouble again. Lilybun in pursuit of the KO, but Now it's out of cooldowns, and just Goomy comes right in to punish immediately. Cyber Swipe, Energy Burst, and you're taken down. Snake drops back, just looking to heal up. Liari is next on the chopping block here. The anomaly gets in the way, but it's a pass right back to Kainu. There's Liari, excuse me, getting KO'd. Scyther finds the defense to prevent both barriers from going down this time, but even still, Demon's Raw now only on one energy burst, looking against Kainu. The strike shot doesn't find the KO just yet. Lavo is there, Liari kind of in position. Here comes the special as well, but it's just not enough right now. As both Kainu and Goomy are dropped back. Holding the line, here's the energy burst. Scyther tries to get out of there, but Snake is still in position. Kainu flying in. There's the shadow swap here for Scyther. Double banish, well done to find the hold. There's the gold berry on the other side of the map, but Lilybun can't create any offensive play, and Scyther is just a little too late.
Yeah, Goomy actually being all the way on the other side, dropped the eject button. It was Snake who was staggered all the way back in the other side of the goal box. There isn't any KO confirmed pressure for Bun's comp, like at all, really. They kind of don't have a way to secure these KOs, and so when one of the Raw members gets staggered, they just walk back and kind of don't really have to fear for their life much at all. I mean, yes, you know, you've taken a member of the reigning champions of the North American Strikers League out of the play for a few seconds, but it's going to take more than that to bring back this game and beyond that, the series.
Vanish is out here. There's the KO as the Summer Assault is found against Kainu. Power play opportunity here. Liari with good coverage on the Blobos. Lily is in there. We'll find both barriers. Open goal gates now, but the energy burst is out of Snake. Blobo is going to intercept. What was that interaction? I need to see that one in slow motion to figure out what just happened. But somehow the Blobo is there to just take it away from Snake.
Yeah, I think it was just a primary in between where Snake dashed and where the core was. Just caught it before it ever reached his dash. Forward in the net moment, but Bun are making progress this set. We'll see if they can keep up the momentum.
Vanish is out here. Scyther's gotten a couple more defensive plays out. Liari looks for her own Blobo. It despawns, and the gravity well will be activated. Now finds the Blobo to get it around Goomy. Lilybun, offensive play. This is what you want to see with the Dubu in the midfield. And now, beautiful passing setup. Liari will bring it to herself and find the Blobo bounce for the goal. Bun suddenly with a little pep in their step.
Yeah, they're not letting Raw rule the field anymore. In particular, they're making them split their attention. If you want to go, wail on Lilybun and try to KO her, you're going to have to also simultaneously deal with Liari. Like, even as Lilybun gets KO'd here, Liari was able to run up the field, grab a barrier right there. From time to time, at least, they are going to get some nice plays off of that. But if they can make it consistent enough, Bun might still have a shot here.
Snake doesn't let the interruption to his play this time, and that vanish for a couple seconds completely ruin his mojo. Although Liari, so close, has to use the dodge to get away from Snake. The anomaly was out. Lilybun now looks forward to Liari. Blobo comes in just a little bit too late for the pass to herself. And weird bounce out of the corner there as well. Liari now back up to at least not dangerously low stagger, but Snake in pursuit. There's the banish out. Scyther going to use a lot of cooldowns, and that's going to allow Kainu to just walk right forward, use that energy burst in the goal line, and that is the set again. Once more, you think Bun might have an answer, but Demon's Raw will find a way to turn it back on, and it'll be Kainu, of course, selecting first pick in this next draft. And Bun still on the ropes here.
Yeah, no surprises that fight or flight is what comes out here. I wouldn't be surprised if Scyther picks up Manu here. Yeah, it could have opted for the team player as well, but it actually looks like Lilybun will be going for that instead. So lots of core speed and defensive prowess on the side of Bun here, but so much more damage and speed for Raw. I mean, both of these teams are kind of, playing their own versions of the game. But I mean, Goomy has Deadeye Super Surge, can really just delete you from across the map whenever he wants. It's going to take a lot of defensive cooldowns from Scyther to put up with just this constant power play that Raw are about to have.
Yeah, and right now has to hope that he can find, what, a little more off of the perfect form to try to regenerate some of these anomalies, right? Like, there's not a ton that Scyther can do. Gumi, 4 KO streak now as the power play continues for Demon's Raw. Double banish, though, comes out of Scyther. Core find a way around the anomaly, though. Oh, no. Demons, 2 goals away now.
Yeah, the Demons are showing no signs of stopping. This train left the station long ago in their books, and they intend to let it arrive as intended. There's a flip pop combo, or not even a flip, but just a blink into glitch pop from Gumi. A little bit of a slap in the face. I believe Lilybun was the one who originally popularized that combo, and here she is getting taken out by it. But Bun do manage to find a KO in return.
Scyther already has basically used everything in the Runes kit. So Lilybun has to drop back, play a little defensively for a moment. Liari does find a barrier, but 2 energy bursts online. There's the Oni's Blade out. There's another anomaly. Scyther's already used the Shadow Swap, but an actual solid defense there just denies the energy burst, sends it right back the other way for Lilybun here. And the Bun will at least equalize the set.
Was that kind of trying to catch the lost Strike War with a Giga? Is that what just happened there? I would have to look back at the clip to parse that as Lilybud gets taken off the map once more. But, I mean, it is a point for Bun Bun, and they'll take those whenever they can get them.
Take a point, but lose a member early in the next one. Gumi, come on, man. Come on. Really? You're really going for that right now? In set 3, you're up 2 sets to 0. You're trying to do a little backwards clear run. Oh, you know what? Fine. Mind of his own over here. The Demon's Raw captain. Snake low on stagger, but still maintains decent control here. The anomaly isn't quite going to do it. Has to commit the energy burst here as well. Kaidub going to interrupt things, but the double banish comes out here. Also caught the core, but Scyther can't keep the barrier up for any longer. Kainub still with control. Liari's going to have to jump back, and now gets denied the core flip with the barrage. Scyther has the anomaly at the ready here. Kainub once again also low on stagger, and Lilybun has dropped back yet once again to attempt to assist in the goal box, but it's almost not enough. Scyther going to find the redirect to himself, but here's the goal line flip into almost is sent away by Lilybud. But again, everything is burned, and that leaves the opportunity on the top side of the map. It is now match point for Demon's Raw.
I gotta hand it to Bun, like, they're defending for way longer than I expected them to. Their barriers are staying alive, they're keeping it out of the goal box, but they're never going to get any offensive opportunities. Like, it is always Bun on defense, Demon's Raw on offense, and, like, you have to score points to win this game. Many people are saying this, that you have to score goals to win Omega Strikers. And defense is just not going to do it. But they get the goal barriers open somehow. Bun Bun, another chance at a miracle. Snake taken off the board here, but the KOs are traded, and barrier advantage to Bun Bun.
Kind of just happy to sit here. Oh no. Own barrier take. That one's brought away. Kainub has enough speed here to just dribble it to himself. Just playing his own game right now. How long can I walk with the core, really, on this Kai? There's the energy burst immediately denied by Lilybud. Here's her own energy burst. Tries to check Gumi, but Gumi pops back with the eject button. Oni's Blade is out. Kainub takes it himself. Cross up to the other side. And Demon's Raw will advance to 4-2 this season.
Yeah, I didn't take a look at the predictions beforehand. Did we even run a prediction? Yes, we did. And 89% Raw is not a surprise there, watching the series that we just did. Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised that the stat lines aren't even more disgustingly in favor of the Demons. Kainub, 174 redirects, kind of says it all when you realize that Gumi actually has the least in the lobby at 81. That guy did not have to touch the core. He was able to just sit back and deal 25k damage with Deadeye Super Surge the whole game.
That's all Gooby really wants to do anyway. So. Yeah.
Why do you think he picked up Kainoob in the first place? Lets him have more fun.
Well, that's that. Demons Raw will take the match. Bun Bun now 0-6 this season. I think unlikely, if not impossible, to make playoffs at this point for them. So they'll just look to try to finish out the season as things stand. Demons Raw have yet to face Bozo Bunch, Sad Boys, and Showtime. So incredibly tough back half the season for this Demons Raw lineup. This might have been the last match where they got to have a little more fun, because the teams that they've yet to play are either incredibly storied and respected teams, or obviously this Bozo Bunch team has been popping off so far this season and is in the running there in the middle. So we'll see how this ends up going for them. Obviously, we've seen them having fun, but what's going to happen when they start to get tested? Time will tell. Well, with that, we will take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back on the other side of it. And welcome back, everybody, to Season 5 of the North American Strikers League, where we're about to get a rematch of the Season 3 Grand Finals between Sad Boys and EKC. First off, our teams are waiting, so we're going to run through things real fast for you. Map pick ban went about as expected. Sad Boys have been favoring Night Market despite being 2-2 on that map this season. EKC picks up Atlas's Lab, which has been their favorite, where they are undefeated as well. So we'll see whether or not the Sad Boys can turn it into Vaughn's Lab once more. Playground will be our final map, and the striker selection has already happened. So the Luna was banned away by Sad Boys. EKC bans away the Zentaro. Other than that, pretty standard stuff for everybody playing up to this point. Maybe the only real note is that the X is picked first by NXCD, despite the fact that he's been popping off so far on the Juliet. The Julie will instead fall to Bells as pick 6. And with the Luna banned away, Katsuna opt for the Era above all else, which is a little uncharacteristic of him overall.
I will say that Katsuna in particular has had a lot of success on Era. Maybe that's just because he's one of the few people who still plays the character. She's not picked that often, but Katsuna has a lot of experience on Era. And Era X is kind of a return to the classics, right? Meanwhile, I would say that the boys are kind of running the new age comp. I mean, this now goalie has not been a thing for very long, but still provides, the same sort of speed boosts to your team if you can use them instrumentally.
And with the speed meta right now, Vaughn classic pick on the Kai in the midfield slot. Peak Performance is the pickup for almost everyone, with the exception of NXCD, who will take the Prize Fighter. Back in my day, Prize Fighter starts were somewhat fun because one team would often pick all Prize Fighter, but I suppose the other one is Peak Performance, which has potential to even scale even more as the game goes on. Probably not where you want to start things off, but as we get started, it's EKC taking both goal barriers first, and Katsuna doing a great job so far of cutting off passes up to Bells. You already lose, gets involved here on the lifeline. Bells will find the barrier. The NXCD will take it away, kill any momentum that might have been had, and good collapse on the goal here from EKC means that NXCD will punch in the first one.
Yeah, NXCD, interestingly enough, also the only player in the lobby to opt for slip kicks. The reason that Bells has opted for Magnetized Souls, presumably, is to allow easier patrolling of the midfield with those dash punches. I'm a little surprised that NXCD didn't do the same thing, especially because he's hovering around the goal barrier a lot, but I guess the man likes his slicks, and you can't fault him for that.
Not at all. Oh, beautiful double there by Bells coming in the Flying Phoenix. Vaughn starting to collapse, but Strike War is lost. Vaughn comes again to recover on the Blazing Pace, and Bells is there to cover the clear angle from Soren. Good collapse on the goal, and it equalizes our game here early.
Yeah, I like the I like the approach of boys in this game in particular. I mean, they're the Sad Boys, so shouldn't really expect too much less. But I like the double Mag Souls pickup. We're going to see Bells and Vaughn floating back and forth across the midfield for essentially the whole game. And that's not even them taking advantage of that gear pickup, but more just that it's, the way that the map is played. An unfortunate own barrier take there, but all the other barriers remain standing, and nobody's getting KO'd quite yet.
Energy Burst starting to come online. Here's one out of You Already Lose. Vaughn is close while NXCD has his. Soren tries to get the core. Out of that precarious situation, Bells finds one barrier. In the meantime, and Vaughn, once again, really about working as much of the pitch as you can on this Kai, but impossible to do that when you're sent off of it. NXCD will find the KO, finds the goal barrier here, and now Soren looks for the angle. You Already Lose is ready for it, seen that one before, but Soren pops Bells off the map, and it's a double power play opportunity for a split second. That'll mean that EKC has all of the control of the core and will put away the goal.
Not only did they excel in core control at that point, but those KOs also gave NXCD 3 prize fighter stacks to work with. So already that pick is paying off for him. I also want to comment on how he's actually getting these KOs. We've seen him a couple times now go for Vaughn with the Bell Ringer into ultimate combo. Normally you would go secondary into ultimate, which I feel like would set off a lot of other players' alarm bells. Like right there, we saw Vaughn evade the secondary instinctively, but the primary might catch the boys off guard, and it seems to be rewarding them well so far.
It is still early, so plenty of time to adapt to such things, and if there's one team that I would expect to be able to recognize and adapt, it would be the Sad Boys, if any team in the league. Vaughn again on the Blazing Haze. Looking forward to Bells here, and the interesting thing, and as we go further along, is which team scales more? Because you think about it, right? The X era generally, right, for all eternity at Omega Strikers has been considered the scaling duo. Doesn't come online till set 3 in a lot of instances, but so far EKC has actually been pumping out a decent bid, and in the current meta where speed is largely king, obviously anyone in this lobby is going to benefit from speed, but I think Bells probably, above all else, feels incredibly slow right now. The more opportunities that Bells has to pick up speed or size for that matter, I think the better off the Sad Boys are going to be, and Bells might be looking for a couple more plays. Dribble to himself, and now will find the goal there, striking during the Flying Phoenix. Sends the core away and sends us to a 5th goal in set 1.
Something I will say to your, query about the scaling is that, in my opinion, now goalie does not scale nearly as much as now does in the midfield. So you already lose. Probably not going to get as much of a difference out of now's transformative awakenings as a now midfielder would. Some would say that, that's a bit of a detriment to your team scaling, but honestly, there's usually someone who gets the short end of the stick in the draft as Bells finds a nice dash punch into flip there. Buffing your brawler, letting Bells get more of these dash punches and power plays is mainly going to be nicer. You don't need your goalie to scale to hell on this map.
We'll see whether or not Bells can find even more. The more opportunities the Bells will have, the better. Gonna be rough to find those opportunities again. When you're KO'd, NXED comes in once more to find it. Good Bewitching Beam. Pick up here for Kitsuna. Now the Maelstrom sweeps through. Good collapse of the goal. Soren's involved as well. But the hold is made for now. Vaughn is on the back line. And Bells comes back on. Almost finds the goal himself. But it goes off the post. Vaughn up to Bells. Kitsuna's in the way. There's the Cyber Swipe in. NXED does have the Energy Burst. Glitch Pop is up. Here's the dribble play. We'll check Vaughn. But Vaughn will come right out of the barrage in order to make that happen. Soren's on the back lines, just waiting for any shot opportunity here. And now Bells, this time on the dribble. Glitch Pop comes up just shy, and it gives Bells the window to make the goal happen. Sad Boys are up in the first set.
Some seriously impressive defense in the reverse power play there. I mean, so many right on the goal line saves from Vaughn, and you already lose. Just really impressive. I was talking about how y'all probably didn't really need the scaling on now, but picking up Timeless and having Manu on the board as an option is going to be massive. That does leave Manu on the board for Katsuna's era all the way at the back of the draft. I'm guessing that's probably what is going to be picked up here. Nope, size. Okay, Manu era is weak, guys. You heard it here first. But yeah, there's some more size and speed via peak performance for Bells that you were talking about, K-Bot. Definitely going to be a massive buff to the boys. I think I have to say that draft is won by them, if not solely because Manu went unpicked.
They'll come out, guns blazing in the first couple seconds of this one, but action will start to die down. Now here comes Bells, collapsing out with the Fiery Flurry. No, that gets denied. Sent away by Kitsuna, who might be hoping that the extra size allows for some extra strike war victories, but hasn't been successful thus far. But you already lose. Sneaking forward on that top side of the map, locks things down and throws it through.
Yeah, you already lose is going to get significantly more opportunities now, especially because kind of the now goalie new meta is leaving just a minefield of crap for the enemy forwards to deal with. And with this Timeless Creator, he's going to be able to do that even more because his minefield with, you know, the sentry drones and the actual now mines are going to stay up significantly longer. Gives him a little bit more time to run up and apply pressure from the midfield.
Coming in on the lifeline again. Bells behind the goal barrier. Gigablast tries to get it back on up to him. Glitch Pop intercepts. Maelstrom is going to sweep through here in a minute. Vaughn recognizes that. Tries to play a little more passively, but EKC will start to collapse on it. There's the energy burst. Here's another one from Kitsuna. Finds the goal barrier. NXCD still has his, but now Bells looks for the KO almost immediately as NXCD goes the X Maximus. All the meanwhile, the shot is made by Soren. It goes like just to the hands. You already lose. Waiting there on the defensive side. NXCD drops back. Kitsuna looking for the dribble play. There's the butterfly speed. Coming here for Kitsuna. Bells now dribble to himself. No, that one gets sent away by the bull rush of NXCD. There's the energy burst. Good play by Vaughn. Soren's ready for it. Almost unreactable, but finds a way to keep it out. Once again, Thor flies back and forth. Still looking for a play here. Now starts to collapse on it. Soren, goal line. Now finds the cyber swipe. There's a power play opportunity, but no one has the core for EKC. Precious time is getting sent away. And with that drone coming out of You Already Lose as well, the power play is all but killed at this point. Soren looks for it. Here's finally the pressure that EKC needed, and it's enough. Just in the last second.
Yeah, EKC demonstrating why they've been one of the main boys' rivals in previous seasons. You know, not only making good season showings, but specifically, I mean, you mentioned that Season 3 finale going up against the Sad Boys. They're showing again why they deserve to contend with these guys. And, I mean, if anybody's going to take down the boys in this series, I would put my money on EKC.
Well, you know, the other thing, too, for EKC is, I think, with last season, I think they came into this season with something more to prove, right? And I think for these players, they're not in the same breath, right? You always hear it's Showtime, Sad Boys, Demons. Okay, great. But other teams have had successes, and I think EKC is one of the teams this season that really wanted to grind, really wanted to show that they have something still left in them. They have more potential in this roster, and they continue to demonstrate and show that every time they play. They find a strategy that allows them to be successful on the pitch overall. They'll be looking to translate that into a set win here. Still a decent upset for them, as both teams are pretty close on the standings. But a match loss like this for the Sad Boys could mean that they end up once again in the lower side of the bracket, which has not deterred them in seasons past from taking the crown, but will still be something to consider, not having that extra life. Power play opportunity will be dissipated. Sad Boys still looking to keep up the pressure, though. Here's Bells. You Already Lose comes in with a lifeline to support, even with Bells shrunk by the Bewitching Beam. And we're on goal 10 in this game.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the EKC synergy right now. I mean, you talked about them finding a strategy to work around these top teams. And I do think that their strength is synergy. They lost it there for a brief minute, that last point. Boys were able to collapse in. But when all three of EKC are able to link up, really press up, we've seen Soren take control of the midfield quite a few times this match. Their offensive synergy is kind of unparalleled. I think that even though these players individually might not necessarily match up with Bells, Vaughn, or You Already Lose, as a team, they certainly do. And as we continue the 5th point here, we'll see if they're able to tie up the sets.
Bells now. Oh no, just fakes out Soren completely. Baits him in to taking that. He knows it too. We'll spam the emotes on top of him, and You Already Lose once again will get pick of the litter here in this carousel. Continues holding it down and providing value from the goal box. Gotten involved in a couple of offensive plays here as well, and not even any super major denials, but just take away Chrono Boost. No, instead opts for the Twin Drive here, interestingly enough.
Yeah, Twin Drive again playing into the now goalie game plan of setting up all of your defenses preemptively and just letting those abilities sit on the field until they absolutely need to be popped. Lots of speed and KO potential on Vaughn and Bells respectively. More knife's edge falling to Vaughn, but 1-2 punch on that Julie is never something to be sneezed at. Meanwhile, NXCD still just rocking the initial prize fighter pickup for KO pressure, but that's not stopping him from almost taking Vaughn out right there at the start of the set.
Yeah, with Vaughn playing around the edges, there could be more opportunities for EKC to find some KOs, but even still, like you mentioned, there's not a lot of actual KO pressure coming in from them. Sure, they find one every once in a while, and if EKC can get the prize fighter stacks rolling, then there could be more in any given set. It's been difficult to find, at least so far. NXCD reads Vaughn. Here's Kitsuna now with the core, and it slips past Vaughn. Uncharacteristically there, the Giga Blast doesn't connect, and EKC goes up in set 3.
Yeah, I'll be honest, if anyone has KO potential on EKC, it's Soren, rocking the Super Surge Spark of Strength, IME goalie. But, oh, there's NXCD with a beautiful dash punch, laned in by Katsuna's Era Tornado. That'll give him a KO, an Ad Rush proc, and a prize fighter stack. This dude does have a KO engine if he can get it offline, and there's both of the barriers down.
Double barrier taken as well from EKC. The second, though, the Vaughn comes back online, starts to try to play forward here. Now passes to himself off that middle barrier. Bells doesn't come up with it in the Flying Phoenix, and there's 2 energy bursts online right now for EKC. Can opt to use them defensively, you imagine, though, wanting to save them on the offensive side of the pitch. Oh no, NXCD finds the barrier, flashes the gold. Oh. Classic from him. Here's the energy burst. Once again, finds an awkward bounce. Soren's ready for it that time too. And open goal gates on both sides even still. Energy burst not playing to EKC's favor thus far. But now Sad Boy's connection starts to come through. You saw that opportunity there. Soren saves it. The passes continue. Up to Bells now, looking for himself. Couldn't find it with the punch. Glitch pop once again, not letting Bells breathe. Don't give this brawler the pedigree of Bells. His ability to convert. Soren does not want to let him. Not want to give him a single inch. Overall, NXCD will find the KO there with the bell ringer. There's a power play opportunity and the energy burst on the goal line to send it through. EKC up 2-0 in set 3.
And simultaneously erasing that energy advantage that the Sad Boys had. A highly efficient point for them. Also maxing out those prize fighter stacks for NXCD. Essentially everything that EKC could have wanted out of that point, they got. And as they have a 2-point lead in this set now, it's prime time for them to take a set in this series.
Yeah, but I've seen Sad Boys come back from these before. Plenty of times have they had the opportunity to do just that. Vaughn looking for Bells on the top side, but really doesn't want to just send the core across. Afraid of any potential thing that could get in the way. Glitch pop there almost backfires, but actually ricochets off the back wall. NXCD with another KO. That's a 4 KO streak. He's on 3 prize fighter stacks for this set. Vaughn in the way, though, of the connection towards the goal. NXCD almost on the energy burst. Bells maybe looking for the KO out of the Fire's Flurry, but no, not that time. NXCD lunging forward. Not there in time to make a play off of Kitsuna's energy burst there either, but now pops the X Maximus and Vaughn is down once again. NXCD has had the Sad Boys midfielders number in this game, or at least in this set, and a nice passing play to finish it off for BKC. The first set only a 3-0, but they'll take that set and win, and they're building a lot of momentum here heading forward into the later stages of this game.
Yeah, I mean, you said it at the start. Both of these teams have a massive potential to scale, but certainly Era X is kind of the notorious scaling comp to rule them all. With perfect form on this X, NXCD is just going to have constant cooldowns to oppress, in particular, Vaughn even further. I think it's very smart that Ketsuna is denying away that stagger swagger to give Vaughn even less survivability to work with. He'll opt for Missile Prop instead, and it'll be Bells who ends up picking up Catalyst. Egoist is still on the board, so still a little bit of scaling opportunity for the Sad Boys, but with Soren threatening a triple spark in next draft, and the Era X scaling already online, it's looking better and better for EKC, more and more scary for the boys.
What's worth noting, too, with Soren having 2 sparks already, Spark of Resilience is the only one that hasn't made an appearance, and that no one's picked up yet. So, Soren started with peak performance as a starter awakening, so if he picks up Resilience, that's even more speed for this goalie, and you'd expect that the IME would go for dash range at some point, but I think in the next draft, probably will have the opportunity to take dash range or that final spark, meaning that if this goes to 5, Soren will be feeling quite comfortable. Finally, NXCD in the interim has been taken off of the pitch, and that will neutralize the prize fighter stack back down to 1. And goal barriers still remain online for both sides. Ketsuna almost taken off the pitch, but finds the core flip to the corner of the barrier. Bells responds immediately on the other side. Cyberswipe almost takes Vaughn away, but there's the fiery flurry from Bells, trapping the core and trapping Soren. Bells knows it too. Might be trying to play mental warfare here against Soren, interestingly enough. And the Sad Boys on the goal. They've got 2 more. Take game 1.
Yeah, boys are in line to take it here if they can keep the momentum up. Certainly, NXCD probably the biggest obstacle, but they seem to just kind of be ignoring NXCD, going for barriers immediately. Bells on the offensive will just strike. Soren not in position to catch it. That's boys on game point now.
Game point for the Sad Boys. You know, the other comment worth noting, you already lose picking up the extra special in the last draft. Means that the lifeline, he'll now have the opportunity to get involved even more on the offensive side. But Ketsuna, double barrier, right off the rip here in this last one. Bells finds it as well. Might have bounced off. Does have the energy burst here. Try to keep this one away from Bells right now is the game plan, but oh no, he still has it and finds it up to the top corner. Sad Boys will take game 1 despite even how much EKC attempted to do. Well done by them again. You notice it time and time again with this team. The level of synergy that they have with one another, their ability to find the passing plays, and then their ability to execute, even despite when the odds look against them. When Vaughn continuously gets KO'd by NXCD, even still, he'll find a way to get the core up to Bells later on in the game for Bells to put it away.
Yeah, well, and not only is Vaughn kind of the master of finding these highly unconventional pass angles. I mean, we saw it multiple times, dribbling off the wall or even the night market barriers in the middle to get it up to his forward. But Bells also, just as a result of playing with these teammates for so long, instinctively knows how they want to get the core to him and is able to position perfectly to receive. So, I mean, it's not like these guys are reacting to one another's plays on the fly. It's more like the Sad Boys is a hive mind of pro Omega Strikers players sweeping across the field to claim their victory. Certainly never gets old to watch it.
No, it does not, and it's been rough so far this season for the Sad Boys. They're currently sitting at a 2-3 record. Win here would put them at 50-50 on the season heading into the final 3 matches. Some of it has been due to subs. Some of it, of course, is the traditional Sad Boys. Like, we're not going to take the season as seriously heading in. And then it starts to ramp up towards the later stages of the season. We might be seeing some of that now, although I imagine when we come back from the holiday break, it'll come in full effect there as well. But worth noting, of course, that was game 1. That was on the Sad Boys map pick of Night Market. We now go to Atlas's lab. EKC, up to this point in the season, is 4-0 on this map. EKC has already played against Bozo Bunch, Showtime. Who else did they play so far? Where's their other match? And they have played against Demons, and they remain 4-0 on this map. So we'll see if they're able to pull it together for this next one. And could honestly depend on how the draft goes. I think one pick to watch out for, and one pick that I think both teams have been favoring here quite a bit, that we've seen rise up, and a decent bit of priority, is the rune. I would not be surprised to see Kitsuna on it at all. And I know Vaughn has a rune that he might just consider playing and taking it away from Kitsuna, keeping the Luna ban, taking that rune away, and then maybe Kitsuna has to go back to the Era or goes back to the Juno or something of the sort. Doesn't have a lot of options there, maybe, but even still, of course, Kitsuna is going to be a presence to work around. It'll just be a matter, I think, of where this rune goes as we look at this.
Yeah, Rune, it's nice to see him back at the forefront. For so long, you were trolling if you drafted Rune. But several players, I mean, we just saw Scyther on it in the goal box in the last series. And then obviously Shianzu and Vaughn have been bringing it in from time to time. Now they're playing it all the time. Katsuna with one of his own. With the stacks on stacks start as well, does kind of fill in a lot of the gaps that Rune has. He's very limited in mobility because really all his sphere of influence is where he is and where his secondary is, and then you have your primary range outside of that. But definitely doesn't have the same blink agency like this Aimi does that the boys have just drafted as their first pick. Have to imagine that that's falling to You Already Lose in the goal box. Been a pack one, pick one grab for that player since way back in season 1.
Aimi, also the most popular striker so far this season, has almost a 50% pick ban rate. I imagine after the day today might be over that 50% mark. And now we see that now picked up on the other side of the pitch, this time for EKC, that has potential to go to the goal box for Soren as well. He's been a proponent of that pick for some time. Interestingly, again, NXAD opting for the X instead of the Julie. I'm still waiting to see NXAD on the Julie again. He was absolutely obliterated like week 1. We haven't seen much of it. Bells will instead take up the pick here for this Juliet, and I suspect this leaves the midfielder picks left. Vaughn has to make the more blind pick, and we'll see what he elects to do. Or, of course, I mean, the Army could go midfield, but I kind of doubt it. You Already Lose has been standard and picks away Kitsuna's Juno. Interestingly, there enough. So, again, last pick here. Maybe it's a rune, I suppose, with the stacks. Could look towards something else with the missile propulsion start, but kind of unlikely in the grand scheme of things.
I will say, at first glance, I saw the Juno. I don't recall ever seeing Vaughn play Juno. Surely he's played the character enough to be fantastic at it, right? Yeah. I have to imagine, though, that it works incredibly well with his playstyle. I mean, this dude gets so creative with strike angles that having blobs that can do the exact same thing for you is going to be massive. There's that rune that you were talking about, picked up by Katsuna. It looks like you had a bit of a soul read on this draft, K-Bot, except for which side the Julie was going to fall to.
Yeah. I still want to see NXT play it, but hey, that's just me. We'll see.
Bells has said here. Miss Clock, which I believe is supposed to say Miss Click in the chat.
Yeah. Dialogue around the bands, striker bands here, but I think with the missile propulsion start and a stacks start with the speed, you just don't give the respect to Vaughn, take away the Kai, move on with your life, and you'll be feeling a little bit better with it overall. And we'll see where this goes. Again, Atlas's Lab, map that EKC has been very comfortable on so far this season. And now we'll see if they can pull it off here versus the Sad Boys. They did keep game 1 relatively close. Both of the first 2 sets went to a full 10 goals. And then they were able to dominate in set 3, losing set 4 in similar fashion. We'll get into this one in a bit. It does look like our players are going through the full ban phase. So we'll get into this one in a little more delayed fashion.
Yeah, I think that was the Dubu supposed to be their actual ban. I guess I'm not sure if that's a.
No, that's just a meme.
Okay,
think it
cool.
matters.
That's just a meme. Yeah, I'm not sure where the misclick was, because yeah, I mean it looks like the boys are drafting exactly what they put on the pick ban, but I don't know. The mistake is somewhere that I am blind to.
I think Bells, Bells was not the one that was the misclick. The misclick he believes was EKC banning away the Kai, presumably. That's the joke. We'll get into this one here. It's a stack start for every striker in the game, meaning that KOs will be that much more important. And Kitsuna already finds an anomaly to take a barrier away. Now there's one on the other side of the pitch here as well. And now continues to fight this one up. EKC opening up the barrier. Soren will send it away. Here's a banish against Bells. It'll be interesting to see where Kitsuna goes with this rune, because those banishes can interrupt any play from Bells rather quickly. But of course, if there's anything about this team, we expect them to be able to improvise. NXCD will expect to find a few KOs.
Yeah, I would imagine that the X will be getting substantially more KOs in this match, especially because you can combo abilities off of the rune banish if you know the timing. And I'd imagine if Katsuna is your teammate, you probably know the rune banish timing pretty good. So yeah, lots of KO opportunities for the side of EKC here, which is even stronger as a result of the stacks on stack start, because it secures the speed advantage. As they score a second point here, EKC is looking quite strong in this game.
Fantastic rune play is just so fun to watch. You banish one player, you shadow swap to the other one. That's exactly where the core is. You strike it into the net before the goalie can even react. Chef's kiss. Kitsuna takes away the second goal here in our game. You already lose is scrambling on the back lines. Glitch pop backwards. Here's the core flip though from Soren on this now. Doesn't find it. Kitsuna looks to try to defend here, and actually EKC gets away with both barriers intact, despite just how forwardly committed Soren was. Vaughn, Blabo bounce backwards. Bells will find the KO back into his own net. Double KO there. You see two players take it away, and now you see both barriers. EKC in trouble, but no, Soren sends the core flying. The Blabo comes up just short. EKC takes that one.
Yep, no goalie in the net to stop that core going wide. The NXCD Bull Rush did manage to grab You Already Lose on his way out. Another great draft here. A second time that we've seen Monumentalist come up for a now first pick. But Soren does actually take it this time. Unlike You Already Lose, does opt for the Monumentalist. I believe Timeless is the favored pick nowadays for now goalies, but certainly Monumentalist is nothing to sneeze at. Sparks picked up by both brawlers. Primetime on Katsuna is going to be a bit of a game changer, though. Especially because, I mean, as we've mentioned, this dude kind of cooks on the rune. So definitely a fantastic draft all around for both of these teams. Really loaded for an early draft. We'll see what they're able to make of it.
Bells will be able to find a KO off rip first. The Fiery Flurry. The one thing I want to call to attention is You Already Lose on the Super Surge. That'll be a lot more agency on the offensive side of the map for the Sad Boys. Vaughn will pick up the team player here as well for quicker core speed, getting it up to Bells. And Vaughn will often play a little bit further back in general. So no surprise there that he'll want that team player to get the core up to Bells. Banish comes through, though. Bells low on stagger. Doesn't even care for the moment. Fiery Flurry comes out, and Vaughn comes up with the Blabo Fling to send the core in.
The CCL logo being flashed at Soren. Noted goalie of... it's not coming to me at this moment in time. I play against this guy in CCL.
Lakeland University?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Two flips, though, for Vaughn and You Already Lose. One on the way for Bells, and there goes the barrier. The boys are off to a heated start this set, likely to close it out in the next few moments.
Energy Burst is out there. Vaughn, once again, looks to get it up to Bells. There's a glitch pop backwards for You Already Lose. Bells on the flying Phoenix is there, and the core gets stuck there on the top side thanks to the Fiery Flurry. Bells will take the second goal here, and once again, it's mental warfare out here. I mean, this is absurd so far. 2 Energy Bursts, though, online for the Sad Boys. Vaughn to Bells will find a goal barrier. Maintaining the Energy Burst. Will likely look for a second here. Vaughn takes it himself. A lot committed here at the moment, but Bells gets popped off the pitch. Taken out immediately. And EKC is the power play opportunity. Banish is out here. There's the anomaly. Looking for NXZD. Can't find it. Goes back down. And Kitsuna keeps up the pressure here. Now will use the Energy Burst just to evade getting KO'd. Goal barrier is lost by the Sad Boys. And NXZD starts closing in. Kitsuna tries to pull a fancy rune play, but doesn't find it. Now Bells on the dribble. Soren finds the clear. Will send it away. And the strike war won by NXZD. They're close to the midfield line. Doesn't matter though. Sad Boys still in pursuit. Good dodge by Bells. Does not get caught by the Banish that particular time. And Soren still has the Energy Burst online. Uses it there. Lifeline forward. Gets it up to Kitsuna. NXZD doesn't find his own core flip in time. Bells knocked away, but the core goes flying around that corner. I have no idea why the core went that fast. But the Sad Boys will take that, and it's a 3-0 set to respond to the 3-0 set. Vaughn is up first in the draft.
Yeah, Vaughn continuing the theme of just generating core speed for the team. Picked up the team player last draft, the hot shot on the Juno for this draft. That's big strides made. Bells gets his second spark online here. I have to imagine... Oh, no Timeless picked up by Soren. Instead opts for the Chrono Boost, leaving Egoist up for NXZD all the way in last pick. I mean, we talked about how common it is to see Go early in the draft earlier today, but I suppose that draft was loaded enough that no one was really interested in Egoist except NXZD.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a decent play for a lot of that. Fight or Flight, by the way, is second usually when it gets taken in the draft, so that's no surprise. Especially for the rune, and Kitsuna's rune in particular, who loves looking for dribble plays off of anomalies and bounces to himself, as he does just there. Almost finds it versus Vaughn, but Vaughn's seen those before. Sad Boy's angle is made. Near the whole lobby, half the lobby flashes the emote. But the other thing here, too, with Soren picking up Chrono Boost in the last one, the one weakness here, especially as Vaughn picks up more court speed, Soren doesn't have a lot of mobility options, especially if he's diving in with the Lifeline, which now he'll have extended range to dive in on the Lifeline, which is something that I'm sure he'll love to do. Get involved offensively, just as he is known for doing. But then, in addition, of course, having the extra speed is going to be very consequential. So, very good pickup here. It's not going to save you that particular time, though, as Bells will find the 4th straight goal for the Sad Boys. Beautiful lineup as the core comes right in front of it.
I think this is the most blatant display of psychological warfare I've ever seen in an Omega Strikers game. And I have to imagine that Soren is trying his best right now to not let it get to him. The IME jam comes out. He's trying to signal that he's okay. It's not working. But we'll see if he's able to hold that mentality strong. They're tied in sets right now, and the boys are encroaching ever more.
Beautiful passion play from EKC there in general. Just trying to keep possession. Keeping the core, once again, away from Bells. The more they can do that, the better off they'll be, especially as he closes in here. There's nothing that Soren can do to shove the core away from that corner as it starts closing in. Bells looking to take it himself. You already lose, leaping forward in the cyber swipe. Doesn't even need the energy burst at that point. And it's a 5-0 streak maintained by the Sad Boy.
5-0 streak, and Bells and You Already Lose both having their stacks on stacks up. Vaughn not too far away. No stacks up for the defense of EKC, but NXCD is putting up quite a fight on offense when he can hold possession. Likely to get both barriers here with the help of Katsuna as Katsuna's flip comes online. But it's definitely a tough game with Bells running this quickly.
NXCD almost taken off the pitch. Here's the fiery flurry from Bells. Still doesn't find the KO. Now, finally, NXCD is taken away, but Katsuna finds the energy burst down to the barrier on the other side. Bells will take one barrier for his own. And now Katsuna tries to keep it away, but no, there's just so much speed on this Juliet right now. Bells continues to be all over the map. Gets denied by the proximity drone laid out by Soren. But Bells still covers, working both corners, feeling like at the same time with the amount of speed that this Juliet has right now, courtesy of those stacks on stacks and 2 sparks to his name as well. Soren tries to keep it forward, but there's the dribbling play. Bells up to the top side, opposite corner, looks for the punch, no, denied that time. Vaughn sends it right back down to Bells. Enhanced core speed for the hot shot there as well, and it's just too much to react to. Everyone gets involved there for the Sad Boys, and it is still 6 straight goals.
Just for some reference on the numbers of what Bells is working with, so he's getting a 3rd spark here, even more speed and some cooldown reduction. We normally start to really gawk at speed numbers when you approach the 700 to 800 territory. With Slick Kicks propped, Bells is rocking 750 speed currently. It's going to have even more now with that 3rd spark. Soren is trying to match him with the peak performance pick, but I'm not sure that that's going to be enough. NXCD gets Knife's Edge here to hopefully secure some more KOs. In fact, it looks like with Prize Fighter falling to Katsuna as well, they're hoping to capitalize on some KO snowballing, but I mean, the Sad Boys are the ones who've been pumping out damage the last few sets. Deadeye now on You Already Lose. It's going to be harder to escape that than ever.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll be able to, but the KOs haven't come through for EKC nearly as much in this one, and the Sad Boys come blazing through. Bells finds the dash punch against Soren. Core ricochets off the gravity well the wrong direction. Vaughn looks for the team player. Core speed bonuses here. You Already Lose, jumps in, tries to find the goal. It gets denied, and the forwards will hold for now. Soren scoops up the core there as well, sends it away. Katsuna now potential opportunity for a play here. Looks down for NXCD off that bottom side corner. Pass back forth. Now looks to take the shot. You Already Lose has the energy burst that time. Soren looks to send it around, and notice a lot better off right now are EKC when Bells has less core speed, or actual speed overall, thanks to the stacks on stacks. Finally, the core will find the net, snapping a 6-goal drought for EKC. But I remind you, this team won the first set 3-0. Has not had a goal since then. It is now set 4. Finally find one there. We'll see whether or not they can keep it up, but really looking for how much speed Bells is going to have and how much presence he can have on the map.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised they're making any headway, but NXCD does manage to find a dash punch and a strike war against the Flaming Flurry. NXCD bringing EKC back into the running with a 2-point lead, the first they've had in ages.
They're looking to send us to set 5 to stay alive in this series. EKC would love to be towards the top here, especially as playoffs come around. They'll have the opportunity to stay on the winner side of the bracket, potentially even get one of the 3rd or 4th teams and dodge the first place. Likely to be Cosmic Calamities with their loss. Anything's up in the air. Bells, though, collapses on the goal. Sad Boys find a quick one in response. Feels like starting to become now or never, at least in this match. 2 goals left to go here for the Sad Boys. They can take the match here, or we'll go in orbit for a second, but NXCD gets popped off the map, and it's another power play opportunity Kitsuna has to put in so much work, but the core gets past his Shadow Swap clone. And now Bells in the goal blocks has the speed necessary. Vaughn, beautiful play to send it around everybody up to the corner. Trusts his brawler to get it done. And the Sad Boys are on match point.
Yeah, you got to look at this comp and their builds. And the Sad Boys question is, what the frick are you missing on this comp? And I kind of think the answer is nothing. Vaughn is just sitting this court at light speed up to Bells over and over and over again. The barriers do fall for Sad Boys. Maybe EKC can bring it back right here. But the power play is not in their favor currently. And the boys are back on the Hound.
Caleb leaps in to stun Soren, hoping that another one of his teammates can find the play towards the core. Doesn't work that time. Finally, the gold barrier goes down just as NXCD comes back online. Here comes the extra speed, though, thanks to the Now Mine. Doesn't matter. Soren will now intercept the core from Bells, which is good news for EKC fans at the moment. Vaughn will be patient here with this one. NXCD gets rattled around quite a bit now, looking to pass to Kitsuna off of the Anomaly. Bells, though, will catch the core, send it the other way with an energy burst. Here's one for Soren. It gets blocked by his own midfielder's Anomaly, and Bells comes in with the Flying Phoenix to scoop up the final goal. Sad Boys will advance to a 50% win record this season. A lot of time left for this crew, but never count them out. They're coming to get you.
Yeah, the Sad Boys snowball is in full effect. If I had to guess, they're all breaks. No, that's not the right saying. They're no breaks, no stopping for the rest of the season.
All gas,
yeah.
no brakes would be the saying you're looking for, Loco.
There you go. You got my back.
How about that performance just from the entire team, right? Their ability to once again shut things down and find ways to continue winning the game. Vaughn picking up so much extra core speed, gets it up to Bells, and the communication and the synergy that forward pair has will just net them goals time and time and time again. As long as Bells gets it, and Bells will get it the core even more when he's got more speed to his name. 3 sparks plus stacks on stacks for that Juliet. Doesn't need to pump out a lot of damage, just needs to be there waiting for the core to come through. And You Already Lose gets involved plenty as is, keeps the core away from his side of the pitch, and then again with the Super Surge pickup starts going in offensively there as well. Very difficult to find a hole to punch in that overall. You got to try to rely on things like KOs just coming through, and they weren't quite stacking up for the side of EKC, and so they will go down in this match. Of course, they still stand above the Sad Boys in terms of the overall standings in the league, and things will be heating up as we get towards the back half of the season. EKC has Modern Magic, Cosmic Calamities, and Bang Bang left to play, so likely looking to continue going positive. Sad Boys have yet to play Bun Bun Bonanza, Demons Raw, and Modern Magic. So both teams feeling pretty confident to go positive, I'd imagine, in the back half of the season with the way things have been played so far. So might see them meet again in playoffs, but we'll see where that one goes.
That's all for this series for now. We'll head to another quick break and be back with some more Omega Strikers for you to enjoy in just a bit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. I'm joined by Weston, debut on the Nassau broadcast to watch a mid-standings matchup in Return to Form versus Modern Magic. 2-3 teams looking to try and make their push towards the playoffs. Only 4 matches left in the season. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I think if either of these teams want to make playoffs, this match will go a long way to deciding that. And so Return to Form especially has had a couple big statement wins the last few weeks, and if they can keep that momentum going, they'll be in a great spot. But Modern Magic has had a crazy up and down season. They started 2-0, I believe, and now they've had roster changes, but they've had a couple weeks of this roster. We'll see what they can do. And yeah, whoever wins this will be in a good position to hopefully find one of those last playoff spots, but the loser will be, on the back foot.
Absolutely. And looking at the map selections, does anything surprise you? Because I think that first map is not the most common.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of gates, but I think teams that have practiced it enough to be comfortable enough to pick it can really excel because, like you said, you don't see it very much, so a lot of teams won't have the experience midfielding in on it as much, especially I think that's the role that especially just warps the game. But yeah, Return to Form, if they picked it here, they're probably confident, and I'm curious to see what they have planned as far as character picks and just their general strategy. Then the rest of the map will be pretty standard for this one, but that first one's going to be really interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and taking a look at the draft that we're about to go into game with, the draft's already done. These teams have been prepping for this stream game. It's Twin Drive Spark of Strength, and looking down at the draft, I think Gates of Obscura is a map where there's a lot of different thoughts on how to play the game, especially in the goalie slot, right? You either play a super offensive goalie or you try to lock down with creations, and it looks like both these teams have opted for that offensive playstyle.
Yeah, and I think especially Return to Form, you can go for the strategy of really trying to control the corner, and Now and X are both really strong at that. So they're going to really hammer it into those corners and just try to keep it in there forever. Now, especially with the Twin Drive, just going to have so many hits to keep putting it back in there. And what Return to Form is going to look to do is just keep possession for as long as they possibly can.
Well, heading into the game itself, we'll have to see if that is what happens in the game. Finny versus Aimi, that goalie matchup is always very, very interesting to watch, especially with how much Moffin has played the pick. Of course, the Juno being taken away from Pensando. That guy is so good at that character. Good at the Aimi as well, but there's a very big difference between the Juno and the Aimi, I gotta say.
Yeah, the Juno, I think it's a weird fit on this map specifically, but I'm sure he's played it enough to be comfortable. But yeah, like you said, you can go really offensive, really defensive, and yeah, the Aimi kind of helps you help on that offense. So we'll see what they can do, and they really just want to stay on offense for as long as possible because of that corner pressure that Return to Form has.
Return to Form pushing up with that aforementioned corner pressure here. Core speed coming in from Hook resets drone, and Leo Leon sinks it in for the first goal. A swift point. And also note how much chip damage they did. Zaxmac almost died, and if Return to Form can consistently press the offense like that, that is just their win condition.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also the kickoffs are going to be so important. As you see, they're setting up for that corner, and Hook resets finds one already. As soon as they lose kickoff, it's just so much harder to come back into these points for Modern Magic.
Yeah, they're struggling. 2 barriers against none. Carmine, great on the Rasmus historically, but we'll have to pull out a lot of magic here, and Moffin is good enough on the strikes to prevent that. Once again, pushing into the corner is Carmine, but Leo and Hook drop back to help, and Zaxmac ambushed at the portal, but Carmine sends it forward once again, and with all this meter buildup, we might be seeing some flips come out soon, but it's really tough when Pensando is forced to burn so many cooldowns just trying to defend barely.
Yeah, and Modern Magic, once again, just getting so much chip on them, so much offensive pressure, even though they have I guess both goalies really offensively, but so far Return to Form looking like they're confident on this map pick.
Yeah, and Hook resets to the Leon pushing forward, interrupted by Pensando, a critical interrupt to stop the Return to Form offense from going. Zaxmac with the Hail Mary Giga Blast, and Carmine on the crossfire finds the barrier, wins the Strike Wars, but can't quite finish for the goal. And now with the flip available on Moffin, things can change quite swiftly. Carmine, flip available in front of the net, stolen away by Moffin to the other side of the world. And both teams not quite getting the offense they need to close this point out.
Yeah, all the energy gone now, and it's just going to come down to strikes and abilities. Carmine trying to push forward with that secondary, but waste it, and now out of all of his abilities, we'll see if Leo Leon can push through with the secondary behind it, but he's not able to pass down to the bottom, and Hook resets is the one that puts it in after a long point.
Very well done by Leo Leon, recognizing that the strike wars weren't going in his favor, and Hook resets positioning for the goal. It's tough though. I think Modern Magic putting up a much better fight in that second point, and their defensive capability with the speed on Kai is really coming through when Zaxmac drops back, when the barrage does its magic against the single hit of Now.
Yeah, as long as they're able to stay alive and not get too behind on the kickoff, I think that speed is going to really help them out. You know, even though Now has this twin drive, so does Kai, and he's always going to win that battle. So they have the speed advantage, but they just really need to try to stay alive and not get on the back foot too much, because it's going to be a hard job for Pensando.
Really big KO coming out for Leo Leon. Pensando doesn't commit on the flip, though. That could have maybe stolen the point away, but instead now they're forcing the corner defense once again. Another KO. The power play continues, and with the flip available on Leo Leon, it's looking curtains as he just picks the right time, but no, it's deflected away by Carmine, point blank. Another try for return to form to the bottom side. Hook resets, still maintaining control, but a good strike war by Carmine now, and Zaxmac barraging it forward. It's saved still, but Carmine with the pendulum swing will turn the point around.
Yeah, they keep the set alive. Pensando, like you said, kind of burned that flip and didn't get much out of it, but they were still able to hold Leo Leon a little bit too hasty with the flip himself, and I think felt like he missed an opportunity to use it, and then he had to, and just went nowhere. And a great hold, and now they'll keep the set alive.
Carmine's individual play has been great as well, looking to 1v3 in the corner and getting a barrier out of it. Not even a barrier traded back by return to form as they look to play in the corner once again. It's looking not the easiest though, as Zaxmac on the double goalie defense is looking solid as ever. And Carmine, another 1v3 to the resume, another 2 barriers taken, and the goal opened up in the favor of Modern Magic.
Yeah, both teams looking like the corner offense is just unstoppable. The offensive goalies are really not able to hold for very long, especially against these brawler picks who both do so well at punishing those missed strikes.
Carmine flip available, pushing all the way forward, and Zaxmac comes in on the late strike to bring us all the way to a 0.5 here. Modern Magic, at the start, they look shaky, but they recovered so well, and now they're playing like a well-oiled machine. I think Return to Form are the ones who need to get something together because they haven't been able to mount a consistent offense.
Yeah, they can't keep it on that side, and you know, the synergy from Zaxmac and Carmine, even though it's a different roster than at the start, they've played together before. And, you know, you saw in that last point, it was perfect. And now Pensando finding the synergy, passing ahead, but they now have their goal open.
Flip available for Leo Leon, could turn this point around in just an instant, but Carmine's lurking in the corner. Zaxmac flip available, trying to make sure that Leo can't get a clean shot. Barrier still not taken though. Leo Leon still being very patient with all of this energy. One flip's all it takes to close this out against the not very defensive goalies on both sides. And a shot by Moffin across the entire map. No one was expecting that. All eyes were on Leo Leon's flip, and while they're distracted, they're misdirected.
Yeah, perfect play from Moffin, because that was the only spot that Pensando had to clear. Covered it, and it was really just a checkmate situation because your only other option was to hit it into the X with core flip. You see the chrono boost here, which is going to be really important on this map. We were talking about the speed. With that and fight or flight showing up, it'll be interesting to see if one team can get both of those. Because if the Now gets it here, they don't go for it. So it will be Kai getting chrono boost. Finny takes away the fight or flight from Rasmus. And then most of the other picks are going to go toward damage or just general cooldowns, the extra special, the rapid fire. And Catalyst, always a strong pick. But you see, I think Modern Magic has to be pretty happy because they're the ones who had a forward get a speed pick here, whereas Moff and Kui, it'll help the fight or flight, but it was more of a deny.
Absolutely. I think there were a lot of denies on the side of Return to Form. Leo Leon's extra special was most of it, but there's the 1-2 punch. There's the little bit of power on Carmine really coming through. That's a brawler off the board, but the goal's still being defended by Return to Form. The barrage comes in, and once again, they're weak against the Kai barrage multi-hits. This is a team without many creations, multi-hits, whatever, to really deal with that ability, and it really sets up Carmine to send forward, but Pensando is the one who sends the core backwards by accident, and the play fizzles out as Leo Leon Hook resets, try to push and find a barrier for the first time in what seems like ever. They mount an offense, and they should be able to push up, but no, it's Carmine once again who just distracts everybody and somehow manages to survive as well, dodging away from everything.
Yeah, this is that KO pressure you're worried about, but so far Zaxmac and Carmine are staying alive and they have the goal open now. Pensando has the core flip. We'll see if he uses it offensively. 2 are burned out on the side of Modern Magic. It's sent up to Zaxmac, who's trying to find it with the barrage, but a great clear from Moffin Kui. They keep it alive, but Zaxmac just intercepting every single pass with the Chrono Boost.
And now Moffin's in a dangerous situation. Carmine might be almost dead, but there's an almost in that phrase. Leo Leon, though, pushing to the top side. Firewall Sentry defensive from Pensando. And now Carmine's back with a vengeance, looking to send to the top side. Zaxmac with the rebound. Again on Death's Door, but not quite there. Still surviving as Moffin sends it to the other side of the field. Carmine picks it up once more, and Moffin's got to be so careful, but the core goes a little bit too fast, and the pendulum swing doesn't connect. And once again, it's just stalling at the midfield, and this X is going to have such a hard time as Leo Leon goes for a Strike War win. But again, the immobile X not getting too many chances, needs to find the KO, finds the power play, and eventually will find the goal.
Yeah, Zaxmac, it felt like was staggered for that entire point, at least the entire overtime. He kept finding ways to stay alive, but finally goes down there, and there was nothing Pensando could do at that point. Zaxmac kind of just taking over both the midfield, and especially on this map, able to turn that into instant offense, especially with the weakness that Return to Form has against that Kai barrage. So we'll see if he can find ways to keep staying alive, as it looks like Carmine might be the one going down here.
Carmine down, but the speed in the midfield from Zaxmac does mean the core is being interrupted quite a bit while Leo Leon and Hook Resets try to push forward. They do find one barrier. If they can maintain one, though, Modern Magic get out of it alive, and with the barrier to speak of, a lot of meter built up on pretty much everyone in this game as the play sent forward by Modern Magic. The now secondary actually backfires on them as Carmine pushes forward to the top corner, deflected away by Return to Form, and a flip goes out from Hook Resets. That energy gone. An advantage for Modern Magic as Zaxmac interrupts the awkward dribble in the middle with a barrage to the top side. And Modern Magic, I think, it just feels like even though this game is so close, even though Return to Form is in the lead, Modern Magic are controlling the pace.
Yeah, now that point has to hurt because it was a Bell Ringer that found the first barrier and a Now Mine that found the second one. So just hurting themselves here when it feels like you said, Modern Magic's playing so well and like you have to do everything right. Can't be having those unforced errors on your own side. But yeah, just controlling the pace, and with that speed that they got in that last draft, it's really apparent that they're the ones in control.
Bit of a Pensando masterclass in this point, defending the barrier with an amazing strike war against Leo Leon, and now trying to push on the offense as well. Carmine beating Moffin in the corner now as Pensando looks for an opportunity ahead. Zaxmac, ton of meter available, trying to find a chance to use it that isn't on the defensive end. Moffin last second save, but it goes back to Carmine. Pensando sets up the Firewall Sentry, and Modern Magic take a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, beautiful play with the hook into the Firewall Sentry. It's not Juno, but Pensando is still able to make that offensive pressure felt. And now they have a big energy advantage, especially just on Zaxmac being able to push that corner and have the core flip. So they find a KO with the Giga Blast, and this might be what they need to even up this game.
Importantly, Zaxmac doesn't eat that misdirection, doesn't take the chip damage, is very, very healthy. Forces the flip out by barraging and takes it for the barrier. Now, with an open net, it is Modern Magic's time to take the sets evened up here. And although Carmine is hurt, that guy doesn't die too easily. Pushing forward still, looking for the pendulum swing, surviving through the portal and getting the orb, and still maintaining a 2-barrier lead.
Yeah, able to stay alive through that, but Leo Leon is chasing him down. He ran out of punches, so Carmine will continue to stay alive, and Pensando will keep both of these up. But now it's Zaxmac who goes down, and it might be falling apart for Modern Magic.
Really, really good pass to bypass the hook, but now Carmine is back. Top side, finding the dribbles, finding the strike war wins. Hook resets, flip, stuffed away by Carmine. And a glitch pop is so scary with all the core speed, but Hook resets through the portal, finds the gap, and Zaxmac not ready to cover it. It's 2-2, it's a 0.5, and Return to Form can still be the ones to win this set.
Yeah, Zaxmac just spawned, and his immediate reaction was to run down, but he left that corner open. Hook resets with a beautiful goal. And now we head to another 0.5.
0.5, but this time it looks like Return to Form might have an early lead. Oh, but the big finish doesn't quite catch it in the right way to clear it cleanly. And one barrier is already down on Return to Form side. Leo Leon's taken so much chip damage. Carmine and Zaxmac are healthy at the moment, and that is bad news for Return to Form, where even when they were the ones dealing the damage, they were having trouble, and now the core is in the corner. a really tough spot, but they managed to fish it out, and Leo Leon advances to the far side.
Yeah, and even though it's not really considered a defensive goalie, Moffin Kiwi's doing such a good job of holding that corner, and now Leo Leon pushing that corner of his own. Hook resets, covering the off angle, and if they can find one goal here, they'll take a dominant 2-0 lead, but the bell ringer sends it backwards, and now they'll have to reset and try to get back on offense against all that speed.
Oh, really awkward flip, but Moffin makes the best of a bad situation. Make sure to maintain that barrier. Hook resets, going for a pass. Leo Leon trying to find the shot, has the strike reset, and return to form, make the comeback. They return to the lead, prevent the tie from coming through. They find another draft with them in the first pick. But a little bit unfortunately, the goalie being first pick is a little rough in this meta where speed is all over the place, but given the awakenings that are in this draft, maybe not the worst thing in the world, especially with something like Deadeye being such a strong pick.
Yeah, Deadeye perfect for Finny, and you take it away from the Amy too, and you know that'll help you continue to keep Zaxmac out of those points. Also, Carmine, both of them have been getting pushed down. The size on X and the size on Now, you double deny, and I think it'll also just help you in those strike wars and keeping it in that corner. You just take up so much space that there's nowhere to escape on this map. And you see some survivability, you know, a spark apiece go onto the forwards of Modern Magic, but this is exactly the kind of draft Return to Form needed, even though they didn't get the speed.
Carmine in particular having the best out of that draft. I feel like getting a ton of stagger will be much tankier, a lot harder to stagger like in that previous set. And although it isn't speed, it's still more presence on the map. I don't think that guy needs speed to be the threat in the corner, 1v3ing over and over again, but this time it's deflected away by Moffin and hook resets. And now Zaxmac could be the main focal point of the offense of Return to Form. The Kai is very squishy after all, and Moffin is doing quite decently in the 1v1s versus Carmine on this Finny.
Yeah, doing really well in those corners, and you know, as long as it's not the barrage, I think Moffin's done such a fantastic job holding with the Finny. When Zaxmac's able to get in there uncontested and unstaggered, that's when they've really struggled on defense. But right now they're just Leo Leon setting up a wall and keeping him out of the point enough that it hasn't been a problem.
Oh, really tough spot for Pinzando, forced to burn the flip, and still two barriers down. Zaxmac low, trying to find the Giga Blast, trying to find the glitch pop, but it just goes into the hands of Moffin, although it's now a dangerous spot for Return to Form as their barriers fall. Leo Leon and hook resets need to find a way out of this play. A built-up flip might be the ticket to the top side, deflected by Pensando, perfect timing, has the read, and now Return to Form. They don't have the energy resources. Zaxmac is the closest to flip.
Yeah, and Zaxmac went for a cheeky play and just didn't see Leo Leon there, or thought he'd have enough time. He started to walk away from the portal, and that's the kind of error you can't have, and that's why this is Return to Form's pick, I guess. They're ready for stuff like that, and Modern Magic maybe hasn't played it as much.
Yeah, that's the second time Zaxmac's been caught sleeping on that top portal. It's a little bit rough for Modern Magic. Both those points could have been in their favor had that not happened, but now it's a tough situation. Return to Form. It was once a close game, but now they're just marching forward 2 points away from closing out game one. And with so much damage on Zaxmac, it seems like they're in a good spot to really push that lead.
Yeah, pushing the corner, they take Zaxmac out, and if they can convert this power play, they'll be just 1 point away. But Carmine with a huge strike war there is going to take out most of the time of this power play. Zaxmac on his way back, and Pensando has the flip up now to stay healthy on defense.
Flip available for Hook though, and we've seen some magic with the portals created by the Now midfield. Tough situation in the corner against Carmine, but Hook resets, wins just enough strike wars to get it out of there. Now Moffin, the one that might be looking for a flip play. A lot of space available, a flip away. Leo Leon trying to stun the goalie, but not the demon angle found. And Modern Magic stay alive, they get a barrier.
Yeah, now we're hitting overtime, and that Rasmus with the 1-2 punch just able to send it so fast past these defenders. Not able to find this last barrier yet as they get it up to Zaxmac. He's pushing, and the long-range barrage finds it through there. This big finish almost was disastrous, but they're still holding this corner. But now it goes down and both goals open.
Oh, and Moffin, a rare miss on the clear right to Zaxmac into the waiting arms. That's a point that Modern Magic will happily take. The pressure created by Carmine in the bottom corner was so scary that Moffin, really, really rare miss. But again, Modern Magic, that's exactly what they need to get back in the game.
Yeah, Carmine turned around the reverse power play to just keep it in that corner for the rest of the point, and you just never expect some of the speed that you see out of a Chrono Boost and Spark of Agility Kai. And it made that point happen, and now they'll stay alive here.
Reset's taking a lot of damage, healing up, and Zaxmac the one traded away by the misdirection from the Deadeye Fini. Such a dangerous ability and a good strike shot to save both barriers. Moffin creating a bit of magic himself in the bottom corner, as Carmine, though, with just enough reach, a flip available, now takes the barrier, and Modern Magic once again keeping the pace up on the offense.
Yeah, I talk so much about the corner pressure for return to form, but it's Carmine here pushing in. The big finish doesn't find it, and somehow the strike gets through both of them. Carmine finds a second point, both of those last two sort of on his own, and now Modern Magic has a chance to extend this game another set.
Carmine just creates so much pressure on this Rasmus pick, and Hook resets the Moffin. There had to be a really precise defense made. Hook was trying to pass the Moffin, but the strike cooldowns weren't quite linked up, and that led to the unfortunate own goal. But maybe this point is a turning point for Modern Magic. If they can win this one, they can go to another draft, really reset the situation, no longer be 1 point away from a return to form victory. And Carmine pushing to the bottom corner, lots of patience to the top side, but Leo has flip and just sends it away.
Yeah, they weren't able to get much out of that flip, and now Leo's going to have to push up Energyless. Pensando uses one of his own, but doesn't get much either, so none of the flips finding much value. And as I say that, a third flip doesn't really get anything, and now we're all back to square one.
Really dangerous situation now as Leo Leon Hook resets with the corner offense, but Zaxmac taking a ton of damage but staying alive, and Carmine steals away the core from Moffin, sends it right back from where it came. 3-1, a one set for Modern Magic, a potential comeback for Modern Magic, and that's exactly the player you need in first picks. But really, just anything in this draft, Spark of Focus will turn this game around.
Yeah, stole away that point, stole away the set, and they could steal away the game with a third Spark going on to Rasmus here. You don't have the speed, but like you said, just all those cooldowns in the secondary, enough to still be a force to be reckoned with, as we saw in all 3 points that they got in that. Knife's Edge also going over to the Kai is going to mean even more speed. Stagger goes over to X, which isn't going to be too important, but a little bit more speed. And the perfect form landing on Now is going to be really important. I think both teams are really happy with this, but you just can't overlook the 3 Sparks on Rasmus. And that might be exactly what they needed to turn this game around.
3 Spark 1-2 punch is especially brutal in the core speed department, right? A single dribble from Carmine will just red core on the second shot so brutally, but right now it's all returned to form. A KO found onto the Kai, a long-range snipe from Moffin as Leo marches the core forwards, but they can't quite get it as Pensando finds a good interrupt, and now Carmine has control, and Modern Magic once again turned a completely lost point into a relatively competitive one here. They still got to be careful though, because Leo's pushing up, but a great barrage by Zach will bypass once again the card from Moffin. And again, it's really showing that the offense is really strong for him return to form, but one slip up and Modern Magic can get so much off of it.
Yeah, they might need to tell Zaxmac to just keep dying, because it seems like every time he does, something good happens from Carmine. They're pushing up here, and they have it on the correct portal side, but 3 flips on the side of return to form are going to make it hard. One goes down, a second goes down, and it's matched by Pensando, and all of a sudden here we see Carmine turning another point around.
Almost that flip here. One more strike will do it. Finds the flip, finds the back pass. And Moffin, this flip is crucial, but it goes right into the waiting arms of Carmine. A great primary, though, from Hook. Will block away all the shot angles. But this portal play is scary. Zaxmac in position. Leo Leon, the big finish, sends it to the bottom side as Pensando looking for a passing angle right through to Leo. But Zach wins with yet another strike war. Carmine now going for the pendulum swing. But Moffin is the one who is there in time. And now Zach pushing forward with the barrage dribble. Carmine to the bottom side. A strike war win from Hook resets. And Leo Leon will finally get a clean shot at it. A dribble with the bell ringer and a point for return to form.
Yeah, I saw 2 times there. I think Carmine had a little bit too much power and tried to dribble, and the core just goes so fast, so far away from him so quickly that he didn't quite have control. So he's going to have to adjust to all the power and the 1-2 punch that he has in this build. But just so much able to happen, and what a hook. Finds the barrier from the other side, and now we'll see if he can score in the one-on-one here.
2 barriers up are Modern Magic. Such a dangerous spot for return to form. They've struggled in this situation so many times before in this game. And with Zaxmac and Pensando building up so much meter, that's also a threat they have to watch out for. A flip to Carmine could mean the end of this game. Well, not the game, just the points, but maybe prevent them from ending the game too soon. Amazing clear though from Return to Form. Sends it past Zaxmac, bypasses the flip, but the flip is used in the combo with the Giga Blast to take out the Brawler. And now Carmine has free reign, but an amazing strike order from Hook Resets will somehow get it out of there. Zaxmac unable to catch with the barrage as well. Return to Form staying alive for the respawn.
Yeah, neither team really able to take care of or get a hold of those power plays this game, but now we find another one, but Pensando blinks in and finds another point in a reverse power play. You've seen that from both sides, just not coordinated enough on offense, and I think also just those Gates portals allow you to stall out so much time. But Zaxmac went down and Pensando flew in and found it with the Cyber Swipe.
The later this game goes on, the scarier it gets for Return to Form. They need to figure out a way to end it here. But Carmine is such a threat, forcing out flips, putting on the pressure in the corner, and building up so much energy as well with the dribbles. Pensando's in there as well. Flip available, snuffed away by the triple take, and unable to find the barrier though. Big opportunity for Return to Form. Big cooldowns burned from Modern Magic here.
Yeah, and every time Carmine uses that hook, the core is about as red as it can be. Not even in overtime, and it just flies through, so making such good use out of every single one. And Zaxmac with a perfect strike there, strike back to himself, and now Carmine puts it in, all three players involved, and Modern Magic firing on all cylinders here.
Maintaining a flip as well, high energy on all of Modern Magic, but the same can be said for Return to Form. But again, Carmine and Zach just so much scarier with the energy, right? They just have the speed to get into position, so those flips are so much more threatening. But this one, not quite, as it was a creative attempt, but I think Moffin had all the time in the world to react to that. And now the pressure is coming through. The best big finish of the game will take both barriers, but Carmine is still pushing forward.
Yeah, perfect big finish there, finds both. And now Return to Form has a chance to get it to a 0.5, and all that scaling could be for nothing. And now Primary almost sends it far enough, but it didn't quite have the angle to go into the goal. Flip from Hook Resets, burns it out from Pensando, but nothing yet. But Leo Leon with the strike reset puts it in the corner, and now Return to Form has a chance to put this game away.
The classic flip, the classic flick, I can't speak, from Leo Leon. Really just leading Pensando to believe it was the top corner, but instead it was the bottom. And Moffin with a flip available. This should be a pretty stable point for Modern Magic, but chaos occurring, both barriers down. This is where Modern Magic thrive, and Return to Form are really just in such a bad spot, especially with that KO coming through. Zaxmac was low, but without a brawler, that guy is not in any danger.
Yeah, they go down, they send it up to Carmine. He's carried so many of these points already, and now he sends it through. Somehow the strike shot didn't catch that one, and now we're going to go to a set 5, even more scaling on the side of Modern Magic. They had a chance, Return to Form there, to put it away, but now they keep them around. The only saving grace is that Carmine here is picking 5th.
Yeah, but is it really saving grace? I think that guy's done all the scaling that he needs to. So maybe it's actually good for Modern Magic. I don't know. But again, Scary Awakenings in draft, I think the biggest one might be Unstoppable. Really good deny from Pensando, because if Moffin got that, Carmine would have a lot harder time. And overall, I think, once again, Modern Magic, very, very happy with the draft.
Yeah, you get the Stagger Swagger to help you stay alive, which has been one of the only ways Return to Form has found any consistency. So Carmine, just those 3 sparks, and now the Stagger Swagger, going to be so impossible to KO. And now the team player from Zaxmac's going to give both him and Carmine the opportunity to red core at will. And that'll just be so hard for Moffin and Hook Resets to deal with on defense.
Return to Form really need to win this map pick to have a good start to the series. Modern Magic trying to really just break Return to Form's unconventional map pick. Not many teams like Gates of Obscura. Return to Form is one of them, as they build up a lot of meter, find both barriers. But Carmine once again looking like a threat in the bottom corner. The Pendulum Swing does it again, but Leo Leon flip in front of the net, and Pensando can't react to that in time. Such a fast-paced point, but really good on Return to Form to not let Carmine get out of control.
Yeah, another one of those cases where the core speed for Carmine was a bit of a double-edged sword, as it sent it so fast back at Leo Leon, who had the flip, and there was just no chance really for Zaxmac or Pensando to interrupt that play. But Carmine now has it in the corner, not able to find anything yet, and we'll see what they can do with all this core speed on Zaxmac and Carmine.
all this force speed, all this energy on Pensando as well, but Hook resets once again, now primary perfect, but the strike war is even better for Modern Magic until right then. 2 missed strikes mean 2 missed barriers. A good flip, but a KO onto Zaxmac, and if one flip, pass forward, looking for the end of this point, are Leo Leon and Hook resets. Pensando just defending so desperately. Pensando trying so hard, but in the end, the deficit is too much to overcome, and return to form once again are at match point.
Yeah, full stacks already for now as well. I mean, we said like it looked for like another great draft for Modern Magic, but return to form has just returned to the form that they had in that first set, and now they have a chance to put this away rather quickly and not let them scale anymore.
Flipping Carmine to start the offense, but again, the core a little bit too fast. Double barrier averted. Crisis averted from return to form as they try to play a stable game. Go for a slow strike war against Pensando. Take it away from Carmine. I think Hook resets is making sure that Carmine can't get those hook plays that transition the offense so quickly. And that's really turning the tide for return to form as Leo Leon gets both barriers and finds a clean goal to finish it off.
Yeah, what a strike on that last play. They kept Zaxmac out of the play for that entire point. He just had to hide in the corner and wasn't able to help Pensando really like he wanted to at all. So return to form, a bit of a scare there, almost got reverse swept. So many close sets in that series, but they were dominant in the last one, and they got back to what helped them be confident on that pick.
Yeah, taking a look at the scoreboard, that was a long game. Muffin breaking the 300 redirect mark, many others very, very close behind, and I'm surprised there weren't more KOs. Like, there were a lot, don't get me wrong, but there was a lot of damage, and I think the whole team of Modern Magic did a very good job of surviving, a really good job of staying in there, but in the end, return to form just pushed up very well. If they got the push together as a unit, they had a pretty good success rate, and that really, really helped.
Yeah, like you said, something like 130, 120,000 damage there, but only 10 KOs in what was a 29-minute game. And so, yeah, they did just such a good job of surviving, and that's what allowed them to get it to 5 sets, Modern Magic. A great effort there. I think you have to be, it's disappointing to get swept in that last set after all the work you did, but still, you push them to the brink, and you just frankly outplayed them in those two on their map pick in those 2 sets. And so if you can turn that momentum into something here, they'll be in good position for their own pick, which is going to be, I believe, Night Market.
It is indeed Night Market, and that's a map where some carry performances can come through, but also a lot more speed centric, right? We are in the midst of one of the most over centralizing speed metas of all time, where speed is king on every map. Speed merchants are thriving at the moment, and Night Market is the map to do it on. We've seen a variety of midfielders, but I think Kai, now, even the Era could be focuses in this upcoming game.
Yeah, you see Sad Boys pick the Era a lot, not a lot of other teams, but you could definitely see it here. And yeah, you've seen discussion all day in the Twitch chat about Chrono Boost, about speed in general being so strong, and Night Market can make anyone speedy with that middle, but especially if you have your own speed on top of that, yeah, it's just going to be ridiculous, and you can have some big carry performances. It'll be interesting if it's the same kind of midfielders. The Kai, the Now, I think would both be priority picks depending on the start, which I don't know if we have yet. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be all about speed. Also, one thing I noticed looking back, Leo Leon has played X for, I believe, 6 straight maps now, so we'll see if that continues or if he's allowed to be on any other pick. But strong on this map, so it could happen again and be his 3rd straight series of playing only that character.
Wait, 6 straight maps?
I believe so.
Well, that's crazy. That guy's gotten X for 6 straight. Like, they just locked in the X. They've been like, well, it works. And they've won all of those, right? Well, not all of them, but like they've won all the series that they were in, right?
They've won the series. Yeah, he keeps getting X, and they keep winning. So maybe that'll change here, or maybe it'll continue.
Well, it looks like the X is left open once again. Return to form this time on blue side. They could just lock it in here. It's perfect form to start, like might as well. But midfield might be a priority here. Something like the Now could be a really strong pick coming off the board. But with Twin Drive, some goalie options open up as well.
Yeah, the melee goalies I think are all really strong with Twin Drive, also with perfect form. But return to form here takes the Rasmus, so Leo Leon finally might be off of that pick, and of course taking away from Carmine, who just dominated so many points in that last series. But yeah, I'm interested in what the goalie picks are going to look like.
But emphasis on might, because there's a very, very, very good chance this is actually Moffin's Rasmus goalie.
You're right. Yeah.
And that
definitely,
guy
because it's
plays
not a
lot
Kazan goalie
on
start.
Night Market. Yeah. And also, it does very, very good in denying away that Rasmus pick that we saw Carmine absolutely dominate on. And on the other side, Aimee, and now of course a very, very solid all-around midfield pick, and we're gonna see a repeat of the Aimee goalie performance. And there's the X again, you know?
It's X again.
They know the formula. But Pensando has been performing excellently in every game that I've seen him in, I think, and no complaints about that performance. I think Modern Magic just need to find more consistent offense because they have a lot of the puzzle pieces of a solid team. It's just that there's just something missing when it comes to consistent offense. It's usually just Carmine 1v3ing, and eventually it doesn't work.
Yeah, and that's not to say that him and Zach Smack don't necessarily have synergy, but it just feels like the setups, there's never able to be much help for him other than him just going in there, hooking, doing whatever he can, especially on the Rasmus. But this time he's going to be on the Juliet, also a really strong pick for him. But, you know, not exactly what he's known for. But yeah, we'll see if they can find more consistency on that offense. I think they have, especially with the perfect form. I mean, both Aimee and Now really like perfect form and really like Twin Drive, so those will be some interesting choices. But Julie loves perfect form, and you find it here on really her map where she thrives.
Yeah, we'll see if the Era X combination in the forward duo will be able to do it for return to form. It's a bit of a return to form for Hook Resets, who was once an Era 1 trick way back in the day. Very, very known for that character even to this day. And we'll have to keep an eye on the NATOs as this is really going to be, once again, a battle in the midfield on Night Market. We're loading into game. This could be the last game of the night.
Yeah, it could be. Not too late of a night like we've had for some weeks. But yeah, Era is really interesting because you see so many people just wanting her to get buffed, saying she's weak. But especially on Night Market, you see her picked fairly often. And especially with the X, you know, it's not like 2023 Era Mako X where you have to pick the Mako with that. But Era X really strong here, and they're going to be able to get that speed from specifically Era, not have to necessarily pick it themselves. So I like both team comps here. I think they're both really strong with the Awakenings. And you do see the Now for Pensando go for the Twin Drive, makes sense, but also going for the Momentum Boots, which you don't see as much these days.
Oh yeah, the Now goalie actually. Oh wow, I misjudged the draft completely. It was Zach Spack, Aimee midfield. Pensando on this pick. I'm a little bit concerned, a little bit for the offense of Modern Magic, because a lot of the magic that they create is Pensando on those big blink-in plays on the Aimee or the Juno. And of course the Now can do that to some extent, but I think that's going to be a lot harder to get something like that done, and I think Leo and Hook are going to have a pretty good time versus the Now on the offensive end anyway. The corner offense comes through, the KO traded back by Carmine, but Leo Leon still maintaining possession, afflicted to the bottom side, deflected by Carmine, but return to form. They're not hitting it forwards, they're maintaining possession.
Yeah, keeping possession, waiting for their Era to come in and speed them both up, perhaps. Leo Leon has the speed now, but doesn't find anything with the bell ringer in that plan. Thwarted a little bit, but like you said, just so much they can do against a Now goalie, and a perfect pass up to Hook Resets, who was in the right spot, puts it in the corner, and a first point go to the side of return to form.
An especially festive lobby for the two goalies. Pensando already farmed the Now skin. That was pretty quick. Got it in time for Nassau match day. Moffat, on the other hand, though, looking very confident as usual on the Rasmus goalie. Of course, losing a barrier there, but Carmine was just in his face, and not too much you can do while trying to maintain the flip. Zach Spack, though, a player that hasn't had too much impact in this game so far. We'll really be watching to see if this Aimee can get it done, because the Sakai was basically the center point of the previous game.
Yeah, I know, really comfortable on that Aimee pick. Zach Spack's kind of been now fully a starter, was kind of an interim starter, and I saw dominating on this pick in NASA for Flying Bloblos, who got a big win last week. So definitely confident on the pick, but yeah, so far not able to find much impact and not able to find the barrier there as they get it ahead to Leo.
Zaxmax staying alive. Moffin on the backside waiting for overtime to strike, so these pendulum swings can be devastating. Clearing it out of the corner for now. The Fireball Sentry just cleared away from again and interrupted by the pendulum swing. Just enough speed to get past Pensando. Overtime, Rasmus goalie is a bit of a threat.
Yeah, combination of the pauldrons, and right as it hit overtime, that pendulum swing came in. Pensando wasn't ready for that and doesn't have the reach of some other goalies, at least with the cooldowns they had available. Moffin Kui, unfortunate own barrier there, but they're ahead 2-0, and a great hook play there keeps their second barrier alive.
If they could put damage pressure onto Carmine, that could be a huge win condition here. The flip does splash damage, and Carmine's in a lot of trouble now with no evades to speak of. Bit of miscommunication. Doesn't quite finish off the kill, though, and Carmine's healed right back up to an unstaggered state. Hook resets, though, avoiding the dash punch, staying healthy, building up a flip, and return to form. They look so comfortable on Night Market.
Yeah, just completely controlling the pace of the game. With this era, especially making great use of those speed boosts, the timings with them, and Carmine almost finding himself KO'd. He's been staggered the whole point, and now finally does at the hands of the energy of Hook resets, and now we'll see if they can convert this. They've had such a consistent control, but not quite the second barrier yet, and Zaxmack with some great defensive plays there to thwart it, but now they find it on the passing play.
An amazing passing play to send it around Pensando. The flip wasted as well, and Carmine's got to create some Carmine magic as the barrier does fall, but they don't maintain possession. It goes right back to the hands of Hook resets. Trapped by Carmine to the top corner, but the Hook will catch the shot. Moffin with the good read, and now Carmine taking so much damage, almost staggered. Leo Leon sends it around Pensando, who can't strike it in time. It's a 3-0 for return to form. It is tragedy for Modern Magic, as there were so many slip-ups in that set.
Yeah, so many slip-ups. There you see the momentum boots not up because Pensando had just gotten a hit. And, you know, that's one of the things that I think you see strike shot on so many now goalies, and the momentum boots a few times just needed a little bit of extra reach and didn't find it. You will find the Monu on Pensando here, which is going to be really important. Not as much of a factor on goalie as it is in the midfield, but still important. But size going to the Rasmus goalie, really important. Not usually important on a goalie pick. And stacks on stacks going on Leo Leon with the perfect form is just a god build already.
My eyes are on Carmine. Well, in a Modern Magic matchup, they usually are, right? Because the action does happen when Carmine has the core. But with Adrenaline Rush, that is a winning condition that has been created for Modern Magic. And any KO could really achieve that. But so far, Return to Form has been very good at avoiding KOs, no matter what form, whether it be the Cyber Swipe or the Dash Punch. And once again, a great clear from Moffin. No hesitation to send it away. And with all this size available, Moffin has a very comfortable time striking against this Juliet.
Yeah, the makings of a win condition, but doesn't quite have the other awakenings to support that Adrenaline Rush quite yet. Perfect Form helps you get the cooldowns, but no power, no size, nothing like that. And so Hook resets and Leo Leon definitely still have the advantage as far as awakenings in the forward here. Leo Leon uses it, but there we go, the first Adrenaline Rush proc of the game, and now they'll try to convert this power play.
Barrier finally goes down. A weird bounce as Hook resets. Is going in for a flip play, possibly. But an amazing glitch bot from Zaxmack. Perfectly timed to beat out the pendulum swing. Modern Magic, that was a clean point, and playing to that Adrenaline Rush quite well.
Yeah, if they can keep finding points like that, KOs like that, especially to turn the point around, that'll be what they need. We saw last game, neither team really able to consistently make the power plays happen, but with the Adrenaline Rush, it's pretty hard to mess it up when you have those speeds, have those cooldowns. But a beautiful play off the NATO and a double barrier puts Return to Form in a great position to bounce right back.
And a really good hook, too, from Moffin. It didn't end up panning out, but taking the core out of the possession of Modern Magic and trying to rotate it to the other side was definitely a good idea here. Hook resets once again, getting the core, setting up the NATO, trying to block off the bottom end as Carmine goes for a Hail Mary dash punch, not quite connecting. as Hook resets and Leo now playing to the top corner, building up a lot of energy as Moffin has a flip as well, and Carmine is all out of the resource. It's an advantage for Modern Magic for a moment here, but Leo Leon burns the flip, and an even bigger advantage for Modern Magic.
Yeah, but they still have to find a way to keep the ball on offense and take down that second barrier, and they just can't do it. Moffin Kui able to push so far ahead. Leo Leon finds himself low, but Carmine isn't really putting the pressure to get an Adrenaline Rush proc on him like he could. But now it's going to be hard for Leo Leon to stay alive, and he gets punched. This might be what they need, and if they can get it around Hook resets and Moffin here, they'll find a second point the same way they found the first one.
They might, but it's looking difficult here. Good Pendulum Swing, good Bewitching Beam to send it away. They're making the saves for the moment, but the core speed's accelerating for Zaxmack in particular. Whiplash barely saves it in time from Moffin, and Return to Form have stabilized for the moment. It's still a difficult situation though, as Carmine is lurking, but Leo Leon possession to the bottom side, finding the dribbles, but a good flip by Pensando will send it away. A lot of trouble here, but Moffin, so much size, can just reach around absolutely everybody. Carmine to the top side though, gets the mix up, kind of hides it in the terrain there. I think Moffin just wasn't thinking about that angle at all, but Carmine had so much patience on that play.
Yeah, you saw the size for Moffin be so important a lot of times in that point, but they're not quite enough. And so Return to Form, somehow it seems like they're ahead in a lot of these points, but it just takes one KO and the Adrenaline Rush can completely swing it around. But Carmine whiffs the flip there. That'll make it hard for another play like that to happen, but they're pressuring Hook resets here as much as they can.
This Manu is doing a lot of work for Pensando too, because in situations where secondary is available, you don't have to interact, but when secondary is misplaced, that kind of thing occurs where both barriers fall so quickly. Moffin has flip available, Hook resets playing dangerously near the edge, and Carmine picking up a power play. Hook resets now in danger. No energy available for an evade at the moment. Could chain into a little bit more, but defense on the top side times out the Adrenaline Rush, and Return to Form survive.
Yeah, and the stacks going down for Leo Leon too makes it a lot harder to turn this set around. Back to 0, back to square one. But a great passing play up ahead, and a reset from Leo Leon puts that in. What a flip from Moffin Kui, who found a perfect pass to Leo Leon, who won the strike war with the reset up there. Great job there, but it's going to take a lot for Leo Leon to build these stacks back up and, you know, make use of that speed advantage that they have.
Definitely not going to be easy, especially when Zaxmack and Pensando play patiently. And Carmine is there converting on the barriers. This corner is locked down by Modern Magic. A lot of damage on Carmine though. If they can find this KO, that could be huge. No fear of the Adrenaline Rush for a moment, but so much chip damage, and Hook resets gotta watch out. No evasive available means that one dash punch could do it here. The chip damage from Zaxmack as well, as Hook just walks forward, knows that they cannot afford to miss position in this moment. Trying to find a defensive play or Return to Form, but the barrier will still fall.
Yeah, Moffin hooked that backwards, tried to get the strike in time, but couldn't quite. A little bit too much speed on that. And now the barriers are open. Carmine has a chance for the play here, but a great strike from Hook resets gets it out of the punch. Moffin now being very careful, having to battle his own teammates, NATO, and Zaxmack with the flip gets it right past the timing of the secondary for Moffin, and it's all tied up here as Modern Magic. Fantastic set for them, and like you said, they found their win condition of that Adrenaline Rush.
In this draft, new win conditions emerge, right? Well, adding on to the Adrenaline Rush win condition, some kind of additional power or survivability or speed, maybe even a Stagger Swagger deny away, but team player is also incredibly important to keep the offensive pressure going from Modern Magic. 1-2 punch denied, but sparks are starting to be taken, perhaps a little bit more on the cooldown front, maybe some scaling later on, as Stagger Swagger is also going to do some work on Pensando. They've been barely missing a few of these cores, and that additional speed might be exactly what they need.
Yeah, a lot of speed now on the Now with Momentum Boots, with Twin Drive, and with Stagger Swagger. But I think a big thing in deciding the winner of this game, as a double barrier from Carmine there, a missed strike from Moffin. You see one spark on each brawler here. Whoever wins this next draft between those brawlers, or in general between the teams for who can deny, can be really important to stopping the scaling of the other brawler, as Carmine just bloodthirsty, continuing to look for KOs here and doesn't find it there, loses his flip, but they have both barriers down.
And with team player, you can afford to go for more of those plays because Zaxmac is shoring up the offense in terms of scoring, in terms of getting the core to the brawler. So, you know, might as well just go for a dash punch. Might as well go gambling and see if one of these will connect and will turn around the entire point. Muffin, dangerous spot, accidentally ends up unsaving it. That was an amazing clear to the top side, but the instinctive pendulum swing turned it into a horrible situation.
Yeah, like you said, he unsaved it. He had a beautiful play, and then I think panicked a little bit, thought it might go in, hooked it back, and then the pendulum swing as well. Unfortunate situation there. And yeah, Zaxmac, second straight game, finding team player, which is really important for them, but even more important, the adrenaline rush again for Carmine and another KO.
Not quite proccing it there, but the power play is immense here, especially because Leo just got caught off guard, right? Basically was in the middle of the lane, and then Zaxmac came in, Cyber Swipe, Glitch Pop, and a flip to just take him off the edge, and this time a Cyber Swipe will do it. Adrenaline Rush proc now for Carmine into 3v1, and Moffin's gonna have to play like the rookie of the season if they're gonna defend this one, and so far it's looking like it, but that's a barrier going down, a little too much to ask.
Yeah, but a great secondary there. Gets it around Pensando again, just not quite enough speed, no strike shot, nothing to do. But Return to Form loses possession. They have it ahead now. Carmine has the flip, but doesn't quite get in range. Now looking ahead to Hook Resets, who's dangerously on the edge, but doesn't get KO'd. But Carmine wins the strike war against the pendulum swing, and it's a second point for Modern Magic.
Oh, it's so tough too. Return to Form are doing what works usually for them, but Modern Magic, they're such an individualistic team, right? A lot of the plays are just individual outplays coming through, and I think that's throwing off Modern Magic Return to Form quite a bit, because that's not how teams mostly play. They mostly go for the passing lanes. They mostly go for the individual plays after they find those passing lanes, but with the goalie gone, maybe the team plays will come through for Return to Form.
Yeah, they're going to have to hold hands and play some defense here. But wow, great strikes there, and Leo Leon still hasn't used the flip, so they get Pensando back online with their barrier still up. But now Zaxmac getting pushed out of the play and looking to find a KO of their own is Return to Form.
Zaxmac in a lot of trouble, but healed up by Pensando. Carmine going for a double barrier conversion, only finds one as Pensando continues to defend. Barrier still stands thanks to a glitch pop by Zaxmac and a flip by Carmine to the other side, taking a barrier perfectly angled all the way around. Hook Resets and Muffin, a lot of energy to work with, but they're going to need to find some big interaction wins as Carmine goes for a dribbling play, goes for the mix-up. Not quite big enough to reach it that time, but his barrier still stands for Pensando.
Yeah, but only for about a second after you said that. Now Muffin sends it ahead with the core speed, has the core flip, just able to be so patient with all this size, covers so much of the lane as Hook Resets, controlling that corner, and Leo Leon gets the strike in. Return to Form finds a point again, so they stop the bleeding a little bit, but they need to find two more to turn the set around and stop the scaling, and the KO scaling especially, that Modern Magic has found here.
Oh, and that angle really sucks if you're a Return to Form fan, but if you're a Modern Magic, you'll be happy about that one. Muffin trying to play a little bit more up. Needs to be very careful, though. But that's two barriers already down. A series of unfortunate bounces. An amazing NATO by Hook Resets trying to convert it all. Leo Leon flip available to the top side, and we're at a 0.5 already. It feels like only moments ago, Return to Form were down 0-2.
Yeah, Zaxmac forced out of the goal because of the stagger there. Able to keep the full energy bar, which is a saving grace there, so they'll have it for 0.5, but it allowed Leo Leon to have a perfect angle off that flip and find the second goal. And like you said, so quickly now we're tied after it felt like Modern Magic was in control.
Danger spot now for Modern Magic here. They want to create a lead. They want to be in the position that they were 2 points ago. But it's such a tough spot when so much energy is available, and the layered strikes are coming in to take both barriers. Both barriers down for Modern Magic, and Muffin with the flip. Leo Leon showing no signs of dying anytime soon. And Muffin says no to the barrier loss, says no to a corner bounce, a perfectly lined up shot.
Yeah, what a hook. I don't know if he was trying to shoot that into the goal, but it worked nonetheless. They were playing the offense so well there, just setting up vertically with the midfielder and the goalie and controlling that speed gate, but then a missed strike almost led to disaster, and then somehow that Hook put it in. So 3 straight there for return to form. Now they find themselves winner of the draft. And Moffinkui gets the rapid fire, and importantly, only 1 spark showed up here, so it'll go to Julie.
Yeah, this is an interesting draft in terms of the return to form mindset, right? Because they get Catalyst, they get Castellast. They have a very strong draft overall, but if it goes to another set, that Juliet is a ticking time bomb. That is 3 sparks waiting to happen. Agility is inevitable, and they kind of want to win it here, if possible.
Yeah, they really put all their eggs into the basket of winning this set here. And with 3 straight points in the last set, you can't really blame them. But hopefully they don't do too much of that as Hook resets, finds his own barrier there. But the point remains even 1-1 on barriers.
Really, really good. Hooks coming out from Moffin, trying to stifle the offense of Modern Magic, doing so successfully. Leo Leon taking a lot of chip damage, though. Needs to be careful in general, because Zaxmac and Carmine are looking for any KO possible. The Dash Punch doesn't knock Hook resets off the edge, though. No Adrenaline Rush proc, and in these past few points, Return to Form have been very good at avoiding that win condition for Modern Magic.
Yeah, I think just making less mistakes, because you have speed on Leo, you have speed on the Era, of course, and so really you should be able to run away from the Julie as much as you can and just not find yourself on the edge. A lot of flips go out here, and Moffin pendulum swing a little bit too early, so Carmine will steal that point back after a great play from Leo. And now we find ourselves, again, Modern Magic going ahead.
Modern Magic in the lead. They need to maintain it here, though. They need to be a little bit more consistent on the offense, but a Dash Punch might do the trick. Hook resets playing very scared, because you should be scared. It's an Adrenaline Rush Julie, but a Dash Punch does go wide. Moffin does save both the barriers as well, and a passing play will rotate it to the other side of the world, but the barrier falls. Leo Leon being chipped down low, and Return to Form need to be so careful here. It's a lose condition at the moment.
Yeah, like you said, Modern Magic just plays so individualistically, and it makes a lot of great plays happen, but Hook resets and Moffin are playing this defense so well, setting up vertically to each other and setting up a pass to Moffin like that, who's able to find the second barrier. Leo trying to keep the pressure on, but he does lose the core, and now we'll see if Carmine can turn it back around.
Dash Punch not quite killing DX. Leo Leon continuing to try and punch the core forwards. The play slows down due to an awkward strike, and Hook rotates it forward, finds the KO. Pensando doesn't read the bounce properly. Oh no, the corner on Night Market, the foe of many a goalie, and it's a tied set. And I think Return to Form, 2 goals away. They can feel it.
Yeah, and especially as long as X doesn't lose all these stacks, that's really the only thing that could put you in such a bad spot. But just need to keep playing their game, and like I was saying before that last point, Moffin and Hook resets are just playing the defense so well, setting up to pass to each other, to both be able to transition into offense quickly, and that's what Modern Magic might need to do. They might need to just stop trying to make the hero plays, even though they've worked so well.
Leo Leon strike reset with Hook resets on the top side, looking for the bull rush, not quite enough, but the pendulum swing, and NATO splitting the uprights, a flip in front of the goal, a KO found with the bewitching beam of all things, and 1 goal away, our Return to Form from a 2-0.
Yeah, and that would be 3 straight wins for them. 3-3 record, so close to getting into playoff contention. If they can find 1 more point here, that'll be just such a good run in this, middle part of the season for them, and help separate themselves from the gridlock we kind of have in the middle of the standings.
Not going to be easy, though, but maybe it will. Moffin, a single strike deflects away the core flip from Carmine exactly when they needed it most. They're sending it away. They're finding the KO. Moffin going Rookie of the Season mode when Return to Form needed him most right now. And with Leo Leon building a flip, it looks almost inevitable at this point, but they need to find 1 barrier first. Carmine defending quite well, and despite the power play, the total barrier count taken is 0.
Yeah, great job from Carmine, just being a pest in the midfield there and not letting them get it ahead. And yeah, Moffin just so much size, so much power, able to do anything that he wants this point. And Carmine looks to be dead, but not quite, somehow running across the lane and staying alive. So Modern Magic somehow staying in this point.
Both barriers still standing. 1 finally falls, but Modern Magic Oh, both going down. Leo, Leon, flip available. A great shot, but a great save by Moffin with the whiplash right around Carmine. Zaxmac trying to interrupt in the middle, but it's all Leo Leon right now. So close to building up that core flip. Builds it up here with the Catalyst, but has to waste it in the Fireball Sentry and the Flame Flurry. A strike reset to Pensando, a flip available. Does remember to use it. To the top side it goes, and Moffin not quite catching it. And returns to form now. Now it's a Modern Magic with 1 goal away from continuing the game.
Yeah, and if they get that goal, they'll most likely get a 3rd spark onto Juliet. So return to form, like we said, it seemed inevitable, but all of a sudden it's really scary if they don't find it here. So they need to lock in for 1 more point. And Moffin, unfortunate missed strike on that last one, but if they can get this here, it won't matter at all.
Playing very well in the defense so far, earning a barrier, but 1 barrier going down thanks to Carmine's offense. Fireball Sentry looking incredibly frightful on the top side, and Leo Leon needs to be so careful. A KO here could mean curtains on this set, could mean curtains on a good chance at taking this one, but Leo still surviving, almost driving here as Carmine has to abandon the KO dreams for a moment. Really good bull rush as well to help defend. A bell ringer on the defense, and Moffin will be there to strike it away. Pendulum swing though, not quite enough, and Carmine's hands are good yet again as the goals opened up into favor of Modern Magic.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep control. Leo can't seem to find the second barrier, and Carmine's pressuring the KO onto hook resets, but he's done a great job staying alive this entire set, continuing to do that. But these Firewall Sentries are just... Leo has had to use like 3 or 4 flips in a row just staying alive and not able to use them on offense. We'll see if they can get it to him here. And he does find that second barrier, so now this could be it for return to form.
Leo looking for the dribble, looking for the bell ringer up the hook resets and return to form. 3 losses in the first 3 games of the season, 3 wins in the next 3. True to their name, they're on the path to playoffs.
Yeah, they set up the whole script for their season when they chose their name. I guess they did this on purpose. They knew they'd lose 3 and then they'd win 3. We'll see what the last few chapters of this book are, but a great last 3 weeks for return to form. They found a win over Sad Boys. They found a win today. That game almost got away from them, just like the first one did. Kind of the same pattern, but they just played fantastically, played together really well on defense, and just stopped getting KO'd quite as much by Carmine, and that just took away the win condition that they had found in the adrenaline rush.
Yeah, and Modern Magic, of course, a solid showing as ever, but again, amazing individual performances, but the team play did leave a little bit to be desired. And that's only really shown because the individual performances are so stellar, right? We see crazy flashy plays from Carmine, Zaxmac getting that KO from half the screen away, basically, and of course Pensando holding it down. But it feels like they're just missing the one thing in terms of synergy that could make them a playoff team. But for now, they fall down to 2 and 4. Really, really difficult to make it to the playoffs from here, but not impossible.
Yeah, not impossible at all. I mean, even earlier today, I think before the EKC game, Bun Bun Bonanza was still in, and they have 0 wins. So definitely still possible for Modern Magic. They need to inject something into their game, possibly some magic to turn their season around. But return to form, just looking fantastic, playing so well together on defense. Like we said, just the team play aspect was so clear there. Of they were setting each other up, they were playing together. And yeah, great showing from them. And now their season is, kind of right back where you started. You're even, and now you can go into positive territory, get to 4 and 3, and we'll see how they close this out.
Well, that's all from us in terms of games for today. There's a post show up next. And that was it from me, Saya, the guy you see pretty often, and Weston, candidate for Rookie Caster of the season. We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Nassau broadcast. We're here with the post-show 3 of the winners from today. Dropletto from the Bozo Bunch, Joker from Showtime, and Moffin from Return to Form. And first of all, while it's still fresh in our memory, Moffin, how does it feel to be back at an even record and return to form 3 wins in the past 3 weeks?
It's pretty awesome. The first 3 weeks are kind of silly because you're still getting some things together.
Yeah, and you had a great performance as always, which is crazy to say. Like just saying as always and it being right. Like you've really been consistent so far this season, and I guess you have a pretty unique character pool, right? How is that like in terms of like how you think about the game? Like, do you just go into a game thinking, oh, like this is a Rasmus angle. Oh, I'm gonna steal this guy's Rasmus, or what?
I feel like you know what I feel like it's like randomly. Picnic is on.
All right, and Joker, Showtime, taking down the undefeated Cosmic Calamity. Shianzu's back. How does that feel?
It feels good. Like, I'm always down to play midfield. You know me, man. But forward's my home, bro. And it's good to have my guy back feeding me the ball so I can score some goals and do my job. And, of course, Barcode holding it down as well. So, yeah, it feels good. And we feel stronger than ever. So, yeah.
And sitting at 4-2, a lot of teams in that spot at this point in the season. 5 entire... Wait, can I count? No, it's 4. 4 entire teams in that second place spot here. What are your thoughts going into the later weeks? Like, how do you think that will be shape up in like a very vague way?
I think it's going to be pretty competitive for those winner side spots. We got to just take care of business. If we win 2 games, I don't even know if it's guaranteed if we win 2 of those games and get 6 wins. I think we got to like win 3 just to confirm it. And if we win 3, we can go 7-2 and maybe even get first seed depending on if Calm drops the game and we have a tiebreaker on them now. So yeah, that's the goal. So we're just going to do what we can, win all the games we can, and try to get winner side for sure. And then first seed's an extra little bonus. If like we have first seed, we can like win awards and stuff like that for that. So like MVP.
All right. Dropletto, Bozo Bunch, also sitting at that 4-2 spot today. How'd you feel in those games against Bang?
I was feeling really confident today. After some little unfortunate scrims last night against someone that's actually on the talk here, we decided, what if we just drafted movement speed? And oh, whoop-de-doo, it's so strong right now. It's a little miserable, actually, if you're not picking haste, but once we figured it out, game's been feeling real nice and fresh to us.
Yeah, going in again on some of that movement speed talk, I guess, what are some awakenings that you would like to see added or removed, perhaps?
Can we please remove Chrono Boost from the pool? It is so miserable, like watching Akai get Chrono Boost and Octavia get Chrono Boost, and now and even the haste critters, including Mako, by the way. I hate seeing that character get like haste in the net because that's like I can't do anything about that one either. But as long as one of them are gone, I could be happy. I don't care what's put in probably, as long as it's not tempo swing. Everything else is okay.
No quick strikes either, bro. No quick strikes either. That's my thoughts. I just want to see quick strikes in the pool. That game, or the game just feels bad whenever it's in the pool, especially because Egoist and Catalyst, those 2 are in the pool right now as well. So I'd like to see some speed awakenings removed as well, just like how Drop is saying. I don't care really which ones. And yeah, as long as some speed gets removed, then I'm chilling.
And Moffin,
I feel like it's always sorry I didn't finish, but it's always like possible to get kills in like any meta, but right now you can just like run so fast, it's like hard. So yeah, I'd rather there be stagger and then add more KO stuff with the stagger than just straight up speed, because how are you even supposed to hit anybody? But yeah, my bad, go ahead.
Yeah, and Moffin actually in a bit of a reverse perspective, right? Because you're the one who has to deal with all the speed as a goalie. So what are your thoughts?
I might keep clearing into the enemies. I don't. It's kind of an issue when I go up against speed.
All right. Well, starting with Drop. Anyone you want to shout out? Anything you want to say before we end the broadcast?
No super real shout outs today. Shout out to Breads for making the single calm in game 1 that made us start winning. Guys, could you start playing mid more often? Yeah, sure. And boom, instantly just like that. Things were going nice smooth sailing from there. And of course, Gret for also performing as he always does.
All right, Joker.
I mean, of course, shout out my teammates. Always gotta shout them out. Shout out to people who help us warm up. Shout out to the subs who filled in while Jonesy was gone. I mean, shout out to every NASL player, bro. Like, it's always fun competing against you guys. Calm was shout out to you guys as well. It was like fun playing against you guys. And yeah, shout out to Best Scene Slot for hosting. I always gotta shout you guys out. I'm grateful.
All right, Muffin. Any last words?
I got pulled here. I don't know. I'd like to shout out my team. They're pretty awesome. I love playing with them. And the people we warmed up with helped a lot.
Right, and with that, thanks for watching Nassel as always. We have a bit of a break coming up, thankfully. So, Nassel will be back in a little bit, not next week. I didn't check the schedule. I should have checked the schedule. Anyway,
it's like 3 weeks, I think.
Like 3
11th.
weeks? Oh,
yeah.
Oh wow.
No New Year's. No New Year's.
Year. Oh, we have such a long break. I'm so happy. OSAS and ISS also ended.
Nice to see you guys in 2025, man.
Yeah, see you guys.
Happy holidays.
Oh, NASA's still tomorrow, but like, it's actually one best of 5 apparently because everyone else rescheduled, which is crazy.
Sounds about right.
So see you tomorrow, I guess. Goodbye.